Hello everyone, welcome to this Azure DevOps Full Course by Intellipaat. This particular course has been designed and taught by the top 1% of industry experts associated with us. These industry experts have been involved in training corporate giants like Dell, Accenture and Wipro for Azure DevOps. Let that be aside, from the free course videos that we have uploaded on Intellipaat's YouTube channel, many people have cracked interviews and managed to get high-paying jobs. This particular course packs a similar impact potential as well and is well designed to cater to Azure DevOps job requirements in 2025. If at this point you're wondering why you should learn Azure DevOps, then here's some research for you. Cloud computing and DevOps managed to snag a position in the top 3 in an article by the Indian Express featuring the list of the highest in-demand sectors in India. Another article by the CNBC News highlights the struggle for over 19% of recruiters struggling to find an experienced DevOps professional. The same article also hints at how mastering cloud platforms such as AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform is essential for becoming a cloud DevOps engineer. Essentially, the article is highlighting the shortage of talent in the field. And this is happening despite having an average salary of 7 lakhs per annum for a fresher Azure DevOps engineer. And it's not just about the salaries. Even if you go over to Google right now and search for Azure DevOps jobs, you will find over 14,000 job opportunities within India. Are you ready to grab one of them? I hope you are. So without any further ado, let me move further and discuss the agenda for this course. We'll start this session with a brief introduction to Azure, Microsoft's cloud platform, and DevOps. Next, we'll look into Azure DevOps tools like Azure Boards for project tracking, Azure Repos for version control, Azure Pipelines for CI/CD, and Azure Test Plans for test management. Next, we'll dive into some hands-on topics including cloud-based deployment versus on-premise, understanding Azure Resource Manager and resource groups, benefits of Azure Storage including redundancy, hosting, static website, and Azure file storage. Finally, we'll explore Blob Storage, CDN, versioning, and SAS Tokens, along with hands-on assignments to reinforce what we have learned. I hope I've made myself clear with the agenda. Now, before we dive into this course, I would like to request you guys to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel to receive more updates like this one. Having said that, let's start with the very first topic on our list.
Okay, let's go ahead and start now. So let's study about the on-prem versus cloud. Okay. Now, how many of you know about this term on-prem or on-premise at client location or end user? Now let's learn the difference about the on-prem versus cloud. Okay, where we will take a case study of two organizations. Okay, let's take the case study of two organizations we have. ABC.com, which has decided to move on to the on-prem based installation. Which has decided that they will be proceeding with the on-prem based installation. So let's see how does this organization work with on-prem installation. Now, remember one thing, whenever you're setting up any kind of on-prem thing, whenever you're doing any kind of on-prem installation, you need to make sure that you have the physical servers ready on you. Okay, you have the physical servers with you. Okay, because physical servers, because the thing is that physical servers allow you to set up your own infrastructure. Okay, and this allows you to set up your own application. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how it will work. So first thing first, whenever you are setting up any kind of application or any kind of workload or any kind of usage in your on-prem based environment, the first thing which you absolutely require is an physical server. So if you are an organization who has decided to set up everything on their on-prem based installation, you need what we call it as physical server. Okay, you need what we call it as physical server. Yes. Okay, the organization first need what we call it as a physical server. So let's assume this organization bought 3 heavy physical servers to host their application. Now, along with a physical server, this organization also needs to set up the power supply and the networking. Okay, so it requires the power supply and the networking. So they need a switch or a router. Okay, they need either a switch or a router. Okay, so switch or router, we won't be studying in detail about what are switch and the router. Just I'm explaining you that these are the hardware components which are required. Here we have the power supply, which is being added. Now, all those components which we are talking about here are very, very expensive. Do you all agree with this fact? These components which we are talking about, like physical servers, networking device, power supply, these are very, very expensive. Okay. Now, even before the organization has set up their application, they will have to pay a huge amount of capital investment. Okay. Do you all agree with this statement? Okay. Do you all agree with this statement? So the first disadvantage, okay. So the first disadvantage which we face with an on-premise based system is that you require an initial high capital investment. Initial high capital investment is required. Okay, so this is the first disadvantage which we have for the on-premise systems. Initial high capital investment as the servers we purchase are very now whenever you're ordering a server, okay, whenever you're ordering a server from a third-party organization, do you think the servers would be delivered instantly or you will have to wait for some time? So the answer is no. We will have to wait. Okay, we'll have to wait for some time. Okay, so you will have to wait. So even though you are spending a huge amount of money for getting the servers, the shipping time for the servers can be very high, due to which the organization has to wait before they can host their app. Okay, do you all agree with the first two disadvantage which we have talked about? Okay, do you all agree with this disadvantage which we have talked about? So now let's assume this organization has set up the 3 servers and they tested their application and everything seems to be working as expected. So they go ahead and launch their application to the end users. Okay, the application is now launched for the end users and they are connecting to their application and everybody is happy. That application is working as expected. There are no hiccups and the application is working. Okay. Now, what if, okay, let's assume there is a sales period. Okay. Let's assume there is a sales period going on. Okay. And this application was meant to handle 5,000 users per second. So initially we thought that only traffic which will be generating will be 500 to 1,000 users per second. But our assumption were way off and they were around 2,000 users per second who were accessing our application. Okay. Who are accessing our application. Now, what happens here is that when we have 500 users who are trying to 5,000 users, 2,000 users who are trying to connect their application, the application is working fine and there are no issues. Okay. And there are no issues which are going on. Okay. Now, what if during the sales period, what if we have the sales period and during our first sales period, what happened is we anticipated the maximum 6,000 users per second would be accessing our application. Okay, maximum 6,000 users would be accessing our application. But during the sales period, what happened that we had around 10,000 users per second who are now accessing our application. Okay, so there were around 10,000 per second who are now accessing our application. Do you think the servers which were or the website which were meant to handle 5,000 users per second at its peak capacity would be able to handle 10,000 users per second? Okay, so what can be the issue for this? Okay, answer is no. So what would the end users face in this case? What would the end users be facing in this case? Okay, let me know what problem would the end users be facing. Now, as we have seen that this website is only meant to handle 5,000 users per second. And even if we want to increase the capacity of the website, it will be difficult for us to increase because the servers which we need to set up, they would be shipped in at least, I will say 3 to 4 days. Okay, for next 3 to 4 days, the end users will face those issues. Now, if an application is able to handle only 5,000 users per second, and there are around 10,000 users per second who are accessing your application, then it can lead to application crashes, server crashes, application slowness, application unavailability, and total application block. Okay, so these are the issues which the end users will face due to the fact we have limited capacity. Okay, do you all like? Do you think that during the first sale? Okay, do you think that during the first sale, if you are facing these kind of issues, do you think it will create a positive impact on your website? Okay, so now this disadvantage is due to the fact that we have limited set of hardware and we have only limited set of scalability available. So scalability means, okay, so this is a new term. So what is scalability? So every time I'm talking about a new term which is jargon to you, I will go ahead and explain it in detail. So scalability is nothing. Okay, scalability is nothing. It means whenever the load is high, increase the count of the infrastructure. Okay, increase the count of the number of virtual machines which are running. Okay, if the load is low, then decrease the count of the infrastructure. So it will go ahead and increase and decrease the count of load according to the, okay, it will go ahead and increase or decrease the count according to the workload. Okay, okay, so able to understand these disadvantages. Okay, so the next disadvantage is due to limited hardware, scalability also limited, which can, if the load is high on the website, it can lead to server crashes, application unavailability, and app downtime and app failure. Okay, so this is the disadvantage. Now, let's assume we got to know that this is the disadvantage which we are facing. For the next time, we bought new sets of servers. That is now overall count of servers is now 5. And we bought very, very high grade servers that overall increase our capacity a lot. Okay. Now we have this. We have bought 2 more servers now to handle this workload so that it can scale now to 20,000 users per second. But still, there is a limit that it can handle only 20,000 users per second. So if more and more users are continuously getting added, it will still cause that issue. It will still cause that issue of scalability. Okay. Okay. So we have 10,000 users per second here trying to access our website. Now let's talk about the next disadvantage. Now, if you have now if you have these things, which is known as the on-premise based servers, and these are the physical servers. Okay. Now, what will happen in this case? That you will have to maintain those servers on your own. Now, if you have more and more number of servers, you will have to hire more and more engineers to maintain those servers. So there is another extra cost which is being added. So that cost is known as the maintenance cost. On cloud also, you require the maintenance also. It is not a use case that if you're working on cloud, you don't require the maintenance team. But here, you will have to hire a dedicated software and a dedicated hardware maintenance team. Yes, you will have to hire both hardware as well as the software maintenance team to handle this workload. So another disadvantage due to the fact the owner a dedicated maintenance team is required to handle those, to regularly maintain those projects, okay, which can drastically increase our budget. So this will be another disadvantage. Okay, so till now, do you all agree with the disadvantages which we have talked about? Now let's talk about next thing. Now, if you are working on a production application that is being released to the end customers or the end users, which has the data, which has the website database running and all those things, do you think you can work without any kind of, okay, do you think you can work without any kind of backup solution? Do you think you can work without any kind of backup and recovery solution? Okay, let me know your answers. Do you think you can work without the a full-fledged backup solution? So answer is no. Without a robust backup and a recovery solution, you won't, it is not feasible. Why? Because in case if one of the server goes down and it is totally unrecoverable, then even if you don't have a backup and recovery solution, your all the data would be lost. Okay. Now we will have to set up a backup and recovery solution. Let's assume we are working in an organization where we have networking which is set up to be hosted at 100 Mbps offline. Means the network bandwidth which we have purchased from the ISP is 100 Mbps. Okay. Now let's assume we are setting up our backup server. Now, question for all of you. Think logically and then give me the answer. Okay, you have set up the backup server. Do you think that, let's assume this is location A. This is a location of your data center where you have set up everything. And this is a backup which you are trying to set. Now, do you think backup should be set up at the same place where your physical server lives, or it should be set up at a different location? Disaster. Why? Because if any kind of disaster occurs in the primary place, the secondary place would still be saved. Now let's assume you have 100 Mbps of line which you have set up in your organization. Now what you are doing is you are creating a backup solution. Okay, you are creating a backup service which is stored at a different place. Now backup is stored at a different place. Every day around 100 GB of data is being generated. Every day around 200 to 300 GB of data is being generated, which is being backed up by those servers. And obviously, they will help us a recovery server as well if required. Okay. Okay. Now, let's assume you have this 100 Mbps of line. Do you think if you have 100 Mbps of line available in your organization, you can give full 100 Mbps to your backup? Do you think you can give full 100 Mbps to the backup solution? Answer is no. So what we did is we dedicated a 25 Mbps of line. We dedicated a full-fledged 25 Mbps of line, which is specifically meant for your backup servers. Or let's assume we gave it a 30 Mbps of line. After 100 Mbps, we generated a dedicated work line for your backup devices, which will be then sending this over the backup over this dedicated 30 Mbps of line. Okay. Now let's assume per day you are generating around 250 GB of data. You are generating around 250 GB of data that is continuously getting backed up over a 30 Mbps of line. Okay. Now let's see the data transfer speed calculator. File size is 250 GB over a 30 Mbps of line. So it takes around 18 hours to take the full backup. Okay. It takes around 18 hours to transfer whole of the data. Sorry, it takes around 2 hours to, okay, it take around 2 to 3 hours to back up the data daily. Do you think it is a good speed? Okay, so this is the average speed. Now I'm just talking about 250. What if per day we are generating around 500 GB of data? It will take around 4 hours to complete this. Okay. Okay, it will take 4 to 5 hours to just back up our data. And then if you one day, if whole of the server goes down, let's assume we have this server and this server had around 3 TB of data. It was our analytical server which run the analytical job, and it had around 3 TB of data. So if we have 3 TB of data, it will take around a full day to recover this server over a 30 Mbps of line. Okay. So do you think such slow speeds would be good in longer run? Answer is no. So even though the backup solution here is very, very expensive, even though setting up a backup solution is very, very expensive due to the fact we need to set up a new physical servers, we have to pay for those physical servers, we have to pay for the storage devices, still the backup and recovery is very, very slow. Okay, so this is another disadvantage. Expensive and slow backup and recovery. Okay, so this is the another disadvantage which we have for the on-premise system. Okay, now do you all agree with all the disadvantages which we have talked about? Now, these are all the disadvantages which we face with the on-premise based installation. So let's move on to this now, where we talk about the disadvantage of the cloud-based, non-cloud-based model. So these were the 4 disadvantages which the company was facing. First is scalability. Scalability, as I've already explained you, means that you need to increase the hardware as per the user demand and need to decrease the department hardware as per the user demand. So it fluctuates between high number of VMs to low number of VMs according to the workload. Then it's the cost. In case of on-premise environment, you have to pay high upfront cost in capital expenditure and maintenance costs, which can lead to lead which can cause immense shoot up in the budget and lower profits. Then we have the server maintenance, where server needs to be managed and monitored continuously. For the server maintenance, need to make sure you have the server that needs to be managed and monitored continuously. Okay. And finally, takes more time to recover data, requires high budget and resources. Okay. As the budget is low and all, so it takes high budget. So it takes a good amount of time. Okay. So able to understand this? So if yes, let's now compare that with cloud. Now, what do you think a cloud is? Okay. Hosting the server in cloud, or they would still be hosted on a physical server? What is an actual cloud? In the end, where would the application be hosted? Okay. So most people think that cloud means the data set that everything is hosted on a serverless thing. No, that is absolutely not correct. Everything is hosted on a data center or a physical server only. But the thing is that data center to you is available over the internet. Okay. And cloud follows a model of pay as you go. Now, forget about everything, forget about cloud and all. What does pay as you go mean? Okay, in plain English term, what does pay as you go means? You only pay for the resources you use. Okay, so let's talk about how does cloud resolve all those problems. So there is another organization which is xyz.com, in which management has decided that they will be hosting their application on Azure. Okay, they have decided that they will be going on with the cloud-based deployment. That is, xyz.com has decided to go with the cloud-based deployment. So the first advantage which they get is that they do not need to wait for the physical servers for them to be shipped in. They can use Azure Virtual Machine, Azure Web Apps, or Azure Container Service to host their application within seconds. So all those three terms which I have told you, I will be explaining them. So what that is, they decided that they will be hosting their application on a physical, on a virtual machine where everything would be set up like databases, application server, and web servers. Okay. Now, the first organization, which is the organization A. So if I talk about the first organization, which is the organization A, it took them days and days to set up their application. But if I talk about the organization B, which is the xyz.com, they set everything on the cloud. So it only took them a day. So it only took them a day or two to set up their application the as opposed to what the application A or the team A got, because here they do not have to wait for a few days or weeks to just get their server shipped. Those servers would be created within minutes. Now let's take the same scenario which we face with the on-prem thing. We have the users, we have the set of users. Okay, who are now trying to access this application. Now, initially we launched 4 number of VMs, and those are very, very heavy VMs that can handle 5,000 users per second. Okay. Now let's assume that we have this and we have around 20,000 users per second now who are trying to access our website during the sales period. And all those 4 VMs were meant to handle only 10,000 users per second. But here, as our infrastructure is hosted on an Azure data center, which has infinite capacity, okay, which has infinite capacity. So what we did, we set up the scaling here. What we did is we set up the full-fledged scaling where if the load is high, what Azure will do, it will go and increase the count of the VM to handle the load more efficiently, so that in case if the load is very, very high, then new VMs are created that will be, then new VMs are created that would be distributing the loads. Now, do you think the problem which the application A owner or the xyz.com owner A by C.com owner face, would that same problem be faced by the xyz.com users during the sales period? Answer is no. The reason behind that is because whenever the load was high on the website, due to the fact that we have set up some kind of scaling, now obviously this scaling we need to set up automatically, it won't be happening. We set up certain kind of scaling rule that will automatically increase the count of the VMs which are running to distribute the load. Okay. Now, do you think the xyz.com users will face the same issue which the abc.com users face the issue? Okay. So yes, the answer is no. Now let's talk about the maintenance. Now, as the hardware is 100% being maintained by the Azure, do you think you require a dedicated hardware maintenance team to maintain your servers? Answer is no, we do not require it. But obviously, software maintenance team or operating system maintenance team is still required. Why? Because they will be handling all the operating system patches and everything. Okay. And finally comes the backup and recovery. Now, if I talk about Azure, under Azure, all the backup and recovery is handled via a service known as the recovery service mode. All the backup and recovery is handled by the recovery service mode, and it totally works on the bandwidth which is provided by Azure Cloud Platform. It works on the full-fledged bandwidth provided to you by Azure. It works on a full-fledged bandwidth provided to you by Azure means there is a unlimited bandwidth which you can consume, and around 250 GB of data which is there only takes around 10 or 15 minutes to get fully backed up. Okay, so here in this case, the costing is very, very low for setting up the backup solution because there are no license fees attached for the backup software which we are using. Apart from that, only cost which you need to pay is the storage cost. Storage cost means where the backups are getting stored. That too is very, very less as compared to traditional hard disk or SSD based storage. Okay. So these are the disadvantages which are directly countered by cloud as compared to on-prem environment. Okay. So are you all able to understand the differences between cloud and on-prem and which is better? Okay. So let's start with our next topic, which is known as the zones and regions. So let's talk about how does these zones and regions work. Okay. Now, what is the difference between a zone and a region if we talk about simple geography? Okay. If we talk about simple geography, what is the difference between a zone and a region? Now, whenever we talk about a zone and a region in a simple geographical thing, a zone is a smaller entity and a region is a bigger entity. Under a region, there can be multiple zones like east zone, west zone, south zone, like this, or there can be a simple place. Okay, there can be a big place like east zone. Under those east zone, there can be multiple cities. Okay, like in India, we have multiple regions: South India, North India, East India, West India. Under those, we have small and small zones like central zone or those kind of zones. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what are zones and region in case of cloud. Okay. So whenever we talk about cloud also, under cloud also, a region is a bigger entity. Okay. If I talk about cloud, a region is a bigger entity and zone is a smaller entity. Under a region, there are zones. Okay. So let's talk about it. Okay. Now, whenever we talk about a region and a zone, a region is a bigger entity like Central India, East US, or those things. Under the regions, we have things known as the zone. These are known as the availability zone. You can call them as zones or you can call them as availability zone. A region under its place have three different availability zones itself. Okay. A region will have three different availability zones. Those are terms as AZ1, AZ2, and AZ3. So this can be example of Central India. Okay. So this is an example of Central India where AZ1, AZ2, and AZ3 are the three different zones. Now, a region is a bigger entity, which is a geographical place. A region does not host anything. Okay. A region does not host anything. Under the region, there are zones where the actual data center of an zone lives in. So zone are the place where the actual data center of the cloud provider is there. Okay. Now, under Azure, there are two kinds of region. Now, please remember this can be exam question or this can be a question which you can get in interviews also and everything. Whenever we talk about regions, a region can have there are two types of region in Azure. One is a region with availability zone. Second is a simple region. Okay. So this term is called as region with AZ. This term is known as region with availability zone. And then we have another type of region in Azure, which is known as a simple region, which does not have multiple availability zones. Now, please remember, whenever you're deploying any kind of infrastructure in Azure, make sure that you are deploying the infrastructure in Azure with the region which has multiple availability zones. I will come into this why this is so. Okay. Whenever you have a choice to select a region, make sure that every time you select a region with a availability zone. So example of a simple region which does not have multiple availability zone is South India. Okay, so this is known as a simple region. So first is known as a region with availability zone. Second is known as a simple region. Now, before giving the answer why this is a recommended region and this is a non-recommended region, why you should always go with the region with availability zone. Now, whenever you have a region with multiple availability zone and a region with single AZ, okay. Now let's assume you have a web application which you have deployed. Now, if a web app is this spread across multiple zones like this, means the web app is spread across multiple data centers. So what will happen in this case is, even if a single data center goes out of service, like this data center goes out of service due to some issues or disaster, then also my application will be available via AZ2 and AZ3. But if we talk about a region which has a single availability zone, and if that availability zone goes out of service, then whole of my application would be down. Why? Because this AZ or this data center is down, then there is nothing left for us. So application will face a downtime until unless the zone is back. Okay. So I'm asking you a question now. This can be exam question also. Okay. So we have two applications here, app 1 and app 2. Okay, so we have two applications, app 1 and app 2. Now this is how the app 1 is spread. AZ1, AZ2, and AZ3. Okay, and if I talk about app 2, this is how the app 2 is spread. We have a single AZ with we have a region with a single zone. App 1 is spread like this, where single instance is running here in AZ1, one in AZ2, and one in AZ3. If I talk about the app 2 is spread like this. Okay, so we have this and we have this. Now, you need to answer me this question. Out of app 1 and app 2, which is more highly available? Which is more highly available, app 1 or app 2? Give me the proper reason with it. Okay, give me the proper reason with it. Why app 1? If yes, if app 2, why app 2? Okay, app 1, because it is spread across 3 different zones. Although here you can see app 2 has more number of instances running, still app 1 would be more highly available because it is spread across multiple availability zones. Okay, as it is spread across multiple availability zone, so it is more highly available. Okay, so are you able to understand this? Okay, then let's move on to our next topic. Now let's see about how does an Azure global infrastructure looks like. Now, if I talk about Azure and its availability zones, Azure has around 60 regions throughout the world. So if I talk about Azure, Azure has around 60 regions which are spread throughout the world. Okay. And here you can see 54 they have mentioned, but now it's overall 60. Okay. Now, if I talk about these 60 regions in Azure, it is maximum if I compare it to any other cloud-based platform. So if you compare that with AWS, if you compare that with GCP, Azure has the most number of regions available throughout the world. It has its most of the regions in US and Europe. It is currently expanding in India, where it only has two regions for now, and it will be expanding to the third region in South Central India in Hyderabad. In near future, you will see a new data center being built in Hyderabad itself. Now, let's go ahead and see how does the actual Azure global infrastructure look like. Okay, so let's click on Explore Global Data Set. Okay, let's wait for a minute for this site to be loaded properly. Okay, so now let's see. This is how an Azure Global Data Center looks like. All those blue dots you see here are the actual region where Azure has its footprint. Okay, all these regions which you see here are the actual regions, are the actual places where Azure has its footprint. Like you have one for West US, you have one in West US, West US, Central US, when you have West US 3. So if you click on West Central US, you can see it is mentioned as a region itself. So whenever you see a region which is mentioned as a region only, it does not have multiple availability zone. Means if you have a choice to launch your application as West US, then you should either go for West US 3, okay, or you should go for West US or West US 2. If you go with the West Central US, this is a region which is available without the availability zone. Okay. This is a particular region which is available without the availability zone. So if you ever have a choice to launch your application as West Central US, always go for West US because it has multiple data centers available. Like in case of West Central US, you only have a single availability zone in Wyoming. So that way it is not recommended. Obviously, if you do not have any choice, then you should go for it. But if you have a choice between West US and West Central US, always go with the West US too. Okay. Now you see under US, these are the regions which is being spread. Now under Mexico, it is a new region. It is one of the latest available region which was open in year 2024. So it is the latest region which has been added into its curriculum, which is in Mexico. Okay. So here you see that under US, these are the regions which is spread. And under Mexico, it was just launched recently. So if I talk about Mexico, Mexico is the region where it was launched just recently here in Mexico Central. And it's one of the latest region available in Azure. If you scroll down under South America, currently it has only availability in Brazil South, which is a region with multiple availability zone. And then if I talk about the second region, it's in Chile, and the year is coming soon, means it will soon be launched in Chile as well. Now, if I talk about Africa, Africa under, they only have one in South Africa North, and they do not have any plans to expand in South Africa. And if I go up under Europe, you see they have spread in Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, UK, Ireland, Sweden, and every. So under Europe, they have spread across most of the things. Okay. And then if I talk about Middle East, under Middle East, they have one in Israel, which was open in October 2023. It is one of the latest region. Then under Middle East, they have planned to launch one in Saudi Arabia. They have one in Qatar, which was also open in 2022. And they have one in UAE North, which was also open in 2019. Okay. And then under India, they have two regions for now, Central India, which is a region with multiple availability zone. Then you have South India, which is a simple region which does not have multiple availability zone. And then they have a plan to launch one more region with availability zone in Hyderabad. And that should be coming by end of this year. Okay. Then if I go to some other places, you can see it is spread across all the continents. Now, under China, do you notice something strange? See the overall pattern of wiring and then see the overall pattern of wiring in China. Do you notice something strange? Yes, it is totally blank. Why the wiring is totally blank? Okay, so the wiring which is in East Coast, that is also connected to the Chinese region only, which is connected to Hong Kong only. Okay, now why China is totally empty and totally blank and not connected with the world is because Azure China does not allow the standard Azure to work with in China. They have to rely with the local partners. They cannot build their own data center. They have to rely on their partners. And Azure China is totally cut off from the world, and it has a totally different portal itself. It totally has a different portal due to the fact the Chinese government does not allow any third party country to set up their data center in their country. And if the data is in China and if the networking is in China, it shouldn't leave the Chinese region. Why it is being connected to Hong Kong? Because Hong Kong is one of the independent zone within China. So that's why you have see the connection here. For rest of the world, China is totally not connected. China North 3 is in Hebei and its location is in Beijing. So these are totally disconnected from the world. And if I talk about Russia, under Russia, they have zero presence. Okay. They have zero presence within Russia. Okay. So are you able to understand this thing? Okay. Now let's see how does an Azure data center looks like. Okay. Let's wait for 2-3 minutes for this to be loaded correctly. Okay. So now let's see how does a typical Azure data center looks like. Under a typical Azure data center, you first enter the lobby. This is how typical lobby in Azure data center looks like, where this is the lobby. Now, whenever you enter a lobby inside an Azure data center, so let's assume this is a lobby inside an Azure data center, and whenever you visit any lobby in the Azure data center, you need to pass on various security checks. Now, as Azure relies heavily on the security, so every year, a billion and billion of dollars are spread across the Azure to make sure that Azure is highly secured and it follows the best practice of standard cloud security. Now, if I talk about Azure has numerous physical and digital security controls that regulate access to all the areas of the data center. So any areas of data center which you try to visit, you will have to follow you will have to follow the access control itself. You will have to follow all the access control itself. If you bypass and if you only pass all the access control, then only you will be able to visit that particular place in the data center. Then any data center which you visit in Azure is monitored 24/7 plus 365 for any kind of suspicious activities. As soon as the suspicious activities being monitored, alarm is being raised and the action would be taken by the team. Every place in every place and every sector in the Azure data center is added by a multiple layer of biometric entry where you need to pass on multiple controls, including multi-factor biometric entry points and full body metal detectors to pass on that location. And finally, it uses a monitored infrastructure where data center infrastructure is protected by state-of-art fire suppression system and constant hardware monitoring. And finally, you have the hardware recycling, where Microsoft processes and recycle decommission servers and other equipments on site in a circular sentence. Okay, so these are the details. And whenever you reach a lobby inside an Azure data center, you need to pass on multiple security desks where face-to-face check-in IDs and ID where face-to-face check-in and ID confirmation and monitor all the times by multi-person security. So there are multi-person security team which pass face-to-face check-in and ID confirmation and monitor all the times by multi-person security team. Then you have the operations room. You have this and you have this under the operations room. If you click here, if you click on explore the operations room, this is how a typical operation room looks like. where you have the infrastructure AI. So operation room is nothing. It is a room where all the Azure data center, all the regions and everything is monitored 24/7 plus 365. Now every region or every data center will have its own center so that in case if any incident is pressed by a data center A, it will be tracked by data center 2. Everything is being monitored 24/7 cross 365 without any hassle. Okay. So any known issues, any security incident, any security threat, or any kind of incident, application availability, and everything would be monitored here. Okay. It uses AI heavily to track about future issues which can arise. It uses AI to track what issues. It uses AI to track that in near future will this particular issue leads to any kind of downtime or not. Okay. So these are the things which are done in the operational. Next is the mechanical room, which we are not basically concerned on. This is the area which is mostly meant for the mechanical, electrical engineer and the power engineers. Now, this is the main room which we are concerned on, which is the server room. Click on Explore Server Room. Under the server room, if you see this, now at a single time in its maximum capacity, Microsoft Cloud has over 4 million servers containing 40 million hard disks and solid state drives, totaling over 40 exabytes of storage capacity. Do you think in your own data center, even if you set 10 or 15 data center, you will be able to reach such kind of capacity? Do you think you will be able to reach such kind of capacity if you set up everything on your own on-premise systems? Answer is absolutely no. No way this is possible. Then, as you can see, at a single time, 4 million servers containing 40 million hard disks, overall 40 exabytes of storage. So let's see what is 40 exabytes to GB. Let's go ahead and convert it. So if you have 40 exabytes of data, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So even we cannot tell it. Okay. So that's around, if I convert it into terabytes, let's see what's the exact data. We'll be able to actually read it because the number is so large. So if you have 40 exabytes of data, it is being converted into 40 million terabytes. Okay. 40 exabyte means 40 million terabytes of data it can store, and the capacity is continuously increasing day by day. You have the server capacity where if you talk about Fortune 500 company, on those Fortune 500 companies, 95% of those companies uses Azure in one way or another. And whole of the Microsoft team infrastructure and whole of the Microsoft team users and all of its infrastructure and all the transactions which are taking place on AI are all being done on Microsoft Azure infrastructure only. So remember that you will be hosting the application on same data center where actual Microsoft related services are also running. Now, these are some of the server blades which are being used. All of these are built by Microsoft itself and it does not involve any kind of third party. Obviously, the chips and other thing which Microsoft doesn't make are being created by the chip providers. Now, apart from the CPU, Microsoft does also supports the working of with the GPU, means graphical processing units along with CPU. Microsoft Azure data centers do support the creation of the VM with a dedicated GPU also. And then it's the next room, which is known as the circular center. So circular center is nothing. Okay, circular center is nothing, but it's a place where all the recycling of your material is done. So any new hardware or any old hardware which has been expired, any new hardware which is being expired is being handled here. So if there is a provision, a hardware can be recycled, then it is recycled and a new set is released rather than being decommissioning it out. But if there is a hardware which cannot be recycled, it is fully decommissioned. When devices are decommissioned, any storage devices containing customer data is shredded before it leaves the data center. Okay. Now, why shredding of the data center of the hardware is required? Due to the fact that it may contain some kind of personal or it may contain some kind of sensitive information about the client. That's why whenever any device is being decommissioned, it is fully shredded into the pieces so that no data can be recovered from it. And without the security clearance, that data cannot, that particular set of device which is being shredded cannot leave the data center. And then finally, it's the networking room. explore the network room. Under the networking room, you have these wires and all, where the size of the wire is around overall spread of the Microsoft network cable is around 280,000 kilometers, and it has presence over 190 nations throughout the world. At a single time, Microsoft can handle 100 billion packets per second over its wide area network. So even in your dreams, in your data center, you won't be able to reach such a capacity that your network will be able to handle 100 billion packets per second. It can handle DDoS attack very efficiently. Okay. And then it's finally the innovation room where any new projects which Microsoft is working on, all the details are mentioned here. Like you have the DNS storage, quantum computing, and project kinetics. So these are the three things which Microsoft is currently working on. And let's go to the home. So this is how a typical Azure data center looks like. Okay, let's talk about our next topic, which is known as the cloud deployment models. Okay, we will be installing some software today so that whenever our account is created, we already have the software installed here. Okay, now all of you, please go ahead and type this in browser. Open this URL, please. Now under this URL, scroll and click on latest MSI for Azure CLI 64-bit. Click here and it will install a new, it will download a setup for you. Please go ahead and download the setup. All of you, please go ahead and install this, download this and then install this. Okay. It's asking if you want to change, remove or repair. So if it is asking you this, this means the installation is done. Okay, this means the installation is done. Okay, if it is done for all of you, please open a new CMD. Please open a new CMD in your Windows. Done. If it is done, under that new CMD, type AZ-version. Okay, so are you able to get this? Okay, so if all of you are able to run this, then it's okay. So it was all about today's class then. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Introduction to Azure Console, and then we will have a basic introduction to Azure Resource Group and subscription. We will have a basic introduction to what does the Azure Resource Group and subscription means. Now, let's talk about Azure Resource Group and subscription and resource group. Now, just in plain English term, simple term, what does a no, I didn't say you don't need to create the account. I said that thus you didn't need the account. Okay. Maybe somebody will join in and help you in account creation. Okay. Okay. I will ask if somebody from the team can join for the account creation today. But no worries if somebody is not joining in, I will explain you everything. Today also we don't need that. Okay, then let's go and continue. Okay, so let's first talk about the Azure subscription. So whenever we talk about Azure subscription, Azure subscription is nothing but it's an active agreement between Microsoft and its users. This agreement provides users the needed access to avail the services and resources offered by Microsoft Azure. So if I talk about Azure subscriptions, now let's go ahead and first understand the typical Azure hierarchy, what is at the topmost level and what is at the bottommost level, and then we will learn about the hierarchy in detail. Now, before moving on to the hierarchy, just in plain English term, okay, if I talk about plain English term, what does a subscription means? Okay, tell me about it. What does a subscription means? Okay, just in plain English term, explain me what does a subscription mean? Okay, explain me in plain English term, what does a subscription means? Now, whenever you're signing up with a Netflix or any other kinds of subscription, what does this actually mean? Okay, what does it actually mean? So, whenever we talk about a subscription is nothing but it's an agreement. Okay, a subscription is nothing but it's an agreement which is signed between you. Okay, it's an agreement which is signed between you and your just agreement which is signed between you and the organization, so that whenever you have this, you can go ahead and use those things. Okay, whenever you go ahead and use the subscription, this means what you can do is you can go ahead and use their services free of cost without need to worry about anything. You can go ahead and use their services without need to worry about anything, and you can use their services without having any kind of issues. Okay, without having any kind of issues, you can go ahead and use their service. So that is why subscription is required. So that is why subscription is required. Subscription is nothing but it's a source of truth that you sign up with the organization so that you can go ahead and use their services. Okay, so that's the meaning of a subscription. Now, whenever you sign up with a subscription, you sign an active agreement. Whenever you sign up a subscription, you sign an active agreement with your service provider that okay, you are good to use their services. So it's nothing but an active agreement signed between you and the service provider so that you can go ahead and use their services. Okay, so now let's go ahead and study more about the subscription and Azure resource hierarchy and how does the Azure resource hierarchy work. Okay, so let's talk about the Azure resource hierarchy. Now, whenever you talk about an Azure resource hierarchy, at the topmost level, you have the management group. Okay, at the topmost level, you have the root management group. Now we will study about the relation between everything. How do you create a full-fledged landing zone, or how do you create a full-fledged production resource hierarchy? But for now, you need to understand this. What is at the topmost level? What is at the bottommost level? So at the top, you have what we call it as management group. Under the management group, you have another level, which is known as subscriptions. Okay, so this is just under the management group. Under the subscription, you have what we call it as resource groups. Okay, and then under this, you have the resources. Okay, you have the actual resources. Obviously, resources are not the part of the resource hierarchy, but resources do exist and they are at the bottommost layer. Okay, at the top, you have the resource group. Okay, at the top, you have the management group, then you have the subscription, and then you have what we call it as resource groups. Okay, and then under the resource group, you have the actual resources. Now, let's talk about the relationship between each and everything. Now, whenever we talk about the relationship between management group and the subscription, so let's see if we have a management group. Under the management group, you can have multiple subscription like this. Can have subscription 1, and you can have second set of subscription, which is known as the subscription 2. So under a single management group, you can have multiple subscriptions, but means one-to-many relationship is supported. Here, if I talk about the relationship between the management group and the subscription, and if you see the relationship between here, so we can see one-to-many is supported. But again, if you have a management group like this, and you want 2 management groups at the top, and you want both the management group to be connected with a subscription like this. Okay, if you want something like this, many to one relationship between subscription and the management group is not supported. Okay, so one to many is supported, but many to one is not. Okay, sure, I will repeat it again. Now, whenever we talk about the resource hierarchy in Azure, at the topmost level, we have the management groups. Okay, always management group will remain at the topmost level no matter what. Okay, they will always remain at the top. Now, under the management group, under the management group, what you have is known as the subscriptions. So subscriptions are nothing but subscriptions are a part of the resource hierarchy, which differentiate according to the environment. And then under it, what you have is known as the resource group. Okay, then under it, what you have is known as the resource group. Okay, then under it, what you have is known as a resource group. Now, if I talk about resource group, under resource group, you have the actual resources. Resources means services like virtual machine, storage account, or any other things. Okay. Now, if I talk about the relationship between the top level and the bottommost level, here you see at the top level, you have the management group. And if I talk about the management group, under management group, you have the subscription. So a single management group can have multiple subscriptions. So as you see, this is a single management group, and under it, you can have the multiple subscriptions. But if you have multiple subscriptions and you want, if you have a single subscription, you want that single subscription to be added to multiple subscription, then that is totally not possible. The reason behind that, why that is not possible is, the reason behind that, why this is not possible is because Azure does not support many to one relationship between topmost level and the bottommost level. Okay. It only supports one to many relationship between it. Okay. So able to understand this? Okay. Now let's move on to the next thing, which is relationship between resource group and the subscription. And then we'll talk about the nesting. Now, let's assume you have a single subscription, and under the subscription, you have a resource group. Now, a single subscription can have multiple resource groups like this. But vice versa means this, where you have a single resource group tied to multiple subscription. This is not supported, means any relationship between, which is between the topmost level and the bottommost level, is not supported. Okay, any relationship between the topmost level and the bottommost level is only supported via the many to one relation, one to many relationship. Many to one is not supported. Okay, got this? Okay, now let's see nesting in resource hierarchy. So let's see how does the nesting work. Now, whenever we talk about nesting in Azure is only supported whenever you create a management group at the topmost level. Always there will be a single management group known as the root management group. So this is a type of management group which will always exist, and this is known as the root management. And no matter what, this particular management group will always exist. Okay, this particular management group will always exist no matter. Okay. Now again, if I talk about the nesting under the management group is only supported at the topmost level. Nesting under the management group is only supported at the topmost level, means it is not supported at lower levels of subscription and resource group. It is not supported at the lower levels of subscriptions and not resource group, only available at the topmost level, which is known as the management group. So under the management group, if you scroll down, if you do this, you can have nesting. Means you can have group 1 like this, you can have group 2 like this. Under this, you can have further hierarchy. Under this, you can have another set of resources. So that's how the resource hierarchy or the nesting works in case of a management group. But if we do not have the management group, but if we want to do the nesting at other level, that is absolutely not supported. Only way to support the nesting is at the management group level. Okay, only way to support nesting is at the management group level. So here we can specifically write that the resource hierarchy, that the nesting is supported. Okay, so here the nesting is supported, means we can have a relationship like child, parent, and child, where at the topmost level we can have a root management group, and then we can have other management group under the bottommost levels. Okay, question anyone here? Okay, so now let's move on to the next topic. Now, if I talk about the nesting at the subscription, right? If you want something like this, subscription under subscription, so here nesting is not supported. To talk about this here, the nesting is totally not supported, and same goes for the resource group. You have a single resource group and you want something like this. So here also nesting is not supported, means only level where the nesting is supported is at the management group. For rest of the thing, the nesting is not supported. So even if you create a nesting inside the resource group, you cannot do that. Okay, so let me go ahead and upload these two things inside the drive. Okay, so if this is done, let's move on to our next topic, which is known as the landing zone creation. Now, whenever you're creating any resources inside, may it be on-premise environment, may it be cloud, okay, which is a best practice to keep everything under a centralized location, centralized thing, or create a folder per department, and then under the department create separation according to the environment. What do you think would be more feasible and more security proof? A centralized place where all your resources are kept, or a decentralized approach where you will have different department, under different department you will have different environment segregation, like production different, dev different, and then under that you will have application segregation. So what do you think is more feasible and more secure? Okay, yes, decentralized, because it's a different environment. So let's talk about the Azure landing zone. So how do you create an ideal landing zone, or how do you create an ideal Azure resource hierarchy whenever you are working? So whenever you're creating an ideal Azure resource hierarchy, now every time, even if you do not create anything at the topmost level, root management group will always exist. At the topmost level, you will always see a root management group. You cannot edit the root management group. You cannot make any changes to the root management group, and you cannot bring it one level down. It will always remain at the top. So the topmost level, always the root management group will live. Now, as in an organization, we can have multiple departments. In an organization, what we can have is we can have multiple departments. So that's how a typical resource hierarchy in Azure looks like, where at the topmost level, you have the management group, which is the root management group. And then under this management group, you create management group according to the department. So let's assume the organization have multiple departments, like department 1, department 2. Some organization call it as a tribe, some organization call it as a department. So it depends on your choice. What do you want to call it? So under root management group, you can have one management group designated for a particular department. Department 1 MG, department 2 MG, department 3 MG, 4 management group, department 5 management. Okay, so you can have multiple department groups like this: department 1, department 2, department 3, department 4, and department 5. So that's how you have multiple department groups. Multiple management group. Under those management group, what you can have is you can have multiple subscriptions, each subscription dedicated to a different environment. You can have, for now I'm just assuming 2 departments. Obviously, whenever you're working in an organization, you can have multiple departments, multiple environment. If you have prod and this is your dev, same, each and every department will have 2 separate subscriptions for their environment, prod and dev. This would be dev, this would be prod. Okay. Each and every department will have multiple subscription. Each and every subscription is dedicated to its dedicated environment. Okay. Now, under this, we can have resource group according to the apps. So let's say we have multiple apps. You can have a resource group for app 1, you can have another for app 2. Then for the prod, you can have one subscription like this. You can have one for app 2. Okay, so this is how you go ahead and create a landing zone pattern or a productionized resource hierarchy in Azure, where at the topmost level, root management group will always prevail no matter what. Then you create a nesting between the management group. Okay, each and every you had here is a different group according to the department: department 1, department 2, department 3. So this is created as a nested one. Then under the nested one, what you get is a subscription according to the environment, where each and every environment you have would be created like this, where you have development for. It depends on the choice, how many department your company has. And then under that, you can have resource group according to the application. Okay. So able to understand this? Okay, so this is how the typical resource hierarchy in Azure looks like. Okay, now I've uploaded everything in the drive. So if you want to see, you can go ahead and see the drive itself. Okay, now I will send you a documentation also. Okay, so you remember that this is how we created the landing zones. But at the top, we have the management group. Then we have another thing. We have the platform management connectivity, and that we have the subscription. So there are n number of ways also in which you can divide your management groups. So like this. Okay, so at the top, you have what we called it as the management group. Then you can have shared services management group, security management group per department, sandbox management group where you do all the practice, and the workload management group where all your production workloads are running. Under them, you can have multiple subscription like this. Under subscription, you have the resource group according to the environment, according to the application. So this is another example of how do you create a Azure landing zone. Okay. Then another example of our landing zone is this. We have already studied this where we have created according to the department. Another example is this. So you can have n number of permutation and combination how you create it, but the best here is like this. The best way in which you can create, or this is the way in which you can create the landing zone, is this one which we have just taught, where at the top you have the management group, then another management group according to department, then the subscriptions. Okay, but obviously it depends on the company's choice how they are creating. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do the next thing. Now let's go back to the console and let's see how do we sign up for a new subscription. Now, whenever you want to create a subscription in Azure, you go to a subscription. Okay, I will just be raising a ticket with the support team so that they can help you in the account creation today. Okay. Okay, so this is how a typical Azure subscription look like. Okay, where you see all those details. Let me show you one thing. If you go to resource group, if you go to subscriptions, let's see how do we sign up for a new subscription. To sign up for a new subscription in Azure, at the top you click on add. Once you click on add, Azure will check which offer you are eligible for. Now, in our scenario, we will always be going, once our free trial has been expired, okay, once our free trial has been expired, we will always go with the pay-as-you-go subscription. We will always go with the pay-as-you-go subscription. This flexible pay-as-you-go plan invokes no upfront cost. So in this case, you don't have to pay any kind of upfront cost. You only pay for the services you use. So you can click on select offer. Okay, let me write the password now. On payment information. Now this is where I will mention my card details. So I'll have, okay, the verification will take 2-3 minutes. Okay, let me wait for the verification to happen. So now that payment is verified. Okay, so here we mention the first name and the last name and all the details which we want, and then we click on next. Now remember, whenever you are signing up for a new thing, whenever you are signing up for a new subscription, after the agreement, you mention the payment information. After the payment information, you mention the service usage address. Once you do this, at the final, it will ask you for a technical support. Now, this is only valid when you are signing up for a pay-as-you-go. This is not valid for a free trial. Under free trial, no support is being added. Okay. Now, if you scroll down, there are 4 types of services by Azure. One is getting started on Azure, which will ask you to pay 2,000 rupees per month, even if you don't use any kind of services. Then you have production use of Azure, where you have to pay 6,700 per month. That is also even if you don't any resources, then it's for business critical, where you pay 66,000 per month as a support fees. Now, please remember, whenever you're using any kind of subscription and you're signing up for a subscription, make sure to select the last option, no technical support required, because if you select the technical support, the issue would be that you will have to pay a lot of fees per day. You will have to pay a lot of money per month, even if you don't use any kind of service. Okay. And then once it is done, you can go ahead and click on sign up. So that's how you go ahead and sign up for a new subscription. So able to understand it? Okay. Now, let's talk about the next thing. How can we access Azure? Okay. So there are 3 ways in which we can access Azure. Okay. There are 3 ways in which we can access Azure. So first way in which we can access Azure is using this portal. Apart from that, we have 2 other ways, PowerShell and CLI. And using the PowerShell and CLI also, we can access Azure. So let's see the diagram, 3 ways in which we can access Azure. Okay, let's click on create new diagram. Okay, now let's see how does the Azure resource access work. Now there are 3 ways I have already told you. So we have 3 ways in which we can access the Azure. One is via the portal. Then we have the Azure PowerShell. Then we have the command line, which is also known as the Azure CLI. And finally, we have the API calls. Okay. API calls are used by the developers, so we are not concerned over it. These are all used by the developers. The fourth way in which we can connect is the API calls. So first is the portal, then we have Azure PowerShell, we have Azure CLI, and then we have API calls. Okay, so these are the four ways in which we can go ahead and connect with Azure. But let's see one thing. Okay, but let's see one thing. Whenever you're connecting with Azure, there's a layer known as the Azure Resource Manager. After the break, we will learn more about the Azure Resource Manager. But remember one thing, whenever you are interacting with Azure and you need to connect with any resources, first you need to go ahead and connect with Azure Resource Manager. Then Azure Resource Manager will allow you to connect to Azure resources. Okay. Remember one thing very, very carefully, and this is an important thing. Whenever you are interacting with Azure, every query or every action which you perform, okay, it is converted, it is logged via an API call. Means if you create a resource, if you delete a resource, if you interact with anything, everything is a API call. Now, Azure portal works on a browser, it automatically converts everything into the API. API calls are actually APIs, you don't need to convert anything, but Azure PowerShell and CLI are all installed on our local PC. So first, whenever you are using Azure PowerShell or CLI on your local PCs, it installed an Azure Software Development Kit, also known as Azure SDK. Now this layer, what does this layer does it? Now you do not interact with this layer and you do not even know that if this layer exists or not, because this is all pre-baked with PowerShell and CLI which you installed on your local PC. You remember that yesterday we installed the Power CLI inside our local PC. So it already has a built-in Azure SDK plugin added to it. So what does the SDK does is whenever you write any kind of queries in Azure CLI or PowerShell, it converts this query into the API call, the SDK, and then sends it to the Azure Resource Manager. So this layer of Azure SDK is added with PowerShell and CLI because portal and API actually directly communicates over the API. Whereas if I talk about the Azure CLI and PowerShell, they are the command line utilities. Okay, they are the command line utilities, and which then converts it in which needs a Azure SDK to convert everything into an API call. Then when it is converted, you are able to access Azure resources like virtual machine, web app, or any other resources you want. Okay, so this is how you go ahead and get access to Azure resources. Okay, now every call you make or everything which you create an action, every action is handled via this Azure Resource Manager. Okay, everything is handled via Azure Resource Manager, and Azure Resource Manager is a layer which is responsible for the interaction between user and Azure. Okay, now this Azure Resource Manager will not be asking the exam. How does it work? Only basics of Azure Resource Manager will be there, but I will explain you much more advanced topic in how does the Azure Resource Manager work. Okay, but before that, let me go ahead and upload the diagram. Okay, I have saved this and the diagram has been uploaded till now. Okay, so let's go ahead and study about the next topic, which is known as the working of the Azure Resource Manager. Now we have seen how does Azure Resource Manager help us to connect with the Azure resources and all. But what is an Azure Resource Manager? Let's go ahead and study about that. Now, whenever you send any kind of request, let's assume we are sending a request via the portal. Let's assume we are connecting via the portal and we have Azure Resource Manager layer adding here. Okay. Now, whenever you're sending a detail via the portal and it's reaching the Azure Resource Manager, so what will happen here? Azure Resource Manager will check whether this request is authorized or not. Okay, whether this request is authenticated or not, if it is an authenticated request or not. So what does the authentication and authorization means? Now, whenever we have the authentication means that it checks whether the request which is coming from a legitimate resource or the username and password is correct and everything is correct. So that is authentication. Authorization means the second layer in the authentication. Whenever you authenticate any request to see whether, okay, so Azure find that the user is valid and he has to use correct username and password, So when the authentication is done, what will happen? The second thing is it will do then authorize whether the person have the access or not. Okay, so you will see that person has access or not. So here, if you see the person has access or not, that is done via the authorization to check whether the person has access or not. If it does have the access, then the person would be able to access the resource. If not, then they won't be able to access the resource. Okay, so let's see how does it will work. So whenever you send any request via the resource manager will go ahead and validate that request via authentication. Okay, so let's assume there is a user A who has sent a request, user one. Now Azure Resource Manager will check whether this request is validated or not. So it will go ahead and authenticate this request. So this request will come here and it will go ahead and authenticate this request. So user one sends a request. This request is sent to Azure Resource Manager. From here, there are two things which can happen. So this is the user who has sent the request to Azure Resource Manager to list all the virtual machines in your resources. Okay, to list all the virtual machines. So first there are two ways: request authenticated. Okay, so if the request is authenticated or resource manager, if the answer is no, then the person would be denied access. The person will receive access denied. Either Azure Resource Manager will see that the request is not coming from an authenticated resource. So Azure Resource Manager will deny the access. If the request is authenticated, means it's a correct user, then what will happen? It will again go ahead and check two things. It will go to authorization. Okay, so in this case, straight away the request would be denied and person would be able to access that resource. But if request is authenticated, then authorization layer will begin, where also we have two things. Okay, this was no and this is yes. Then also we have two things under authorization. Under authorization also, it will check two things: whether the person is authorized or not. If person is authorized, person will be able to list the VMs. Request is approved, request granted, person able to access VM. Okay, but what if the person, although has access to your Azure, means he's a legitimate user, but under the authorization he does not have the correct permissions? In that case, person will receive an error, permission denied. Okay, so that's how the Azure Resource Manager help us. Okay, so that's how the Azure Resource Manager help us to go ahead and authenticate or authorize the request. Okay, so able to understand the working of the Azure Resource Manager. Okay, so any why after authentication permission is denied? Sir, let's assume you have the access to Azure, but you do not have correct sets of permission. Okay, let's assume you are only given, you are an engineer in your office and you are only given access to a certain place. Okay, let's assume you are an engineer at your office and you are only given access at the application department. Now, would you be able to reach the HR department? Okay, if you're not authorized, let me know. Answer is no. So that's how the authorization works. Authentication will allow you access to the Azure portal. But under Azure portal, if you're trying to access a resource for which you do not have correct sets of permission, in that case, you will receive the permission denied. Okay. Obviously, it will check whether the permissions are correct or not via the Entra ID or Azure Active Directory, but this is how it will work. Okay. Now let's move on to our next topic. Okay. So now let's go ahead and see how do we manage the subscriptions inside Azure. Now, before managing the subscriptions at Azure, I want all of you to please go ahead and do some installation. Okay. Do all of you have your credit card with you? I can help you in the account creation. Can you please go to portal.azure.com? Click on create new account. Now, everybody, please go to this URL, portal.azure Outlook account or not. Okay. Do you have Gmail account? Okay. Pam, can you please go back to the previous, be slow. Just at the top, type portal.azure.com. Again in the URL window, type portal.azure.com. Now, please follow this. All of you, please click on create one. Now, under this, all of you, please type your Gmail address. If you have Gmail, then type Gmail. If you have Outlook, then type Outlook account. Okay, ma'am, wait for a minute. Let me get the confirmation for everyone. We are not signing via GitHub. We are signing via our Gmail account. Okay, we are not signing via GitHub. All of you, are you all able to reach this page? Okay, can you please click on next? Already a Microsoft account. Ma'am, it is already a Microsoft account. Click on sign now. You have to type, okay, write the password. Click on yes. Okay, click on maybe later. Ma'am, please, yes, click on maybe later. Now, are you all able to get to till this page? Okay, are you all able to reach till this window? Can you please type subscriptions at the top search bar? All of you, please type subscription at the top search bar. Okay, click on add. And once you click on add, you see there is an option for free trial. Mr. Nitesh, not everyone will have a dashboard view on their Azure account. That's why. Click on try Azure for free.
Yes.
All of you, please click on try Azure for free. Scroll down a bit. Click on your phone. You can disable the screen share if you're writing a phone number. Yes. Now please write your phone number. Now everybody please go ahead and follow this. Write their phone number and verify it via OTP. Did you receive the text? Okay. Please scroll down. City and state you need to mention all those things. Postal code also please. And click on I agree for subscription and agreement. Click on the second. Yes. Scroll down. Click on next. And this is where you after that you need to mention your card details. Just wait for a second. Let's see if some information is missing. Can you go at the top if it is something is in red? Company name, you can type your company. You can disable the screen share if you want. Okay, click on next. Credit card details. Click on now. You can disable the screen share where it will ask you for the credit card details. Now, is everybody able to reach this page? Is everybody able to reach this page? Okay, click on sign up now. Click on next. Yes, please click on email and you will receive a code on your email address. Please type that. So you have just got a free trial enabled. Okay, at the top, please type subscriptions again. Click here and you will see free trial. Click on the free trial subscription. Click on this and you can see free trial is mentioned here. Okay, under offer, you can see free trial. Okay, is everybody able to get this? Okay, so is the free trial created for everyone? Any issue anyone facing while launching this? Anybody facing any issue related to this? So everybody is able to set up the free trial if account is created for everyone. Now I want all of you to please sign in via the AZ login. In yesterday's class, we set up the AZ Azure CLI. Now I want everybody to log in Azure using the AZ CLI. Okay, is the free account created for everyone? Okay, so is free account created for everyone? Okay, then those who are facing debit card issue, credit card issue, need to update your credit card with Visa or MasterCard. Only those will work. Okay, so now all of you please open a new CMD session. Okay, now once it is open, please type AZ login. Please type AZ login -- tenant and then you have to mention the tenant ID. Now, how do you get the tenant ID? What we have given in the field name, company name. Under the company name, you can give your company name or the organization where you're working for. Now, how to get the tenant ID is type enter ID at the top in your Azure console. And this is how you get the tenant ID. Copy this tenant ID and paste it here. So the command is AZ login -- tenant and then the tenant ID. All of you, please go ahead and do that. Once you have typed the command, let me know. Open a new CMD and make sure that the AZ Azure CLI is installed and your Azure account is created. Only then this will work. Okay. Are you all able to type this command AZ login -- tenant and then the tenant ID? Okay. Now, once it is done, please type enter and you will see that you will get a login prompt. Once you get the login prompt, log in with your Azure account and the authentication would be successful. Once the authentication is successful, just press enter and you should be done. Once it is done for all of you, please let me know. Then we can see whether our account is collected or not. Is everybody able to get this? Are you all able to run this command? This is required. This is a required thing because whenever we are going forward in this class, Azure CLI is the requirement in AZ104. Okay, are you all able to run this command? Okay, now once you have run this command, okay, now please type this command to verify whether this is done or not. Yes, we will set up in browser also, so do not worry about that. After this, we will set up in the browser as well. Now, for those who are able to run this command, please type this command to check whether your connection was successful or not. AZ account list -o table. For now, we just need to confirm whether the installation is successful or not. You will be able to see your subscription name after typing this command. Okay. Then are you all getting the same output? Are you all getting the same output? Okay, then. Now, those who are facing issue with the installation of the CLI on your local PCs, we do have one CLI where we can set it up on the browser as well. So let's see how do we do that. Okay, now those who have not set up the Azure CLI on the local PCs, all of you please go ahead and log into your Azure portal by going on to portal.azure.com, and we will set everything on the browser itself. No, we didn't download anything. Okay, now all of you please click here. Okay, those who have logged into the Azure portal, please go ahead and click here. Okay, please go ahead and click on the Cloud Shell. Yes, Cloud Shell, please. There is an issue with my Safari browser. I will open it on a different browser. Okay, now once you're in the Cloud Shell, please click this. Please click on this. This will help you install Azure CLI on your browser as well. Now, once you click here, are you able to see this option, Bash or PowerShell? Okay. Now, all of you, please click on PowerShell. You can select anyone. You can select PowerShell, you can select Bash. Just click on PowerShell. Under this, click on Mount Storage Account. Once you click here, click on Mount Storage Account and select your subscription. In your case, you will have to use your free subscription. Okay. And click on Apply. Once you do that, click on Apply. Click on We will create a storage account for you. Select the second option and click on Next. This will go ahead and create a new shell for you. Okay. Is it done? Okay, then. Now, all of you, please type this command, which I'm just sending you to verify whether the installation is a success or not. Okay. All of you, please go ahead and type this command and let me know whether you are able to get this result or not. Okay. So are you all able to run this command? So now those who are facing issue with the local installation, they can use this browser installation. Okay. Those who are facing the issue with the local installation, they can use this browser installation to run the Azure CLI and all the commands. Okay. Okay. This was all about today's class.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
We will be learning about what are resource group, Azure Resource Manager, Azure Tags, and then storage account. Let's go ahead and first start with what are resource group. Okay. So we have already learned what are the subscription. Now let's learn about what are resource group. Okay, now let's go to the diagram where we learn about the resource hierarchy. So whenever we talk about a resource hierarchy in Azure, at the topmost level, it's the management group. Then under the management group, there are the subscription. Then at the bottommost layer, we have what we called it as the resource group. Okay, at the bottommost layer, what we have is known as a resource group. So let's see what is a resource group. A resource group is nothing, but it's a kind of a folder. You can call it as a resource group as a folder, or you can call it as a container where you go ahead and keep all your related objects. Now let's assume under the production application, let's assume you have a production application. Under the production application, you are planning to set up a database environment. Under the production, you are planning to set up a database for a particular application. And then you will have, okay, you will have a database for a particular application, you have the application code and everything related to a single application. So what you can do is you can create a single resource group and keep all the related resource group in that single resource group. Okay. Okay. So by doing that, what you can do is by creating a resource group, you can go ahead and what you can do is you can go ahead and create everything under a single resource group, and everything which is related to each other would have a similar life cycle. Okay. So now let's go ahead and see what is a resource group. Let's go ahead and see and do a demo for the resource. Now remember one thing very, very carefully, that without creating a resource group, okay, that without creating a resource group in Azure, you won't be able to create the resources. Okay. Okay. So remember that carefully, without having a resource group, you won't be able to create a resource inside Azure. To create a resource, you absolutely need a resource group. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in. And see how does the resource groups are created. Now, whenever you want to create any kind of resource inside Azure, you first go to the resource group. Under the resource group, you go ahead and create a resource group. Now, please remember, resource group is created under a subscription only. So in our case, let's assume we have a subscription like this, training and certifications. We click here and we go ahead and create a resource group here. Let's name the resource first, RD. Is 18th of August. So you can name your resource group as anything. This is where you select the region. Now, please remember, if you select a region like Central India here, it does not mean you cannot create a resource inside US inside this resource. Let's assume your resource group is created in Central India. Okay. Would you be able to create a resource inside East US in that particular resource group? Answer is yes, you can, but it is not recommended. Okay. This is not mandatory, but it is recommended. So if your resource group is in Central India, try to create all the resources in Central India. Do not create it in different resource, different region. Okay. And click on tags. I will explain you the tags later, and click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in and click on create. Okay. So now you can see, if you scroll down, you can see my RG 17th August is created now. Okay. So my RG 17th August is now created. Now let's see how do you create a resource group using Azure CLI and Azure PowerShell. Okay, now I want all of you to please click here and open the PowerShell console from here. Okay, all of you please open this. Okay, now once it is open, I will show you how to create a resource group using the command line. To create a resource group using the Azure CLI, type this command AZ group create. Type this command AZ group create hyphen name my RG CLI hyphen location Central India. Once you type this and press enter, you can see a new resource group is created. And this resource group will also be visible in the console. All of you, please go ahead and create it. The command is this. So this will allow you to create a new resource group using the Azure CLI. So I have already told you how to open the CLI. Click here at the top. And it will open a new CLI where you can go ahead and run this command. Just click here at the top and then log into the portal and just click here at the top and then run this command. Okay, so if all of you are able to run this command, let's move on to the next command. Now let's assume you are running a command in which you need to list down all the resource group which are there inside your subscription. So to type this command, you will have to type AZ group list -o table. And why -o table? The answer behind that is, if you do not write -o table, you will get the output in this format, which is the JSON format, which is not easier to read. But if you type -o table, you will get the answer in this format. So all of you, please go ahead and run this command. This is the command az group list hyphen o table. Az group list hyphen o table. Please go ahead and run this command. Now we'll be running the same exact command. But this time, okay. But this time, what we'll do, we will go ahead and run this command. So I will go ahead and run this command in PowerShell. Okay. Now you don't have to do anything to run into the PowerShell. As all of you are logged in into PowerShell, please go ahead and type this command, which I will just write on the console to create a new resource group. The command is new AZ resource group hyphen name PW. So you can use any name. I'm just using a hypothetical name here. ECUS, press enter. Okay, all of you, please go ahead and run this command. You can create hundreds of resource group in Central India. Okay. You can create hundreds and thousands of resource group in Central India. There is no limitation. Okay. Now, if you want to list down the resource group in Central and for using PowerShell, you will have to type get AZ resource group. By typing this command, you will be able to get the list of all the resource group. You can see that format is this. Now, if I want a format which suits me, I can write format hyphen table. If you type this command, you will get a answer in a tabular format, which is easier to read. Okay. So that is how you go ahead and list down all the resource group using Azure PowerShell. Okay. So now let's move on to the next topic. Now let's assume you have created a resource inside a resource group. Okay. So you have created a resource inside a resource group. Now what you want to do is you want to move the resource group from one resource group to another. Okay. Now what you want is you want to move the resource group from one resource group to another. Let's assume you created a resource group with group A. Okay. But it was meant to be created on group B. So how would you go ahead and achieve that scenario? So to achieve that scenario, Azure gives you a way in which you can transfer the resources from one resource group to another. So let's see how do we achieve that thing. Let's create two resource groups. August source. Select Central India. You can select any location as per your liking. I have just select Central India. Create another. Target 17th August. Click on tags. Sorry. Create. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create a new storage account inside this resource group. Now creation of this storage account. If you have any doubts related to the storage account, that would be covered in the storage account. I just wanted to keep complete one lab activity where we will be transferring our resources from one resource group to another, and we'll see how do we achieve it. Let's type storage account at the top. On create. Just select the name And you can see it is created in 17th August source. We will be moving it from source to the target. Just go to review and create, wait for the validation to pass in, click on create. Okay, now let's wait for a minute. After that, we will move the resource from source to the target. Okay. So now to move a resource group from one resource group to another, select the resource which you want to move by clicking here. At the top, you will see an icon here. Sorry, move. You have three options: move to another resource group, move to another subscription, move to another region. So here you click on move to another resource group. Under this, select the 17th August target, click on next. It will go ahead and verify whether you can move this or not. Just wait for the validation to pass. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two for the validation to pass in. No, you don't need to create a resource group for every service. Okay, you don't need to create, you can use a single resource group. But whenever you're doing something, okay, whenever you're doing some kind of lab or those things, it's better to create a new resource group. Once you're done with your lab, delete all those resource group. Okay, now you can see the validation is a success. Now, once the validation is success, you can click on next and then click on move. So as soon as you move, it will go ahead and move it to the target project. Okay, it will go ahead and move it to the target resource group. So are you all able to understand how to move a resource from one resource group to another? Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic. Before it, now it will move the resources in the background. It should take 5 or 7 minutes. So rather than wasting the 5 or 7 minutes, we will move on to the next topic, which is known as the Azure Resource Manager, also known as the ARM. Let's see what is Azure Resource Manager. Okay, now whenever we talk about Azure Resource Manager, let's see how does the Azure Resource Manager works and what is Azure Resource Manager. Let's click on Azure Resource Manager and let's see the working of the Azure Resource Manager. So we have around 3 ways in which we can go and connect with Azure. One is the Azure portal. So actually 4 ways we have. I will show you all the 4 ways. We have the Azure CLI. Second, we have the Azure PowerShell. We have the command line interface. And then finally, we have the API calls. Okay, finally, we have the API calls. So there are the 4 ways in which we can interact with Azure. Now, our focus will remain on first 3 ways. We won't be working with the API calls. This is the Azure portal, PowerShell, Azure CLI, and API calls. Now, there are 4 ways in which you can go ahead and interact with Azure. Now, before interacting with Azure, there is a API or there is a service which you need to interact with. Azure Resource Manager. So before working with Azure, you will need to connect with the Azure Resource Manager. Now, remember one thing, whenever you're working with a portal, you are directly working from the browser. So it is nothing but you are sending the API calls. Okay. Now, interaction with the Azure Resource Manager is done by the API call. So any request which you're sending via the browser, it is being sent as an API. Now, whenever you're writing an API call, also it is being sent as an API. Okay. But what about PowerShell and CLI? PowerShell and CLI are the command line utilities or command line tools. So they need a software development kit or a SDK installed as a medium to communicate between the PowerShell CLI and Azure resource. Now remember one thing, the work of the SDK is to convert the normal command line queries into an API and then send it to the Azure Resource Manager. So whenever you're connecting via Azure CLI PowerShell, a new layer of SDK layer is automatically. Now, please remember, you don't need to install any SDK. You don't need to interact with SDK. Whenever you send any kind of command, run any kind of command. Whenever you run any kind of command in Azure, it is run via the SDK. The SDK is the command will automatically be converted into its designated API via SDK. So you don't have to do anything. It will go ahead and automatically convert everything. Okay. Okay. So now let's see what does the Azure Resource Manager API does. Okay. So now this is interaction via the Azure Resource Manager. Now work of the Azure Resource Manager API is to provide the authentication and authorization for the request. So what does the authentication and authorization means? Let's go ahead and see that. Whenever you send any kind of request to Azure, what does the Azure Resource Manager does is it first authenticate the request. It first provide the authentication for the request. So what does it mean? Now, whenever you send a request, it will check whether the request is coming from an authenticated user or not. If the request is coming from the authenticated user, it will go ahead and pass that result. After that, it moves to the second layer where it will go ahead and authorize the access. So second layer is known as the authorization. What's the difference between an authentication and an authorization? Now, whenever authentication is happening, whenever authentication is happening, it will check whether the user is valid or not. Then it will go ahead and send the request so that authorization can verify whether the user who is sending the request does have a permission or not. So first authentication check whether the user exists. It checks the ID and password. It checks whether the request is legitimate. Then under the authorization layer, Azure Resource Manager will check whether the person or a user who is trying to access that particular, does he have the resource or not? If he has the resource, then the request would be authorized. Otherwise, the person will get a 403 or a 400 error that the person does not have the access to that data. So for you to send any kind of request, the request should be both authorized and authenticated. Then only the person would be able to view that resource. Now, all those things are carried forward by the Azure Resource Manager. Apart from that, any request which you send to Azure Resource Manager log that request for audit purpose. So in near future, if you want to run any kind of audit jobs or if you want to audit it, then Azure Resource Manager helps you in this case. Okay. So if we talk about the use cases of Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service for Azure. Using these services, user can update and create resources. It offers features such as access control, auditing, and tagging. So all the authorization and authentication is all done via the Azure Resource Manager API, and it's the service using which you can deploy and manage all the resources. Obviously, you do not interact with Azure Resource Manager directly, but any queries or anything which you do, it passes on through the Azure Resource Manager only. Okay. Let me go ahead and upload this diagram. Okay, so now let's see an Azure Resource Manager live in action. Let's log into our portal, and under the portal, you will see those notifications. Moving of the resources complete, deployment succeed. I will show you how did the resource moved or not. These are the things which are visible here. So let's click on any of the action which we perform. So like resource group created. Under this, you go to activity logs. Just give it a minute and two. So once you see this activity log, if you scroll down, you can see the actions which are performed. Now, if you click on any of the action like update storage account create, and if you click on its JSON request, so this is how the Azure Resource Manager will go ahead and audit those requests which you send. Like it will send you the name, who did that operation, It will tell you what action the user performed. You can see this is the authorization layer where it checked whether the operation was, whether the access was correct or not. If in the authorization, the person did not have the access, you will be saying that the authentication failed. So these are the things which it logs so that we have the audit of what actions were performed by whom on that particular resource. Okay. So that's the work of an Azure Resource Manager. Let's go to the home now and click on resource group. Once you are click the resource group, and let's click on the Azure target one. Now you can see the source resource group is empty now, and the storage account has moved on to the target. So that's how you go ahead and move your resources from one resource group to another. Okay. So all of you are able to understand both the things, Azure Resource Manager, moving our resources. Let's go ahead and start with our next topic, which is known as the tags. Okay. Let's see how does the tags work. Now, after the resource manager, what we have as a next topic is tag. Now, let me know one thing. Whenever you're creating any resources inside on-premise or anywhere, how do you identify which specific resource or which specific machine application is meant for which specific user, who is the owner, and when was that created? Do you think it is easier to find those details? Okay, let's assume you have a machine and you need to identify who created that machine. Okay, and let's assume you have a machine and you want to find the owner of that machine. So how would you do that? Now, is it easier to identify or not? Yes, via tags. Now, why are tags necessary and why do we create the tags? Now, whenever you create any kind of resource in Azure, it is necessary that you create tags for these resources. Why? Because tags are used for the purpose for organizing the Azure resources. And by using the tags, you would be able to identify the resources correctly. You would be able to identify the resources and you will be able to identify that who created that resource, when this was created, and you will be able to organize those resources efficiently. And you will be able to organize those resources efficiently. Okay, now an example for this can be name is department and the value is finance. So one example where you see how does the Azure tag work is a department tag. So department tag is nothing but it will tell you who is the owner of this department, and so department tag will tell you who is the owner of this department and which department is being using that particular resource. Now using the tags, you are easily able to identify who created that resource, when was the resource created, who is the owner department of the resource and everything. So it is easier to identify those things here. Okay, so now let's see how does this thing work. How do we go ahead and tag our resources? Now, please remember one thing, that whenever you are creating a resource, there are 4 basic tags which are mostly used in organization, but they can be of different convention. One can be cost center. Cost center can be your department, can be your business unit, it can be your tribe. Or so department, so organization can use either cost center, they can use department, they can use business unit, or they can use any, but the meaning is same. Then there is the owner. So owner identify who is the owner and which particular user created that particular resource. After the owner, what you have is known as the creation date tag, where you know on which particular date this particular resource was created. So let's go ahead and see how do we tag our resources using all those things, the CLI, the PowerShell, and the portal. First, let's go ahead and create a new resource group. Let me go ahead and delete this resource group because the storage account is not being used. Now, let's go ahead and create a new resource group with the tags. Select the location of Central India. Click on tags. Let's add it. Now, please remember, you would be able to see that I am able to view some kind of tags and its value. The reason behind that is I have been training in with I have been giving training for AZ400 for last few years. So these are just added as my caching object. So if you don't see that, it means that it is not stored inside your browser cache. This is stored inside my browser cache, so that's why I'm able to see it. So first tag which we can use is the cost center, and we can name it a training and certification. We can use a location tag. We can use the owner tag, which defines who is the owner. And then we can have the creation date, where we mention on which date this particular resource group was created. Click on review and create, wait for the validation, click on create. Let's wait for a minute for this to be visible here. Okay, let's wait for a minute for this to be created. Okay, so let's click here on the resource group which we created, 17th August tags. And here, if you see, all those tags are visible. Just cost center, location, owner, and creation date. Now, another use case of tags is, let's assume you want to search particular resource group with particular tags. You can click on add filter, click on select filter, where you can select the tags. Let's assume I want to list down all the tags which was created on that particular date. So I will click on creation date, and I will select the date as 17th August. I want to list down all the tags which were created on this particular date. So it will go ahead and list down all the resource group which was created on that particular date. So by using the tags, you will be able to filter out the resources also very, very easily. Okay. So are you all able to understand the working of the tags? Okay. Now once the tags are created, let's go ahead and see how do you create a resource group with a tag using the Azure CLI. So the command to create a tag with Azure CLI is az group create hyphen name. Tags mentioned the detail like the cost and training and certification. Okay. Whenever you're mentioning the tags, just add double quotes to it. Creation date. And then you can write another tag, owner. Group is a part of AZCMD, Azure Command Line Option, or Azure CLI, and press enter. Once you press enter, it will go ahead and create a new resource group with the name of 17th August tag CLI, and it will use these three tags. If I go back to the console, under the console, it will be visible in a minute and two. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two for this resource. You can see 17th August tag CLI. If you see, all those three tags are created. So that's how you go ahead and create a new resource group using the Azure CLI and tag those resources. Okay. Are you able to understand how to create a resource group with a tag using both CLI and the portal? Okay. Now let's go ahead and do one more thing and create a new resource group using PowerShell and tags. Okay. Let's see how do we tag resources using the Azure PowerShell. So the command is new AZ resource group name Central India -tag. Here the tag is used with a different syntax where you have to @ and then the curly braces. Then you mention the tags. Once done, to add a second tag, use a semicolon and then use a space. Another semicolon and then type the owner. And then close the curly braces and press enter. Once you do it, it will go to a new resource group and add these 3 tags. Okay, now if we go back to the console, if you refresh it, just a second, tags PWSH, and you can see you are able to view all those 3 tags in a new resource group. Now I want all of you to please click here and create a new resource group using PowerShell and tag the resource group. So the command is this. Go ahead and do it. All of you, please go ahead and create a new resource group using this command and a tag, and let me know once it is done for all of you. So the command is written at the bottom. Okay, so all of you are able to understand this thing. Okay, then let's move on to our next topic. Next is known as the benefits of Azure Storage. And let's see what is Microsoft Azure Storage. Now, if I talk about benefits of Microsoft Azure Storage or what is storage, there are 4 benefits. One is known as security, accessibility, scalability, and high availability. Now, whenever you create a storage solution using Azure Storage, you get these 4 advantages. Now, whenever you create any storage solution using Azure Storage, you get a highly secured storage solution where every data which is being stored here, where every data which is being stored or written in Azure Storage is fully encrypted. Okay, it is fully encrypted. So what does it mean that it is fully encrypted? If a data is fully encrypted, it means it offers full control over who can and who cannot access your data. It gives you a full access on who can and or who cannot access your data. Okay. So now let's look at the benefits of Azure Storage. So if I talk about the benefits of Azure Storage, first is the security, means it is highly secured. Okay, it is highly secured and it gives you encryption at both the levels. Both the level means at it gives you encryption at both the levels, mean your data is encrypted at both the rest and the data is encrypted at both the rest and the transit. So what does the data at rest and data at transit mean? Data at rest mean whenever the data is being stored in the disk, it is highly encrypted. And what does it mean? Data at transit. Data at transit mean whenever the data is being sent from one place to another during the transit, it is also encrypted. Okay. Then the second advantage which we have for Microsoft Azure Storage is known as the accessibility. Accessibility means the data stored in Microsoft Azure Storage is made accessible over both the HTTP and HTTPS protocol, and it can be accessed from anywhere in the world. You can go ahead and access the data from anywhere in the world, and it is available over both HTTP and HTTP, but it is recommended to use HTTPS rather than using HTTP. Okay. Then what you have as the scalability. If I talk about scalability, Azure Storage is highly scalable in order to meet the on-demand requirements of modern application. So if you want to meet the on-demand requirements of the module application, then you can use the Microsoft Azure Storage, and it is highly scalable. So what does the scalability means here? Means whenever you store any kind of data in Azure Storage account or Azure Storage, you don't have to worry about the scalability. You don't have to worry about any kind of disk space or anything. As soon as you add more and more data, it will continuously adding those storage with you. So you don't have to worry about any kind of storage size. You can freely add any amount of data, and it will automatically scale as soon as you add more and more data to it. And finally, it is highly available. So whenever you store any kind of data in it, the data is replicated across. Whenever you store any kind of data here, the data is replicated across multiple data center, and data stays available even in case of any outage. Even if there is any kind of outage, the data is available itself, and it is available over multiple data centers. So you have a choice that you can copy the data to multiple data center. You can keep 3 copies in a single data center, or you can also send data to multiple regions for regional availability. Okay, and then let's scroll down to the next thing where we have learned about the Microsoft Storage account. Okay, when you're working with the Microsoft Storage, okay, now if I talk about the Microsoft Azure Storage, Microsoft Azure Storage is an umbrella term that represents a suite of cloud-based, highly available and durable storage services that are fully managed by Microsoft itself. Okay, so whenever you're working with the Microsoft storage, you need to know that Microsoft Storage provides the storage services in a resource known as the Microsoft Storage account. Okay, it gives you all the details via the Microsoft Storage account. Now, let's see how does the Microsoft Storage account works. Now, please remember one thing. Those who are familiar with AWS, okay, those who are familiar with AWS, how are the storage services handled in AWS? Are they handled individually or not? Okay, now the straight answer is, if you're talking about Azure Storage, okay, Azure Storage, then in that case, in case of any other cloud-based platform, all the storage services, okay, all the storage services which you have here are managed individually. But if we talk about the Azure Storage account, all the services are not managed individually. They are managed via an Azure Storage account. Okay. Yes, these are EBS, EFS, and S3. But if I talk about Microsoft Azure Storage, Microsoft Azure Storage services are handled under a umbrella term known as the Microsoft Storage account. So let's see how does it look. You have this Azure Storage account, and let's assume you are comparing that with AWS. Let's just see how does each and every services are handled in both the clouds. So first we have the Azure Storage Services. Under the Azure Storage Services, first we have the call it as a storage account. Okay. Under Azure, everything is handled via a Azure Storage account. At the topmost layer, obviously it will be still created under the resource group, but it's an umbrella term, or it's a place where all your storage services are being managed. Okay. Now, remember that Azure Storage account is not a part of our resource hierarchy. It's still a resource, but to use any kind of storage services in Azure, you need to create a storage account. So at the topmost layer, you have the storage account. Okay. Under the storage account, you have the 4 storage services which are supported in Azure. Now, please remember, in our case, we will be only studying about 2 services: file storage and the table storage, which are the part of the course curriculum. Now, under the storage account, you have all 4 kind of services which are known as the blob storage. Now we'll compare that with AWS also. How does the AWS look? The blob storage, we have the file storage, or you can call it as file shares. Then you have table storage, which look like this. And then finally we have queue storage. Now all those storage services which I mentioned here are all handled under a single umbrella term known as the Azure Storage Account. Okay, to use any of the storage services in Azure, you first have to create an Azure Storage account. Only then you will be able to use those things. Okay. And let's scroll down and let's talk about it. How does these storage services look in AWS? Okay, so if I talk about the AWS storage services, let's see how does those storage services look. All those, so in this case, as I've told you, okay, so here all storage services are managed under a storage account. But if I compare that with any other cloud, let's take an example of S3. So which is corresponding to what we have as a blob storage. We have the EFS corresponding to what we have file storage. Then we have DynamoDB, which is similar to what we get with table storage. And finally, we have the SQS. S3, EFS, DynamoDB, and SQS. So all those services which you see here are corresponding to what we get in Azure Storage Account. But the only difference here is that all storage services are managed individually. Okay, as compared to Azure, where all those storage services are managed under it. No, table does not mean database. It's a NoSQL database. Okay, so here you can see all those storage services are managed individually as compared with what we get with the Azure, where all those storage services are managed under a single storage account. Okay, and let's go ahead and see what is a storage account and how does the storage account look. Okay, and what are the types of storage account you have. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what are the types of storage account in Azure. Okay, so let's scroll down now. Let's see what are the 4 types of storage account which are available in Azure. Now our focus will remain on the 3 types of storage account. The final one, premium page blob, we will study once we are creating Azure tests. But remember, there are 4 types of storage account which you can create. Now let's go ahead and study the details of all 4 types of storage account. First, it's a standard general purpose V2. Second is the premium block blobs. Finally, it's the premium file share. Now, for most of the scenarios, or I will say 95% of the scenarios, you will use what we call it as a standard general purpose V2 account. Okay, what we call it as a standard general purpose V2 account, which we will be using. Okay, so here we can see standard general purpose V2 is the storage account which will be used for most of our scenarios, and this is the cheapest way to add the storage. Now, whenever we talk about standard general purpose V2, so we will study about the redundancy option in the tomorrow's class. But remember that whenever you're talking about the standard general purpose V2 account, under the redundancy option, it supports all 4 type of redundancy. So Azure supports 4 type of redundancy: LRS, GRS, GZRS, and ZRS. Now, if I talk about standard general purpose V2 account, it supports all 4 type of redundancy options. So if I talk about the usage details, storage account type for blob, file share, queues, and tables, and it is recommended for most of these scenarios using the Azure storage. So if you want to use the Azure storage, Under most of the scenarios, what you will do is you will go ahead and use standard general purpose V2 account only. There are few scenarios where you will have to make a decision whether you want to go with a standard or a premium account. Otherwise, for most of the scenarios, general purpose V2 account is sufficient for us. Secondly, what we have is a premium block. Now, as the name suggests, it's a premium storage account. Premium means standard general purpose V2 account is backed via simple hard disk. But this type of storage account, which is the premium block, is backed via a solid state drive or an SSD. So this will give you much better performance what you get with a general purpose V2. But it do comes with its disadvantage that it only supports blob storage. So if you want all storage services to be supported by this account, this is not done because it only supports premium blob. As the name suggests, it only supports blob storage. Second, under the redundancy option, it supports both the LRS and ZRS. Okay, it does not support the GRS and GZRS, so that's the second disadvantage. Advantage which we have is premium type of storage account which are backed via the SSD. So they are recommended for the scenarios where high transaction rate or smaller objects are used. Now let's take a scenario. You are designing a gaming application which is calling some data from the storage account, and it is storing billions and billions of objects, and those objects are very, very small. In that case, if you use a standard general purpose V2 account, your gaming application or the API which is being calling that storage services would be very slow due to high latency. So in that case, you will use a premium block. So there are very, very rare scenarios where you will go ahead and use the premium block. Otherwise, standard general purpose V2 account would work for you. Okay, and then we have the premium file share. So if I talk about the premium file shares, also under this, you have a support of Azure files. So under this, what you have is you have the support for the Azure files where the redundancy option are supported as LRS and ZRS. So you have the premium file shares, and under this you have the Azure files only, and it supports LRS and ZRS. So what is the scenario where you would use the file storage as a premium one? The only scenario where you use is if you specifically need a NFS based file shares and you need a very, very high transaction rate for your file storage, then only you will use. Otherwise, standard general purpose V2 is the go. Otherwise, you will use standard general purpose V2. So only scenarios where you will use the Azure files as a premium one is if you want to specifically use NFS. So if in exam question, you get a question like this that you need to use a NFS backed Azure file. Okay, you need to use an NFS backed Azure file, then your straightaway answer would be you will use a premium file storage type of storage account. Why? Because standard general purpose V2 does not support NFS. Okay, now let's go ahead and compare the cost of this. Okay, now let's go to one more important URL, which is the Azure pricing calculator. Now, I will go ahead and upload this URL also, which is also important, which will help you identify the approximate budget for the things which you use. Okay, now let's go to the Azure pricing calculator and let's click on storage accounts. Under the storage account, if you scroll down, if you select blob storage and select the performance as standard, let's assume we are storing 10 terabytes of data. So if you're using standard general purpose V2 account or the performance as standard and the type is general purpose V2, per month you will have to pay $220 to store 10 terabytes of data. But what if you're using premium? For the same blob storage, if you're storing 10 terabytes of data, you have to pay $1,536 per month to store the data. So it is 7 times more costlier than what you get with a standard general purpose V2. Okay, so always think whether the extra cost which is being added is justified by the performance or not. Okay, same, let's compare the file storage. To compare the file storage, search for file here, click on Azure files, scroll down. If you use HDD standard, and let's use the snapshot to be 0. and let's have 10 terabytes of data. So if you store 10 terabytes of data, you will have to pay $614 per month if you use HDD or the standard account. So if you use a premium account, and if you use the exact 10 terabytes of data, you will have to pay $16,038 per month. So premium is always costlier than the standard. In case of Blob, it is 6 to 7 times costlier. In case of file, it is 2.5 times. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create the storage accounts of different types. Okay. So let's see how do we create different type of storage account in Azure. Create a storage account, type storage accounts. Click on create. Select it as 17th August source. Under the storage account name, just type the storage account. Now, remember one thing very, very carefully. Whenever you're creating a storage account, the storage account name should be unique. The storage account name should be unique across all the Azure. The storage account name should be unique across all the Azure. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean that it should be unique across all the zone? It means whenever you create any kind of storage account, it should be unique across. Means if any other account has used that particular storage account name, then that cannot be used by anyone else. Okay. So if I use the name test, you can see test name is a very common name. It must have been used by someone else. Okay. It must have been used by someone else. So if you use the name test, then it is not, you won't be able to create it. Why you won't be able to create it? Okay, the reason behind that why you won't be able to create it is because the name is already being used by some other customer. So it should be unique across all the Azure. So if I use this standard 1708.44, you can see this name is not being used by any other else. So that's why under the storage account name, you won't see an error. This name is already taken. Then you select the region. Under region, we select Central India. This is where you define the performance, whether you want standard or premium. If you select standard, you get all the redundancy option, all the 4. But as soon as you go to the premium, and if you select any premium, you have limited redundancy options. In this case, we are creating a standard storage account and we are selecting the LRS. Once it is done, click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Sorry, before that, let's add the tags. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Let's click on home and go to the storage account. Click here on standard one. And once you go to the standard one, if you click on containers, you can see, if you click on data storage, you can see you are able to view all 4 type of storage services. Inside a storage account, if you are able to see all 4 side of storage services, then this means it is a kind of a storage account, general purpose storage account. Okay. So if you go to the overview and if you click on details, this is where you see performance is standard, application is this, and the account kind is storage V2. Whenever you see account kind of storage V2, this means it's a standard general purpose V2 account. Okay. And let's go to the home and create another type of storage account now. Click on storage accounts, click on create. This time we are creating a premium file share. Select Central India, premium, file share, select locally redundant. So go to the tags. Central India, click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Wait for a minute for this to be ready, and then we will see what difference do we notice here. Let's go to the home and click on storage accounts. Click on the premium file share. And once you click here, you can see the performance is premium and the kind is storage, file storage. And if you click on data storage, it only supports what we called it as file storage. It does not support any other kind of storage services. It does not support any other kind of storage services. What it does is it only support what we called it as, it only supports the service what we called it as premium file share. So that's why it only supports file storage. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create the storage account using the Azure CLI and Azure PowerShell. First, let's go ahead and create it via the Azure PowerShell. First thing first, to get the list of all the storage account using the Azure PowerShell, use this command get AZ storage account. Once you type this command, you should be able to get the details of your storage account like this, where it tells you the details of all the storage accounts. Okay. And now this is listed as a table itself. Okay. And once it is done, let's type this command new AZ storage account name standard 170824-17024 AWS location East US. You have to type the resource group as well. Let me go ahead and copy the name of the resource group. And then you have to mention the tag. First, and sorry, I missed some commands. Without the SKU and those things, you won't be able to create it. Now, after the tags, you will have to type the SKU name. Under this, you define what type of storage account you want. We want a storage account with the name of standard underscore LRS. It will go ahead and create a standard general purpose video account with a LRS based replication. And then under the kind, you will mention what type of storage account. you have to type storage V2. This means it will go ahead and create a standard general purpose V2 con with a LRS space storage. If you press enter, okay, now you can see the storage account is created. So if you type this command get easy storage account, you should be able to see a new storage account was created. Standard PWSH was created. Now, if you want to create a storage account with a premium based using this, I have to type this command new AZ storage account. And then tag first and sorry, SKU name, premium for LRS, find file store, press enter. Sorry, I misspelled the Central India name. Press enter. Okay, so you can see the storage account is now up and ready. So you can see the storage account is now up and ready. Okay,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
start with Azure Storage Account Redundancy, in which let's start with the redundancy. So under Azure, there are two types of redundancy, which are again divided into two types of redundancy. One is redundancy within primary region. So first type of redundancy which we have is redundancy within the primary region. Okay, so let's talk about what is redundancy within the primary region. So when I talk about redundancy within the primary region, this means the data is replicated within only the primary region itself. Okay, and data is not replicated along all the other regions. The data is merely kept within the primary region. So if your data is in Central India, then it will be kept only within the Central India region only. Okay, so let's go ahead and study about that. How will it work? Okay, now under the redundancy within the primary region, the first type of redundancy which we have is a LRS, also known as locally redundant storage. Okay, also known as the locally redundant storage. So let's see how does a LRS-based replication work. So let's assume we have a region here. Okay, let's assume there's a region, and let's assume this region name is Central India. Under this region, we have a zone like this. Now, if I talk about the locally redundant storage, so what happens here is if you upload any data inside a storage account, if you upload any data inside the storage account, so what will happen? 3 copies of your data would be made, but all those 3 copies would be made inside a single data center. Okay, all those 3 copies would be made inside a single data center only. Okay, so this is known as the locally redundant storage, also known as the LRS. In this, what will happen? 3 copies of your data in single availability zone. Now, the disadvantage of this type of redundancy is, okay, so this type of redundancy has a disadvantage that as the data is only replicated within the same region, and under the same region, the data is only replicated within a single zone. So if this zone goes out of service, then we will have data unavailability till the time this region goes up. Okay, so this is recommended for development workload or the workload for which the data is not heavily critical. Okay, so you can use the LRS for storing your development data, non-production data, QA data, or data that can be recovered easily. Okay, now storing of data in the LRS is the cheapest. Okay, so if you store 1 GB of data in LRS, it will be the cheapest storage cost. Okay, now please remember, whenever you're creating a storage account, you have to select at least one type of replication. By default, it uses the LRS based replication for everything, but you have an option to change the type of replication while you're creating the storage account. Now, second type of replication in redundancy within the same region is ZRS, also known as the zonal redundant storage. Also known as the zonal redundant storage. So let's see how does it work. Let's assume we have a region. Under this region, we have availability zone. So we have 3 different availability zones. Now, what happens whenever you upload any data, and if the storage account replication type is ZRS, so what will happen in this case is 3 copies of your data would be maintained, and each of these 3 copies would remain across a different data center, and each of these 3 copies would be made across a different data center. Now, what's the advantage of this type of replication is that even in case if one of the region goes out of service, one of the zone goes out of service, still we will have our data available across multiple zones. So 3 copies of your data with each copy in separate AZ. Okay, with each copy in separate availability zone. So that is how the ZRS or zonal redundant storage works. So if you have a choice where you have to select LRS or ZRS for production, always go with the ZRS because it will give you a way in which if the single availability zone goes out of service, still via the other availability zone, your data would be available for you to use. So that's the advantage of using the ZRS based replication. So under the replication within the same region, ZRLs always give priority to ZRS if you're using the production based work. If you're using the production, always go for ZRS. If you're using non-production account, if you're using non-production, then go with what we called it as LRS based replication to save the cost. Okay, so let's move on to the second type of replications which we have. Now, please remember one more thing very, very importantly, the data which is being replicated into multiple regions. Okay, yeah, separate AZ, but within the same region. The data which is being replicated to multiple zone, this is a synchronous copy. Synchronous copy means as soon as the copy 1 is created, copy 2 and copy 3 are created simultaneously. So there is no waiting time. As soon as the data is uploaded in AZ1, the data would be uploaded in AZ2 and AZ3 parallelly. Means there is no waiting time while the data is being replicated. Okay. Now let's talk about the redundancy within secondary region. Okay, let's talk about the second type of redundancy which we have, under which we will have 2 categories, which is known as the redundancy across regions. So let's talk about redundancy across regions. Let's assume we have this. Now, please remember one thing very, very carefully. Please remember this thing very, very carefully, that whenever we are talking about redundancy within the multiple regions, you only have a choice to select where you are keeping your data from within the primary region. Means you can select what will be your primary region, but secondary region where the data would be replicated is automatically selected by Azure and the mapping is already done. Means for Central India, it will automatically go ahead and copy the data to the region which is known as South India. So you do not have any option to select a secondary region of your own choice. The primary region of your own choice you can select, but the secondary region you cannot. Okay, which one is costly or both the same? LRS is the cheapest. ZRS is costlier than LRS. ZRS is costlier than LRS. Then GRS is most costlier. I will explain you the cost. Please wait for some time. Okay, so here we have Central India, and let's assume we have a secondary region. Now, please remember, secondary region is automatically selected. You do not have any choice over it. So for Central India, the secondary region will always be South India. The mapping is already done. So what happens in this case is, so if I use to US East, this yes, for US East, the secondary region is West US. So let's see what happens in case of locally redundant, in case of GRS, which is known as the geo redundant storage. GRS, also known as the geo-redundant storage. So what happens in this case is we have two regions where this will be our primary region and this will be our secondary region. So what happens in this case is whenever you copy any data, whenever let's assume you upload any data within the primary region, 3 copies of your data would be maintained within the single availability zone like this. Okay, within the primary region, what will happen? 3 copies of your data would be maintained, and it uses a LRS-based replication within the same region. LRS-based replication will take place. Then what will happen? A cross-region replication will begin. Cross-region replication will begin. And remember one thing, this cross-region replication is asynchronous. This cross-region replication is asynchronous. So what does asynchronous means? Asynchronous mean the data from the primary region to the secondary region will take some time to be copied. So this means if in the primary region the data is there at 7 a.m., then by 7:10 a.m. the same data would be replicated across to the secondary region. So please remember that thing very, very carefully, that whenever you're using the redundancy cross region, or if you're using GRS-based replication, the data within the primary region, means using the LRS, will be copied as soon as possible, means it will be totally synchronous. As soon as the copy 1 is maintained, copy 2 and copy 3 would be created. But that data across the secondary region will take some time to be replicated. So there is a slight delay. The delay is not more than 15 minutes. It will be kept always less than 15 minutes, but Azure does not have any kind of SLA for this. But in my overall experience, it always takes less than 15 minutes. Then what will happen in the secondary region also? 3 copies of your data would be maintained. So in this overall, 6 copies of your data would be maintained, 3 within the primary region and 3 within the secondary region. In GRS, duplication of LRS not. Where is the duplication of LRS? LRS is totally different and GRS is totally different. GRS is copying the data across multiple regions. LRS is copying the data only in a single zone. Where is the duplication? Okay, there is no duplication here. In this, you see the data is only copied within the single availability zone. Here, the data is copied across multiple regions. Within the primary region, it creates 3 copy, then copies the data to the secondary region, then it again creates 3 copy. Okay, now the final topic of replication we have different AZ in GRS. Yes, we do have an option for different AZ in GRS. I will just explain you that. That is known as the GZRS, also known as the Geo Zone Redundant Storage. So let's see how will it. We have one region. We have this region, Central India, which is our prime region. Under this, we have the AZ1. Now, what happens in case of a geo-redundant storages? It will also create 3 copies, but what will happen within the prime region? What will happen whenever you upload any data? 3 copies of your data would be maintained, and all those 3 copies would be maintained across 3 different zones, like this. Okay, so here within the primary region, what will happen? ZRS-based replication will kick in, which will create 3 copies of your data within the primary region. Next, what will happen? Cross-region replication will begin, and this type of replication is also asynchronous. Okay, so once it is done, the data is copied to the secondary region. 3 copies of your data would be also maintained across secondary region, but within the secondary region, it will use the LRS-based replication. So this is known as the Geo Zone Redundant Storage. Okay, so in this also 6 copies of your data would be maintained, 3 across primary and 3 across secondary. But within the primary, it will use LRS. Within the secondary, it will use LRS. So it will give you the maximum availability, but GZRS is the costliest. Okay, so That's how the replication or redundancy in Azure storage account looks like. So in last why LRS, so that is how the architecture is built. You will have to send a request to Azure to ask this question. I do not have any answer for it because that is how Azure has built their replication. So I do not have any answer for that. That is by design. That is by design. You will have to raise a request with Azure to see why they have this kind of replication. This is by design. I do not have any answer for it. Let's move on to the next thing. And then I will ask you some questions if you are all able to understand this. Okay, I'm creating a scenario. You will have to answer me yes or no. Now you need to answer me this question, which I'm just asking you now. So we have the types of redundancy, and I will ask you multiple scenarios, and you will need to tell me whether the data would be available in this scenario or not. First is hardware failure. And is data center failure, regional failure. Now, during the hardware failure, what will happen to the data which is kept in LRS? Would the data be available or not? So go ahead and please answer this question. What will happen if the hardware failure? If there is a hardware failure, would the data be available in case of LRS or not? Those who are saying no, why no? See the replication diagram. The 3 copies of your data are maintained and all those 3 copies are in a different set of hardware. Now let me know whether if there is a hardware failure inside the data center, would this data be available or not? Whether the data would be available here or not. Yes, it will be available. Why? Because in case of LRS, although the data is kept in a single data center, but it will be across 3 different hardware. So even if the data would be available in rest of the hardware. For what will happen for ZRS? What now? Let's talk about LRS and second scenario. Okay, let's talk about LRS and then second scenario. There is a data center failure in LRS. What will happen in case of a data center failure? Would the data be available or not? Answer is no. Why? Because the data is only copied within a single data center. So that's why answer is. So what will happen in case of a regional failure? Absolutely correct. Answer is no. So the scenario in case of LRS, the data available is if there is a hardware failure. For rest of the scenarios, in case of LRS, no data would be available. Let's talk about ZRS. So what will happen in case of a hardware failure? Would the data be available in case of hardware failure or not? Okay, answer is yes, it would be available. Now, what will happen during the data center failure? See the diagram and then let me know what will happen if there is a data center failure in case of ZRS. Would the data be available or not? Answer is yes, it will be available. Why? So see the diagram. That's why I showed you the diagram. The data is copied across 3 different availability zones. So that's why yes, in case of a data center failure, the data would be available because each and every data center lies in a different AZ. I covered it in the first day of the class. So you see, so that's why in case of data center failure also, the data would be available in case of ZRS. What about regional failure? What about regional failure? Answer is no, absolutely correct. Okay, in case of regional failure, what will happen? The data won't be available because in case of ZRS, the data is only replicated within the single region. Let's talk about GRS. What will happen here? So for both the GRS and GZRS, the data would be available in case of a data center, in case of a hardware failure. What about GRS? What about the data center failure? Again, the data would be available. Same for GZRS. What about the regional failure? Here, as the data is replicated across multiple regions, so here also the data would be available. So answer here is also yes. Okay. So are you all able to understand the type of ability based on basis of redundancy? So are you all able to understand this scenario? So any question anywhere related to this? Okay. So are you all able to understand this topic? Okay. So now let's go ahead and see the cost calculator. Okay. So let's talk about the storage accounts. Now let's talk about storing in the blob storage, and we are storing around 10 terabytes of data. Now, if you store 10 terabytes of data in errors-based application per month, you will have to pay $213. But as soon as you change it into GRS, ZRS, you have to pay $266, which is slightly 30% more than what we pay for LRS. For GRS, you are paying around $468, which is more than double which you are paying for LRS. And for GZRS, you are paying $479. So GZRS is the maximum, but it will give you the maximum availability. LRS is the cheapest, but it will give you the lowest availabilities. For development workload, for non-critical data and everything, either use LRS or ZRS. For critical data and for production data, use ZRS, GRS, or GZRS. Okay, do not use LRS for production and critical data. Okay, so now let's do a live demo of both the type of replication. How do you select the replication? How do you create a storage account with a particular type of replication? Now let's do a demo for the redundancy in Azure storage accounts. Let's go to a resource group and create a new resource group for the activities which we are doing today. On tags. Okay, so this resource group is now created. Let's go ahead and create a storage account. So whenever you create a storage account, let's go and click on create storage account. Select the name of the subscription, the resource group, and then select the storage account name. Standard GRS 1808. Select the region as Central India, and then under the performance, select standard. Once you select the standard, this is where you define the redundancy, which type of redundancy you want, whether you want GRS, GZRS, or LRS. So in our case, we want a GRS-based application. We use the performance as standard, and then we select GRS. Under GRS, what will happen? The data would be replicated across two regions. One is the primary and second is the secondary. Let's click on tags. On review and create, wait for the validation to pass in and click on create. Okay, let's wait for 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, now let's go back to the home. And let's click on storage accounts. Once we're inside the storage account, let's click on the standard GRS. Once you click on the storage account, you can see the type of application here is geo-redundant storage. So the type of application here is geo-redundant storage. And there are two regions. Primary is Central India and the secondary is South India. Under it, say primary is available and secondary is available. So both the regions are available. So if you scroll down, if you click on redundancy here under the map, you will see which are the two regions where your data is being replicated. Which are the two regions where your data is being replicated. So you will be able to view that here. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with our next thing. Let me go ahead and upload some data. Okay. Then we will go ahead and prepare for the failover. We'll see a live demo what happens if the primary region goes out of service. So for that, let me go ahead and upload some data here. Now, please remember that data would be uploaded in the primary region. Then after some time, the data would be uploaded to the secondary region. So to add any data in storage account, I will explain you what are container file share. Wait for a few minutes. In the second hour, I will explain you what are file share. But for now, as our storage account is created, go to the data storage, click on containers, add container, my data, click on my data, click on upload some data. Let's wait for the data to be uploaded. Okay, and let's go to storage accounts, standard GRS, and then go to data protection. Sorry, go to redundancy. Under the redundancy, you can click on prepare for failover and you can see the last sync, but we copy the data. And so if we go ahead and do the failover now, we will lose the data which was stored in the primary region because the sync took place and we uploaded the data. Okay. So let's wait for a few minutes for the latest sync to happen and then we will go ahead and do the failover. In the failover, what will happen? We will anticipate that the primary region is down. So all the data would be available by the secondary region and the primary region and the secondary region will then become the primary region. Okay. Okay. So now let's click on prepare for failover. You can see the latest sync has still not happened because if you see the data was copied at around 10:57 and 11 a.m. So the data was copied at around 11:02 11 a.m. So let's click on redundancy and click on prepare for failover. Let's see when did happen. It's 11:25. So let's wait for 2-3 minutes more because the data was synced at 11:02. Okay, so now click on prepare for failover, and the latest sync is at 11:02. So if you click on yes, it will go ahead and prepare for failover. The secondary will become the primary in that case, and the replication would be converted into LRS. Okay, so what we are anticipating is that we are anticipating that the primary region is down and we are not able to connect to it. So what we did, we prepared for a failover, and the failover will go ahead and convert the primary region into South India, and then this type of replication would be converted into LRS based replication, but we will see the data will still remain intact. Okay, now let me create another type of storage account this time. This time we are creating a GRS based application. Sorry, this time we are creating a LRS based application. We'll see the difference here. Like Central India, select locally redundant storage, go to tags. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Okay, so now this is created. Let's go to home, click on storage accounts. Under the storage account, if you click on standard LRS, and if you click on the redundancy, if you see under the LRS, the data is only kept within the primary region and there is no option to fail over the data. Here you can see the data is only kept inside the one region, which is known as the primary region, Central India, because we are using an LRS based replication. Okay, now this failover is also happening in between, where primary region will become the where secondary region will become the primary region, and the data would be failover to from Central India to South India. Okay, so are you able to understand the redundancy in Azure storage accounts where it is showing South India becomes primary? Sir, I know that answer. Once the failover is done, you will automatically see that the primary region will South India will become the primary region. Okay, so whenever you do a failover, the secondary region always become the primary region. It won't show anywhere. It is automatically logical that whenever you have the primary region, the primary region will automatically become the secondary region will automatically become the primary region if you use the failover. Okay, if you use the failover, the secondary region will automatically become the primary region. Okay, so now let's see how do we host a static website on Azure storage account. You can see meanwhile the failover is still happening. So once the failover is done, we will see the result of the failover. Let's go to the home and see how do we host a static website on Azure storage account. Let's go and create a new storage account. We can create. Let's name it static 1808. Let's select the region as Central India. Locally redundant storage. Go to tags. Cost center training and certification. Click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. So this storage account is created. Let's wait for a minute and then we will set up a simple website on this. Okay, now let's click on this particular storage account and set up our own static website. To host a static website in Azure storage account, static website is nothing but it's a simple website. Rather than setting up the website on a server, launching a server and all those things, you can directly set up your website on a storage account. So to do that, under the data management, click on static website and enable the static website. Here, write the name of document or the name of the HTML page where you will keep your website, and then there is the error.html. I'll explain you the use cases of error.html in minute and two, but let's enable it and wait for a few minutes for this to be enabled correctly. Okay, so this should be enabled now. Let's go to the containers. Once inside the container, under the container, you will see a new container being created known as the web container. Under the web container, let's keep our index.html. So I have already created some kind of files here, which is error and index.html. Let's go ahead and upload it. Now both the files are uploaded in the web container. If you go to your data management and static website again, copy the URL and paste the URL here. Once you paste the URL, you can see your website is working correctly. Now, let's assume there was an issue in your code and there was an issue in the server due to which the website is not available. Now, there are two things. If the website is not visible, like if I type this .com, this is a website which is non-existent. You will see an HTML page like this. Safari cannot stay open and cannot find the server. Rather than giving this kind of bland information to the users, you can create a custom error.html page. Okay, so in case if your main website is not available, let's assume our main website is not available due to some issue or due to some code issue. And also what will happen, you go to this and you delete the, let's assume our main website is unavailable and we go ahead and delete it. So what will happen in this case is if you copy the exact same URL, your website will automatically move to the error.html page. Okay, this is my error.html page actually. Okay, which is like this. So that's why you are getting this answer. So you will automatically move to the error.html page. So that is how you can switch your pages, switch to a error page if anything goes wrong, where you can go ahead and create your custom error page. Now, if I again go ahead and upload my index.html, your website would be back to square one where it is working normally. So if you go to your web container again, and if you upload the file again, which is the index.html, you will be back to your original website. So are you all able to understand how to host a static website on Azure? Now, as you are all able to understand how does the static website work, let's go on to the failover thing. You can see at the top, the failover was successful. Account failover successful. If you click here under the storage accounts, and if you click on standard GRS, you can see this type of storage account has now been converted into a locally redundant storage. You can see location is sent. If you refresh, you can see still the location will show you the central India and the primary location will show you this, but the replication type has now been moved on to the LRS. So if you go to your data redundancy, your data is kept in South India only. Why? Because the failover happened. Why? Because the failover happened at 11:22. And let's see whether our data is maintained or not. So if you go to containers under my data, you will see that data is intact. So that's how if the primary region goes down, you can do a failover on your own. By default, what will happen? Automatic failover will happen. In case if automatic failover doesn't happen, you can do a manual failover also. Once you do the manual failover and the primary region is now up and ready, you can go to redundancy again and change this type into geo redundant storage. Click on save. Okay, so now you can see it has now been converted into a geo redundant storage. So are you all able to understand this? So now let's start with our next topic. Okay, let's go ahead and create a new file storage. So how many of you have heard about this term file storage? Okay, how many of you have heard about this term file storage? Okay, how many of you have heard about this term file storage? Okay, so if you have not heard this term, no issues with that. I will go ahead and explain you now. So what is a file storage? So let's go ahead and start with it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go to file storage. Now let's talk about what is a file storage. Okay, let's see how does the file storage work. Now, if I talk about file storage or Azure file storage is used when we want to share a common storage mount point among multiple computers. Okay, now let's go ahead and see that. Now let's see how does the file storage works. And let's see what is a file share. Now let's assume we have a single network drive. Now let's assume you are working on an organization and you are looking for a scenario. Okay, and you are looking for a scenario where you're looking for a scenario where you need to have a common shared network drive. Okay, and you need to have a common shared network drive. So how would you work with that? So if you want a common shared network drive, so how would the file storage help you? So in this case, what will happen if you have a file share and you want a common network storage point where multiple PCs are connecting to a same file share? So how would it work is, you will go ahead and create a file share, and then that file share can be mounted as a shared network drive to multiple PCs in your organization like this. Okay, where you have multiple PCs, which then can be mounted to a single shared network drive. So you will have a single shared network drive, which will then be mounted onto multiple PCs, means a single drive or a single storage solution is shared among multiple PCs. So this is the work of a file storage. It is similar to what you get as in an on-premise based file share solution. Whenever you're working in an organization, you have an on-premise based file share solution. So this thing is similar to that. But the only difference is that here you don't need to maintain any kind of operating system. Here you don't need to maintain any kind of operating system and nothing. It will go ahead and automatically create everything. will go ahead and automatically create everything itself. You just have to mention what type, how much storage you require, and that's it. Your work would be done. You do not need anything else. So that's the work of a file storage. Yeah, no, it is not a network attached storage or NAS. It's a network shared drive. Okay, there is a slight difference in a network attached storage and a network shared drive. It is a network shared drive and not a network attached storage. Please remember that thing. Okay, please remember that thing. It's not a network shared drive, but it's a network. It's not a network shared drive, but it's a network. It's not a network attached storage, but it's a network shared drive. Okay. Now let's go ahead and see how it will work. Okay. So now let's see how will it work. Now let's see how it will work. Let's see it's working again. Now, if I talk about the file storage, you can see how does the initial architecture of the file storage work. But let's see how does the file storage actually delivers us. So whenever we talk about file storage, under the file storage, we can store configuration file in centralized location where they can be accessed from many application instance via file REST API or SMB. So we can use the file storage where we can use these configuration files in a centralized location where they can be accessed in many application instances via the file storage REST API or SMB. So we can use the file REST API or SMB to go ahead and connect with the file storage where we can keep our shared application settings. So what does the shared application setting means? Let's assume you have some kind of applications or internal applications in your organization, and those internal application have a common setting. So rather than doing those common settings and configuration again and again, you can store those common setting and configuration in a single file. You can keep those common setting and configuration in a single file for where you can go ahead and download those settings directly in your PC as it is a shared network drive. Second, you can have the diagnostic share where you can have applications store the logs, matrices, and crash them in a file share. So you can, as you have a centralized location, so you can keep all your application log, matrices, and crash them in a single file share. And finally, dev, test, and debug. Azure file storage can be used to store commonly used tools and utilities, which can be accessed by developers and administrators, which can directly be accessed by developers and administrators. Okay, and then let's go forward and let's look at what is an Azure file storage. As I've already told you, Azure file storage is nothing but it's a cloud service that offers fully managed shares in cloud that are accessible in the SMB protocol. Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud on-premise deployment to Windows and Linux PCs. They can directly be mounted to Windows, Linux, and they can also be mounted to Mac OS. Okay, so you can use it to mount it anywhere. Okay, so now you see Azure file storage, as I've already told you, it's a shared network drive which can be connected. Now, what are the advantages of file storage? First, as Azure file use an SMB protocol, we can easily replace our on-premise file share with Azure file shares. Secondly, it's a fully managed service, means file share can be created without the need of OS or managed hardware or operating system. Now, if you're setting up a traditional on-premise file share, you need to have a OS, you need to have a fully managed hardware, operating system, hard disk. So there are a number of things which you need to maintain, but with the file share, do not need to maintain anything. And finally, it's the resiliency. Azure files are extremely reliable and fault tolerant. So they are extremely reliable and fault tolerant. Why? Because they are backed by the redundancy which is being offered by Azure Storage Account. Because they are backed by the redundancy which is offered by Azure Storage Account. So that's why they are extremely resilient. Okay, so now let's talk about the next thing on creation of the file storage. To create a file storage, let's go ahead and create our new storage account. Let's create a new storage account. Now, please remember one thing, that there are two types of file storage which you can create, standard or premium. Okay, you can have two types of file storage that can be created. One is the standard and another is the premium. Okay, obviously we have compared the cost yesterday, so we won't be comparing the cost today. But in our case, we'll be creating a standard storage account. Let's use the 18th of August. Standard file 1808, Central India, locally redundant storage. Click on tags. Review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in and click on create. Okay, let's wait for 1 and 2 minutes for this to be created correctly. Then we'll create a file storage under it. Okay, so let's go to this resource and create a new file storage. To create a new file storage in a storage account, under data storage, click on file shares. Under the file share, click on plus, add file share, name the file share here, file share one. So here you can select the capacity. Our capacity is on 100 terabytes. Click on backup, disable the backup. Please make sure that you disable the backup, otherwise you will have to pay a huge amount of cost for the backup. Next, click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. You can see this file share is now created. Now, once the share is created, you can decrease or increase the quota by clicking on this dot, edit quota. Let's select the quota to be 500 GB only. We want 500 GB. Okay, so this from 100 terabytes has been converted into 500 GB only. Okay, now let's go ahead and create a Azure virtual machine, and we will connect that storage to an Azure virtual machine. Now, please remember, if you have any question related to virtual machine, those would be answered in the other labs. Those would be answered in the other labs, not here, because virtual machines are totally out of this topic for now, but I will cover the virtual machines in the module number 4. Now, why I'm creating a virtual machine? Because I want to attach this shared network drive to my Azure virtual machine. That's why I'm trying to create a virtual machine. Blob storage does not work with this. It will work as a file storage, mean it will work as a shared network drive. This particular drive would be mounted as a network drive, as if it is your own physical drive. Let's go here. Okay, any question for the virtual machine you have, I will go ahead and answer in the virtual machine section. So let's go to the virtual. Why I'm creating a virtual machine is because there is no way I can go ahead and connect this file storage. That's why I was creating it. Okay, let's click on create virtual machine. My share VM. Select the region as Central India. Except redundancy required. Sorry, I created a Linux one. I need to create a Windows one. Sorry for the mistake. And click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Let's wait for a few minutes for this VM to be created. Okay, so we can see our VM is now up and ready. Let's go ahead and connect with this VM. Go to the virtual machines, my share VM. Okay, let's wait for a minute for this VM to be warmed up. Then we'll try to connect the file share with this machine. Okay, let's close this. So what we did is we created it and we just closed it. So if I go back to the console and if I click on browse, you can see that file myshare.txt is also visible here. So it will be synced properly. So now you can share this particular network drive with multiple PCs. Now this network drive can be shared with multiple PCs itself. Okay. So this particular shared drive can now be shared with multiple PCs. Okay. So are you able to understand this? Okay. So now let's move to our next topic, which is known as the CDN or content layer. Before that, let me show you one more thing. Let's assume I have one more VM. Let me launch one more virtual machine where I will attach this particular file storage. So click on create Azure virtual machine. This time create a Linux machine and we will connect it to a Linux machine itself. Okay. We have seen how to connect to Windows, then we'll see how to connect to a Linux also. And we can create, wait for the validation to pass in. On create. Okay, let's go ahead and wait for a few minutes for this to be up and ready. Okay, so now let's connect with this VM. Azure virtual machine. Sorry, our virtual machine is ready now. Let's click on virtual machines, click on my machine 2, which is a Linux machine. Copy the IP address. I will just show you. Please do not worry about this thing. We will cover the Linux machines and the Windows machine in the virtual machine section. I just wanted to show you how does the file share is mounted across multiple PCs. Now let's go to the file share. And go to file shares. Click on the share, connect, click on Linux, show script, copy the script. Okay, so this is now done. If you go to, you will see a file with the name of my share one. Now if you click on ls, you can see my share one txt is added. So let's create one more file here. It's in my file on Linux. Save this, and if you type, you can see this file. And if you go back to console and click on browse, you can see one.txt is there. You go to your Windows PC, and if you go to File Explorer, this PC, you can see one.txt is there, which has the same exact file. So that's how you go ahead and mount multiple things to a single PC. So that's how you go ahead and mount multiple things to a single PC. Okay. Okay. So are you all able to understand this? Okay. So now let's move on to a next topic, which is known as the CDN or Content Delivery Network. So how many of you have heard about this term CDN or Content Delivery Network? How many of you have heard about this term CDN or Content Delivery Network? So how many of you have heard about this term Content Delivery Network? Okay, so no worries if you haven't heard about the Content Delivery Network. I will go ahead and explain you that. Now, before starting with the Content Delivery Network, let me ask you one question here. Now, if you have an app that is serving some kind of images to the customers, okay, that is serving some images to the customers. Now, one of those things is hosted on, okay, one of those things is hosted on in East US, and then there's a customer running from India who is trying to get this thing. There's a customer who is trying to get this thing. Okay. Now, would he face the latency or not? Let me know your answers. Okay. So what will happen? Would that customer face the latency or not? Okay. Yes, the person will face the latency. The person will go ahead and face that latency. Okay. Okay. So now let's see how do we handle this latency? Okay. Let's see how do we handle this latency. Now we have this Azure Content Delivery Network. Now let's see how do we handle this particular latency. Let's assume we have a blob storage, which is serving some kind of images and it is hosted in East US. Okay. Now this thing is hosted in East US. Now this particular website is this particular blob storage is hosting the static media files, which will be served to the whole world. Means this has a static media files which is being hosted on a website, and that website is being served to whole world. So people are going ahead and download the content from this one. Now let's assume there are customers who are coming from different regions of the world to access this endpoint. This is the person who is coming from India. This is the person who is coming from US. And we have another person, South Africa. So there are 3 persons from 3 different countries who are trying to access this website. So there are 3 persons coming from 3 different countries trying to access this website. And once I click here, there are 3 different persons who are trying to access this. One from India who tries to access this, then from US who tries to access this. Then there's a person who is from South Africa who is trying to access. There are 3 different persons who are trying to access this data. So this person from India will have a higher latency due to the fact that the person is trying to access the data from a region which is far away from US. The person who is from US, will have lower latency. Why? Because the person who is trying to access the data here is nearer to the endpoint. Then we have South Africa. This person will have a higher latency due to the fact he is trying to access the website from a faraway location. Now, if you have a global website and the global website is working slow for some users and it is working fast for some users, do you think that global website, okay, it is a good thing? Do you think it is a good thing? Okay, do you think it is a good thing? Answer is no, absolutely not. It's not a good thing. Okay, so how do you deal with this? So how do you deal with this particular thing? So to deal with this particular thing, Azure gives us what we call it as CDN, also known as the Content Delivery Network. So let's see how does the Content Delivery Network works. So we have a storage account, East US, which can be also origin or the endpoint. Now with CDN, what happens? A CDN or a content delivery network are small edge servers or caching servers which are spread throughout the world. Okay, which are spread throughout the world. So they are known as the edge location or endpoints. So we have this origin, which is our endpoint. Now we have a CDN profile added here. Now, once you connect this endpoint to the CDN profile, what CDN will do? CDN will go ahead and create the edge servers across different locations. And it will go ahead and cache those content to this different location. So like we have one created for India. One would be created for South Africa. And another one would be created for US. So it will be spread throughout the world. We are just taking a hypothetical example where it is being created for 3 different regions. Okay, but obviously it will be spread throughout the world. Now, whenever these users who are coming from India, and then there is a user who is coming from South Africa, and then there's a user who is coming from USA. Now, whenever the person from India tries to connect to this, rather than going directly to the endpoint, whenever he hits the URL, that content would be directly coming from a cache location in India. Now, do you think the same person who was trying to access the data before the CDN, he was facing high latency? Now, what will happen? Would this person face higher latency or not? Tell me your answers. Would this same person face higher latency or not? The answer is no. You won't need to do this. Okay, the answer is no, it is not required. Okay, the answer is no, this thing is not required. That now the person who is coming from India will not have the high latency, he will have the low latency. Same goes for the person from South Africa, he will have low latency, and the person from USA. Although the person from USA would notice a negligible difference because he was already getting the data from USA, but now he is getting the data even more nearer to him. So you will note a very negligible difference. So how does the CDN work? CDN profile goes and connect and then cache the content to the edge servers which are available throughout the world, Okay, which are available throughout the world. Now, there is a catch in here. These content are cached to the nearest location. So how does the caching work? So it works in a scenario where there's a scenario if there is a cache hit and then a cache miss. So let's see how does the cache hit and cache miss. Let's assume there is a East US region and then we have enabled the CDN. Under the CDN, a CDN endpoint is created in India, which is the caching server. Now, there is a first user who is trying to access the data. So this is our user 1 who is trying to access the data. Let's see how does the workflow is there. So this is our user 1. Now, whenever user 1 tries to access the data, do you think whenever the first user tries to access the data, the content would be cached? So there would be content requested. So whenever the first user tries to access the data, what will happen in this case? There would be a cache miss. As it's a first user who is trying to access the data, so there would be a cache miss. Means the content is not cached with the person is trying to access. If there is a cache miss, what will happen? The CDN endpoint will request, CDN profile will request the endpoint, which is the origin, to get the data. Request to get data. Once the request is passed in, the origin will send back the data to the CDN profile to download the data. And finally, the content would be served. So there are 4 steps involved. There are number of steps, which is 4. Content is served. So this is for the first user who is trying to get the data. So there are overall 4 steps which are involved, which is the step 1, step 2, step 3, download the data, and then step 4, where the content is served. Okay, so these are the 4 steps which are involved here. Step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. Now, do you think whenever this first person is trying to get the data, will he notice any kind of improvement? Will this person notice any kind of improvement? Do you think this person will notice any kind of improvement in the latency? Answer is no. Okay, answer is no. Why? Because the data was not cached. So there were 4 steps involved. First, the content not requested, request the data, downloaded, then content was served. So there were 4 steps involved. So the person had to face very, very high latency. But if the user 2 tries to get the data which has been cached, so let's see what happens. There's a user 2. So step 1 is content requested. So if this content is requested, as the content is already cached, so there is a cache hit. So if there is a cache hit, what will happen in this case is the content would be directly served. The content would be directly served here. Okay, the content would be directly served in step number 2. Okay, so there are only 2 steps involved. So the second user who is trying to get the exact same data from the CDN server, he won't face any kind of latency. Okay, so that is how the CDN helps us to get the cache data from the nearest available servers. The first user have to face the latency, but the rest of the users who are trying to get the exact same data, they won't have to face any kind of latency. So are you all able to understand the working of the CDN? So are you all able to understand the working of the CDN? Okay. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, so everybody just open your Azure portals, okay? We'll start with the assignments of the module 1 first. Okay. So everybody open the Azure portal. Okay, as you can see, when you come to the Azure portal in the dashboard itself, on the top right side here, beside the Copilot, you can see this Cloud Shell option, okay? Just click on the Cloud Shell because the thing is in the assignment, it is mentioned that you need to connect to the Azure Cloud Shell and create a resource group new RG, okay? So we are going to connect, 1 second. This is already connected, so I'll just restart this session so that you guys will know what to select and all. Okay, give me a moment. So here, like it will, yeah, when you click on this option in the Azure portal, it will ask you to select Azure Cloud Shell. Okay, I'm going with Bash. Click on Bash. Later you can change that in the terminal also. No worries. Okay, and here you need to click on Mount Storage account. The thing is, whenever you do some operations in the terminal in the Cloud Shell, what happens is it will use the storage account to store them. Okay, like if you want to save some output or if you want to upload some files to the terminal and run the scripts, then it will upload the scripts to the storage account. So here just click on Mount Storage account, click on Apply. Okay, and here just select the second option where it is saying we will create a storage account for you. Okay, make sure you select the second option where it shows we will create a storage account for you. Okay, just click on next. As you can see, deployment in progress and it is connecting to the Cloud Shell. Okay, after connecting to the Cloud Shell as it is mentioned, now we need to create a resource group. Here we need to create a resource group named, this is the name of the resource group, new RG in the South Central US region. Okay, yeah. So before creating the resource group, I'll just go to the resource group. I'll search it in the search bar on the top. And I will see what are the resource groups that are there. Okay. As you can see, there are resource group like RG1, RG2, SQLDB. These are there. Okay. We do not have any resource group like new RG. So we will be creating it from this terminal only. Okay. And the command to create the resource group is in bash space group create -n. What it means, -n means it's a name that we are giving. Okay, -n. They told us to give Yeah, name, that's good. Okay. New RG. So we will give this name space. Did they mention any location in the South Central US? Okay. So -L, which means location. So now South Central US. Okay. Now if I just click on enter, you can see the resource group is created successfully. Okay. Now if I come here and refresh this page also, you can see there is this new RG resource group which is in South Central US. Okay. So this is our first assignment. Okay. And make sure you take the screenshots while performing all this. Okay. For every one or two steps, take the screenshot. Okay. We are done with the first part. So we will then go ahead to the second assignment. Okay. So here it is asking us to connect to Azure PowerShell and create a new resource group in South Central US with the name RG PowerShell. Okay. So the thing is here we have done with the bash terminal. Now it is asking us to create a resource group with the PowerShell. So do we need to again create all the storage account and all those options? Do we need to check them again, or we can directly switch from here? The thing is we can directly switch from here. Okay. As you can see on the left hand side on the top of this terminal cloud shell, you can see it is showing switch to PowerShell. Just click on it. Okay. Just click on confirm. So you can see we are getting connected to a PowerShell. It's -L. Umesh, it's not -1, it's -L. L for location. Yeah. So now we are successfully connected to the PowerShell. Now it is asking us to create. Now the assignment is stating that we need to create a resource group in South Central US. Okay. With the name RG PowerShell. So here the commands are a bit easy and you will be getting this template. Okay. Like if you type the starting of a command, then you will be able to get them all. Okay. Get the complete command. And here it is not case sensitive. Okay. We need to name it as RG PowerShell. And the location is same South Central US. Okay. New AZ resource group -N name -L location. Okay. Just click on enter. And you can see it has successfully created the RG PowerShell in South Central US. As you can see, if I refresh here, I'm able to see RG PowerShell. Okay. So we will go for the third assignment. And that is, yeah. Now here it is asking us to create 3 more resource groups in a specific region. For example, West US. So we will take West US only. In West US, we need to create 3 regions. Okay. We'll create the 3 resource groups in here. Okay. First thing, the command is same. Like you can manually create you can manually type 3 commands for 3 times, then all the 3 resource groups will be created, or you can simply write the whole command in a single line, then all the 3 resource groups will be created. So I'll just write all the commands in a single line. Okay. I'll tell you what to do. Okay. New AG resource group, this is same -N. So here I can just simply type new AZ resource group -N. I'm going to name the first one, the first resource group as RG01. Okay. And the location will be West US as mentioned in the example only. Okay. Now here there are 2 things like this is one command and it will execute and it will create the RG01. But I want to create 3 resource groups in a single command. So you just need to use this AND operator twice. Okay. Then write the same command like RG new AZ resource group. -n. I'm going to name it as RG02 -L. And the same thing, again the AND operator. Okay, I'll just copy paste this one. I haven't wrote vestibules here. 1 second. I did not write that. Okay. Okay, we'll just name it as RG03. So now if I click on enter, it should create us 3 resource groups, RG01, RG02, and RG03. Okay, I'll just click on enter. Okay, as you can see, RG01 is successfully created. RG02 and RG03 are also successfully created. Yeah, okay, good. So I'll just verify here whether RG01, 02, 03 are created or not. Okay, I'll just minimize this. I'll refresh this page. And you can see RG01, 02, 03 are successfully created here. So now what we need to do, we got another task. Here in the second part of the assignment, okay, in the second part of the assignment, it is asking us to list all the resource groups in WestUS. So the thing is, we have created so many resources. So resource groups. So we need to check like what are the resource groups that are there in the WestUS. Okay. For that, we have a command get AZ resource group. For creating it is new AZ resource group. For fetching the data which are already created, we will go with the get AZ resource group here. Okay. I will just mention the location here. Okay. Because we want all the all the resource groups from this location, I'll just type get AZ resource groups -L West US. Okay. It will give me all the resource groups that are in the West US region. I'll just click on enter. Okay, you can see there is another SQL DB that is in West US, RG01, 02, 03. But you can see this format is a bit cluttered, like it's all in the list. So I want to have this in the table format, which is easier for me to see. Okay. So at the end of the same command, just use a pipe operator. It will be above your enter keyboard button. Okay. Then I will write format it as table. Okay. Format -table. This will give me everything in the table format where I will be able to see this is like RG01, RG02, RG03, West US and all. Okay. Then we will do the same thing in the bash also. Okay. We need to do the same thing in the bash also. Okay, good. So now here we will continue doing the same thing in the bash. Okay. Everybody just click on switch to bash. Okay. Click on confirm. That's it. Okay. Now here, the same thing, we need to create 3 resource groups in the West US. Okay. In the bash also, the command works the same way. Like we need to give the AND operator only. Okay. It's AZ group create -n. We'll name it as R1. Okay. Resource group 1. Because we already gave RG01, 02, 03. So I'm going to name it as AZ group create. And the name is R1. And the location is West US. Okay. And at the end of it, just use the AND operator twice. Then type the same thing with the different name and the same location. Okay. AZ group create -n R2 -L and the location is West US. Okay. Now now at the end of it, we need to create the last resource group AZ group create. Okay. -n R3 -L West US. Okay. Now I'll just click on enter. So you can see by writing this command, all 3 resource groups are successfully created. Okay, guys. So we will go for the second part. And here we need to list all the resource groups in WestUS. Okay. So we will do that. Now here, I'll just scroll down. Okay. So to list something that is already created in Bash, we will use this command, az group list. Okay. And it is asking us to list the resource groups only from the WestUS. So now what we will do, we will put a query like double hyphen query. Okay. Where if the location, okay, if location is equals to WestUS, if location is equals to WestUS, then just output it. Hyphen O stands for output. Output it in the table format. Okay. You can see AZ group list. Okay. It will provide us the created resource groups, and where the location. This question, question mark is the if. Okay, if operator, like, no, it works like if the location is WestUS, then it will list it. Okay. Now if I click on enter, I can see all these resource groups that are in the WestUS. Okay. You can see that we have successfully listed out the table where all the resource groups are in WestUS. Okay. Now we will go for the last assignment of the module 1. Okay. Now here it is telling us to delete all the resource groups in WestUS using one command. Okay. But the thing is, here we need to do it with CLI and PowerShell. Okay. Like if I do it with PowerShell, then all the resource groups will be deleted. So I cannot delete any from the Bash because they are already deleted from the PowerShell. So I'll do one thing. I'll just show you the commands over there, and I will execute in any one of them. Okay. Is that fine, guys? Yeah. So the thing is here we will go with the Bash first, and you'll find the query same. Okay. To list out the data, that is list out the resource groups that are in the WestUS, we will type the same command. Okay. Az group list hyphen query, and we want them from the location of WestUS. Like if it is in WestUS, we want that. Okay. Question mark location is equals to WestUS. Then now I don't want the output as a table. No, I don't want to list it as a table. But what I want is 1 second. Yeah. So here, when you list the table, when you list this thing here in the top, you can see in this command, what happens is it will display the name and the location also. Okay. It will display the name and location also, but I only want the name here. 1 second. Okay. Now it is listing only the names. Because I only want the names, I don't want to know the location because I know the location here itself. Now here, this is the first command where if I put dot name at the end of the query, I'll be getting only the names. Now I don't want it in table format. I want it in the table separated values format. Okay. TSV. This will do? This will individually take each name. Okay. At the end of it, if this is one command to get the names and individually the name of each resource group. Now we need to delete this, right? So we'll type another command like where it will delete the resource groups. Okay. For this, we will type exargs, which is basically means arguments. You will get the names, all the names as the arguments to this deletion function. Okay. Okay. Hyphen OTL, which is output to list. Okay. You will see what is output to list down there. Okay. once I execute this, AZ group delete -n. Okay. So the thing is, we are getting the name of every resource group that is in the West US region, and then we are separating it. Like they are not in a table format. We are separating them into table separated values. In the separated values, we are passing one by one to the AZ group delete. Okay. Now, if I click on enter, it will ask me, do you want to perform this action where you want to delete the SQL DB? I'm not going to delete this because uh, it is for a different purpose created by somebody else. Okay, this account is used by multiple people in the company, so I'm not going to delete it. I'll click on N, operation cancel. Now, do I want to delete RG01? Yes, because it is created by me only just a few minutes back, so we can delete it. Okay, as you can see, it is running. It is completing the deletion process. Okay. Okay, it is still deleting the RG01. Okay, it is still running. So we will wait until it gets deleted. Then we will proceed on deleting the others. I think it is deleted. 1 second. Guys, by changing this size, something has happened. So I'll just go back to the same size. Okay. So now it is asking, do you want to delete RG02? I will say yes. Okay. And meanwhile, here we will check that whether it is deleted or not. RG01 is there, but if I refresh the page, you can see RG01 is not there. Okay, it is deleted. Now we are doing the same thing with the RG02 also. Okay, it is running. We'll wait. You can see it is asking whether should I delete the RG03 or not. I'll say yes. Okay, I will not be deleting it here in the in the bash. I will delete it in the PowerShell. So here we are done with the part where we are going to delete all the resource groups in West US. We are done with the Azure CLI part. Now we need to delete them in the PowerShell. Okay, as you can see, give me a second. Yeah, you can see whatever the resource groups that are created in by the, what is it? Yeah, by the bash are deleted here. Like you can see RG01, 02, 03, all are deleted. They are not there. So now we will delete RG, R1, R2, R3. Okay. But not in the bash, but in the PowerShell. I'll just switch to the PowerShell. Okay. Now here we need to delete the resource groups that are available in the West US region. And it is comparatively very simple command. Okay. You just need to type get AZ resource group. Okay. And mention the location as West US. Okay. And in the pipe after the pipe operate, we are not going to get the output as format. Rather, we are going to remove the resource group. Okay. Okay. You can see now it is asking me, are you sure you want to remove the resource group SQLDB? As previously said, I'm not going to do that. Are you sure you want to remove the resource group R1? Absolutely yes. Okay. You can see now it is running and it will delete the resource group. Okay. Like another thing you can observe here is PowerShell is not case sensitive. Even if I type A capital Z as Z as capital A in lowercase, it doesn't matter because this is case sensitive, like case insensitive. But there, sorry, this is case sensitive. But in the bash, everything should be in lowercase. Okay. Here it doesn't matter if it is capital, small. Okay. There are no issues here in the PowerShell, but in the bash, everything should be in smaller case. Okay, it is still deleting the resource group R1. We'll wait. Okay, it is deleted. Now I want to delete the R2 also. I'll just click on enter. Why? It is deleting the R2. Okay, we'll wait until it's done. So we'll wait and we'll delete the R3 also. Okay. I'm just like trying to remove it, and it will show me the name where in the confirmation itself. Like here you can see SQLDB R1, R2, and R3. Okay, I'll delete this one also. The PowerShell is a bit easy and user friendly rather than Bash. Okay, there you need to manually type everything. Here, like it will do some of the job on its own. Okay. So now I am deleting R1, R2, and I'm now currently deleting R3. Okay. After deleting this, then we are done with the module 1 assignments. Okay. We are done with the assignment 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have completed all 4 assignments. Okay. So then we will move to the assignment of the module 2. Okay. So now if I refresh, the R3 is still there, but we'll wait. Okay, you can see this is R3 is also deleted. I'll just close this session. Okay. Now if I refresh, you can see RG01, RG02, RG03 all are deleted. R1, R2, R3 all are deleted. So it's complete it's successful that we have used the term cloud shell to delete everything. Okay. Okay. So guys, we will be continuing with the assignments. We'll start with the module 2 assignments. Okay. So this is our first assignment. Here it is asking us to create two resource groups, RG1 and RG2, and add a storage account to RG1 and move that storage account from RG1 to RG2. Okay, we'll just go to the portal. Now I'll go to the resource groups. Okay, you can see RG1 and RG2 is already there because this account is used by other people also. So we'll just name it as RG11 and RG22. Is that fine, guys? Like just for the naming convention. Okay. I'll just create two resource groups. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to name it as RG11. I'll just click on review plus create. Okay, come here, click on create, and in the resource group, just give the name RG11. Okay, leave it to the region, it doesn't matter. Okay, East US, it's fine. Here now just click on review plus create. Okay, you can see validation is passed. Just click on create. The resource group will be created. Okay, you can see RG11 is created here. Okay, in the East US region. Now it is telling us to create another resource group RG2, which in our case is RG22. So just click on create. Okay, here I'm going to name it as RG22. RG22, just click on review plus create. Then create. Okay. So here now the thing is we have created the RG1 and RG11 and RG22. Okay, RG1122. Here it is telling us to add the storage account to RG1. Okay. Now here I'll just go to the storage accounts. Just go to the search bar, everyone. Click on storage accounts. Okay, here on the storage accounts, I'm going to create it. Okay, click on create. Okay, just select the resource group as RG11. Okay, because we need to, it is telling us to add the storage account to RG1. Okay, and give it a name. I'm going to name it as test storage account. Okay, this name is not available, so I'm going to put X. Okay, test X storage account. I'm going to deploy it to East US only. Okay, and I will make it locally redundant. That's it. Everybody come here, click on new storage account, create storage account, select the resource group RG11 and give it a name. Do not change anything. Come here, just change it to LRS. Okay, just click on review plus create. You don't need to do anything else. Okay, here click on create. We'll wait until it gets deployed. Then we will do the last step of this assignment where you need to move the storage account from RG1 to RG2. Okay. Okay, now here if I click on go to resource, I'll be taken to the storage account. Here you can see that it is in the resource group RG11. Okay. But as per the assignment, we need to move it to RG2. Okay. Now everybody in this resource group page, I mean in this storage account page, just click on move. Okay. You can see the move, right? Click on it. Then you are able to see move to another resource group. Right? Click on move, then click on move to another resource group. Then here you need to select which resource group you need to change it to, the destination resource group, the target. So I will just come here and select RG22. Okay. From the source of RG11 to the target of RG22, we are moving the resource group of the we are moving the storage account from RG11 to RG22. Click on next. Okay, it will just check whether it can be moved or not. Okay, it will take a minute or so. You can see the validation is succeeded here. I'll just click on next. Okay, I'll just check this box and click on move. Then it will move the resource group from RG11 to the RG22. Okay. You can see it is moving the resources. It is still moving the resources, so we'll wait until it's done. Then we can go and verify in the RG22 that the storage account is moved there or not. Okay. Okay, you can see that the moving resource groups is completed. Okay, so I'll just click on it. I'll just go to the resource groups and I'll go to the RG22, and here I should be able to see the storage account. You can see we created it in RG11, but we moved it to RG22. Okay, so this is how you move the resource groups. Here now we are going to, we are done with this assignment. We created two resource groups. We added a storage account to the first one, and we moved it to the second one. So we will be moving ahead to the second assignment. Okay. Okay, very good. So in the module 2, in the second assignment, we need to create 3 storage accounts with the team tags, team 1, team 2, and team 3. Then we need to create another storage account with the tag team 2. Then we need to list all the resources using team 2. Okay. So it meant in the assignment, it is mentioned that we need to create 3 storage accounts. So I'll just go ahead and create 3 storage accounts. Okay. We'll go point by point. I will be clicking on create. Okay. Go to storage account. Everybody click on create. Select a resource group. Okay. I'm going to select RG11 for now. I'm going to name it as my storage account. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. This is my storage account 1. I'll just change it to LRS. Okay. You don't need to change anything here. Just select the resource group, give it a name. And then at the end of it, just click on next, next again. Or you can simply see on the top right here in the basics, advanced networking, data protection here, just come to the tags. Okay. Here in the name tag, I'm just going to give it a name team. Okay. Because it is mentioned there to give the tag name team. Okay. I'll just give it team and the value will be team 1 because it is our storage account 1. Just click on give the name team and team1. Okay. Now click on review plus create. Okay, now click on create. We'll wait until it gets deployed. Okay, you can see it is deployed successfully. So now we will go ahead and create the storage account too. Okay. Yeah, Nitish, while here creating these containers, we can do that. And coming to the file shares, if I create a file share, I'll just give a brief. Okay, you can see the maximum capacity as 5 terabytes, right? Like this. This is how it works. Okay. Yeah, but basically now we are going with the assignment only. So we are going to create a second storage account with the tag team2. Okay. Now I'll just go to storage accounts, click on create again. Okay. Here I'll just change the resource group to this one, RG11. I'll give it a name as storage account 002. Okay. Now here I'll just change it to LRS and I'll scroll up. I'll directly go to the tags section. Okay. Just give it a name and resource group, change it to LRS. That's it. You don't need to do anything else. Just go to tags. Here in the tags, we need to give the same thing. It is team tag only. 1 second. It is team tag only, but it is not team1, it is team2. Okay, just click on team2. I mean, type team2. In the name, type team. In the value, just type team2. Okay, now just click on review plus create. And here, if you click on create, it will be deployed. Okay. Now we need to create 2 more accounts like the same. We need to do the same steps over there also. So we'll wait until it gets deployed. Then we will go ahead and create another 2 storage accounts. Okay, it is deployed. Now we will go back to the home. We'll go to storage accounts. We'll click on create. Okay, I'll just select the resource group. Okay. I'll just give it a name, storage account 3. Okay, storage X account 003. Okay. Here, you just need to give the name and resource group. Go here to the tags. Now we'll give the same thing over here. It is team and team3. Okay. Just give it team3 for the storage account 3. Just click on review plus create. Now click on create. Okay. We will wait until it gets deployed over here. Okay, here, so we are done with the first point. Like we created 3 storage accounts with the team tags, team1, team2, and team3. Now it is asking us to create another storage account for the team2. What it means is you need to go ahead and create a storage account 4. Okay, total 4 storage accounts. I'll just go and select the resource group. Everybody do the same thing. Okay, storage 004. I'll just make it locally redundant. Okay. Give the resource, select the resource group, give it a name. Now here I'll just directly go to the tags. And here, as it is mentioned in the assignment, we need to create a storage account for the team2. So just click on it. I'll give team in the name and the value will be team2 because it is told like that only. Okay, team2, select team2. Now click on review plus create. Now click on create. Okay, we'll wait until it gets deployed and then we will complete the second assignment. Okay, here if I go to resource, I can see this is also successfully created. So we will go for the last point and we'll complete it. Okay. Here you can see it is asking us to list all the resources using team to using tags. Okay. So we will go to the resource groups first. Then we created all the resource groups in the RG11. Okay. You can see like storage account 1, 2, 3, 4. So here now it is telling us to like show only the store resources with which are with the team2 tag. So here click on add filter, just select the filter as in the if you can see it here, right? In the tags you can see team. Click on team and team equals to we will go with the team2 only because it is asking us to display the only resources with the team2. I'll click on apply. As you can see, okay, here guys, I have forgot to give the, by mistake I gave the space over here. But for with the team2 tag, there are two resources, okay? Storage account 2 and storage account 4, okay? Okay, I'll go ahead to the filter again. Everybody just need to click on the filter, click on add filter. And here you need to select, in the tag section, you need to select team, okay? Select the team and leave the operator as equals. And here you need to select team2 only because for me it is I gave the space by mistake, so I am having two, but you will be having only one. Okay, select the team2 and click on apply. Then it will show you all the resources with the tag team2. So guys, now we will move ahead for the third assignment. Okay, and here it is mentioned like create a file share in Azure storage and mount this file share on Windows and Linux. Okay, so for this part, I'm going to create a file share in one storage account first. Okay, I'll create, we are inside the storage account one. Everybody open the storage account. Here, just go to the file shares on the left hand side. Okay. In the left hand side on the file shares, click on file share. As you can see, I do not have any file shares. Now click on plus over here. On the top, you can see this, right? Yeah. So you can see now we just need to give the name. Okay. I'll give it a name as test file share. Okay, test fs, test file share. And everybody come to the backup. Click on next, come to the backup. Disable this backup. Okay. Everybody disable this backup and click on review plus create. Okay. You can see the name and just click on create. You can see our file share is created successfully. Now it is asking us to mount this file share on Windows and Linux. Okay. For to mount this file share in Windows, we can use our local PC. But to mount this in the Linux, we need to create a virtual machine. Okay. For that, everybody open the portal. Go to virtual machines. Okay. Here in the virtual machines, everybody click on create. Okay. Click on Azure Virtual Machine. Okay, here I will just select the resource group. Okay, scroll down, give the virtual machine a name. I'm going to name it as VM for file share. Okay, because we are using it only for file share. VM for FS. Now here in the availability option, just select no infrastructure redundancy required. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, okay. Here, everybody in the same page? Here, just select no infrastructure redundancy required. Leave it and select this as standard only, security type. Okay. Everybody select all these options. Give it a name, select the resource group, region, availability options, no infrastructure redundancy required, security type is standard. If you scroll down here, okay, it is showing not available for this subscription. 1 second. I'll just check it. I'll just change the region. Okay, yeah, here it is available. So here I have selected the Ubuntu server, everything. Now if I scroll down here, everybody just click on password in the authentication type. I'm going to give a username and a password, okay? Intellipaat @123. Does everybody know how to connect the virtual machine? Okay, does everybody know how to launch a VM? Do you guys have any idea or not? Like in creating the virtual machine. Okay, here I have given the password and everything. So I'll just click on review plus create. Okay, I'll just click on create. So guys, here we'll be going to launch this virtual machine. So everybody come to the virtual machine, just copy the public IP address, okay? Okay, just copy the public IP address. Just everybody open your set and type CMD, enter. Okay, it will launch the command prompt of your personal computer. Okay, here just type SSH space the username that you gave while creating the virtual machine at the public IP address that we copied. Okay, SSH. I'll just type it here also in the chat box. SSH space username @IP. Just click on enter. I mean, after typing this, click on enter. Okay, it is public IP. Okay, now it is asking for confirmation. Just type yes and enter the password that you have given while creating this. Okay, and guys, while you enter the password, you won't be able to see it. Okay, because it is a Linux machine. Okay, here after creating, you can see I'm connected. Now, if I type df-h, I can just see like these are the all available drives in this storage. Okay, like there is 29 GB, 447 MB, 179 MB, 5 MB. Everything is there, but we are not able to see something very huge like in 1000 TB like that. So we haven't mounted the file share yet. So now we will mount this file share on our Windows machine and our Linux machine. Okay. So everybody come back to the Azure portal in the file share. Okay. Come back to the Azure portal and here you can see on the top, click on connect. Okay. You can scroll down. You can click on show script. Okay. For Windows, scroll down, click on show script. Just copy the script You can copy it from the small this icon over there. Click on copy, open a notepad, and copy paste the script over there. Okay. Go to your file share, click on connect, copy the script and paste it in a notepad. And here just copy paste the things that I am doing that. Okay. First thing is you need to copy the user. Okay. Copy the user and paste it down here. Okay. Yeah. Next thing is you need to copy the password. You can see this pass, right? Just copy from the first letter to the last equals. So do not copy the backtick. Okay. That is not included in the password. I have copy pasted the username and password. Now you need to copy paste this one. Okay. You can see, right, this root. Just copy this and paste it over here. How you go to script window. Yeah, the thing is, open the file share. 1 second. Open the file share, click on connect. When you click on connect, you can see here Windows, right? If you scroll down, you can click on show script. Once you click on that, you will be able to see the script. Just copy paste in a notepad. Okay. Now here, make sure you copy the root, the username, and the password. Okay. Now everybody open your file manager. Okay. Go to this PC and you can see only local disk C is available, right? Only local disk C is there. So now on the right side, on the left side, right click on this PC and you can see map network drive option. Okay. Click on this map network drive. You can see the folder and example it is given server /share, right? Come here to the notepad. You can see the root, right? This one, this address. Copy it. Okay. Come here and paste the same thing. Now here click on connect using different credentials. Just copy the root and paste it in the folder here. Okay, now click on finish. Okay, it will ask for username and password. Copy the username. Okay, paste it over here in the password. Come here, copy that and paste the password also. After doing that, click on OK. One second, it is asking for the details again. I'll just paste the username and the password over here. Give me a second, there is some issue in my PC. Like the thing is, I'm using my personal hotspot, so there might be an issue over there. So, but it will connect if you just do the same steps that I have mentioned. Okay. Now we'll do the same thing in the Linux also. Everybody go to the file share, click on connect, come to the Linux, click on show script. Okay. Here you will be able to see all the script. Okay. just copy the script and open the Linux virtual machine that we just connected. Okay, you can see that you're able to see the terminal, right? Just paste the whole script. Okay, click on enter. That's it. So now if I do df-h, you can see this storage, like this file share is mounted. Previously, it is not there. You can see 100 TB, right? Previously, it is not there. There is no nothing. There is no drive with the size of 100 TB previously. But now you can see this storage, this file share is mounted successfully. Okay. Okay. I will explain the Linux part again. Everybody just come to the file share. Just click on connect. Okay. Here on the top, you can see Windows, right? Just go to the Linux, click on it. Scroll down, you can see show script, click on it. Then copy the script, come to the terminal where you connected the Linux, okay? Your Linux virtual machine, just paste it like, okay? Just paste it and click on enter, okay? Then it will directly mount the file share, and to verify that, you need to type this command df space -h, okay? Then you will be seeing this file share at the bottom of it, okay? So we will move ahead for the next assignment. That is our assignment number 4. It is just a simple one, okay? Now here, it is telling us to create a storage account and use the blob service, upload some files and change the access type to archive, okay? We will do all these things, okay? We don't need to create a storage account because we already got a storage account. Everybody go to the Azure portal and open your storage accounts, okay? Okay, here if I go to the containers, on the left hand side, you can see the containers here. If you are not seeing, just search for containers, okay? You can see this. Now it is asking us to use the blob service and upload some files in it, okay? For that, you need to create a storage account. I mean, create a container, okay? Click on container. Here I will name it as my test container, okay? And I will just click on create. Now here the container is created successfully. So we need to upload some files. Just click on the test container. It will open it. And here on the left hand side on the top, you can see the upload button. This is where you can upload the files. Okay. Just click on upload. Okay. Here after clicking on upload, you can see this section dialog box. Click on browse for files. And I will select, okay, this file. I'll select this one. Click on open. Okay. Now just click on upload. That's it. You can see this screenshot is uploaded successfully. Okay guys, now it is asking us to change the access tier to archive. Okay, archive. So here I will open the container. I will open the container. I will select the file. Okay, you need to check this box. And then you can see on the top here, change tier. Okay. Now if you click on change tier, you can see hot, cool, cold, and archive. Like, what does it mean? The thing is, if you set the tier to hot, like if we set the tier to hot when we want to access the file very frequently, like I'll be using it daily, I will be accessing it daily. So then I'll keep it in hot. Cool is when like imagine in a period of 1 month, I'll be using it twice or thrice. I will be fetching the data maybe twice a month. So then I will put it on cool. For cold, it is like I'm accessing the file only once or twice in 3 months, okay, in 90 days. And archive is basically you use it very less, like you won't fetch the data very frequently, like, okay. See, you can see if I select archive, it is showing the pop-up also, like setting the access tier to archive will make your blob inaccessible until reheaded to hot or cool, because like it will just put it into the cold storage, like you won't be able to access it. Now click on save. Okay, now you can see the archive state, access tier is changed to archive. So guys, with this part, we are done with the module 2 assignments also.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new resource group first. Sorry, let's select ECS because we'll be creating an ECS because I wanted to show you how does it will work. Okay, now it's done. Let's go ahead and create a work on the CDN thing. Okay, now I have already explained you how does the CDN work. Okay, can everybody just give me a brief definition of the CDN? Yes, via the edge location. Okay, so how does the CDN work is? CDN works via the edge locations. Now let's go ahead and see it's working in real time. So in this demo, what we'll be doing is, so in this demo, if I open this diagram, so in this demo, what we'll be doing, we will be launching a new blob storage. We will be creating a new storage account under which we will be keeping an image. Okay, under which we will be keeping an image. Once that image would be stored in EC2S, and we will see before CDN how does the latency work, and then after CDN is the latency resolved or not. So we'll follow things similar to it. So let's go ahead and create a new storage account first. On storage accounts and create. Let's name this. Select the location as EC2S. Just a second. Select the name, my CDN test storage. Select the region. Okay, select the region as EC2S. Leave this as a primary service. Okay, click on standard. Under the redundancy, select on LRS. Yes, I first created a resource group. You cannot directly create a storage account without a resource group. Without a resource group, you cannot create any resources. Yes, I created that. Okay, now once it is done, click on next and enable this option, allow enabling anonymous access on containers. So I will explain you what is that in the later hub, but if you want to do the practice, you can do it now. Okay, so that's why I have enabled this setting. I will explain you this setting in the second hub when we are learning about the blob storage, public and private types. Okay, for now we are enabling this option. Straight away go to tags. Click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Wait for a few minutes for this to be created. Okay, so let's go to the home. And we have this storage account up and ready. Let's go to the storage account and go to containers. You can create a container. Name the container as image. Make it as public. So I will explain you what is public and private. Do not worry about it and click on create. Under this image, I will go ahead and upload something. Let me go ahead and upload a diagram, which is, let me go ahead and upload an image. And that image, it's a very heavy image so that we'll be able to test it properly. Okay, now if I click on this image and if I copy this IP address and paste this IP address here, you can see the image is loading. But you see how slow the image is loading. Do you see how slow the image is? If I open it in another browser, let's assume I open it in Chrome. I paste it here, click on more tools, developer tools. Once I click on developer tools, and if I refresh this, let's see how much time does it take. You see how much time is it taking to load this page? Okay, so it took around 15 to 20 seconds. Even if I refresh it again, it will take that much of time. Why? The reason behind that is it's a huge amount of data and we are directly getting the data from the US based servers. Okay, we are directly getting the data from US based servers. Okay, now you can see it still took 20 seconds. If I refresh it again, let me go ahead and rename this image because it may cause an issue. Okay, let me go and delete and upload the image again because it may cause an issue due to the fact that it has a weird name and CDN may not be able to tolerate it. Just a second. Okay, this image should be fine for us because it does not have a weird name. Let's copy the URL now. And if I copy the URL here, okay, now you can see it will take a huge amount of time to serve this content. Okay, so if you see and if you try to visit this URL, you can see it will take a huge amount of time. Do you think if there is a website that is globally available and if it contains so slow, do you think it's a good thing? So answer here is no. Now let's see how does the CDN works here and how does the CDN help us to get this content quickly. Okay. Now remember one thing for CDN, if first user is trying to get that access, he will face the latency. CDN, then after once the content is cached, then only the person would be able to view the content correctly. So let's go ahead and set up the CDN here. To set up the CDN at the top, type CDN, front door and CDN profiles. Under this, click on create front door and CDN profile. Click on explore other things. Under explore other thing, type Azure CDN standard from Microsoft classes. Select this option, click on continue. Once you do this, select the resource group, 25th August 2024. It will now, please remember one thing, CDN is a global service. What does it mean a global service? You don't need to define any kind of region. It's a full-fledged global service and it is spread throughout the world. Okay, like with some of the services which are bound to a region, this is spread throughout the world. So we have to select the region as global. Type the name of the CDN, my CDN test. Under the pricing tier, select Microsoft CDN Classic only. Here we can create a new endpoint, but we will create the endpoint after creation of this profile where we will connect our storage account. So if you see this diagram here, so what we will do, we will create a new CDN and then East US storage account would be its endpoint. Okay, where it will go ahead and download that content. For the first user, if you see this, he will have to get the data, download the data, and then it will be cached here. For corresponding user, you won't have to face any kind of latency. So you will see something similar to this, which is mentioned in this diagram. Click on tags. Click on review and create and create. Let's wait for a few minutes for this to be created. Let's go to the home. Click on the CDN again. Under the CDN, you will see the CDN is now live. Click here and click on. At the top, you can see this icon of endpoint. Click on the endpoint option. Name the endpoint my CDN test US. Let's see if this name is available. Costing and billing will be covered in a different section. Okay, but I will briefly give you an introduction, budget alerting and all. Explain you that. Okay, no worries about that. At the end of 10 minutes, I will explain you budgeting, costing, and how to use an Azure calculator. So here we are using the name my CDN test US. Now please remember, as CDN will be creating a URL or a DNS name, so the name should be unique. So we are using this name my CDN test US. Under the origin type, select Blob Storage because we have our storage account. So click on storage. Origin host name is my CDN test. So it should be the host name of your Blob Storage account. So here the name is my storage test. Now under the origin path. Now there are two ways. If you do not give the origin path, what will happen? It will go ahead and cache all the content which is stored in this particular storage account. Okay. So here we can see we have the origin path. If you do not give the origin path, it will go ahead and cache every content inside this storage account. Means inside this storage account, every blob would be cached. But what we want is we want only content to be cached which is stored in the image container. So what we will do is we will mention the path as image. So what it will do, it will only go ahead and cache the content which is stored in the image directory. Okay, so if I open the storage account for you, so here if I go to my storage accounts, under this, if you open the storage account and click on containers, under the containers, if you click on image, you can see under the image container only we have all those. So if I do not mention the path, it will go ahead and look for all the container and cache all the content, but we do not want it. We only want the content to be cached in this image container. That's why we have given a path here. Always remember disable the HTTP port because HTTP is a non-secure port. Always go with the HTTPS port. So these are the settings. Name of the CDN you want to use. Origin type should be storage. Then select the name of your blobs, the name of the storage account, and then blob.core.net. Under the image path, mention the path of container which you want to connect with the CDN, and then everything is, this is selected as default. Disable the HTTP port. Click on add. It would take a minute and two to be added. Okay, so we can see the endpoint is now up and ready. Now endpoint can take around 2 or 3 minutes to be get active. So let's wait for 2-3 minutes. Once this endpoint is active, we will try to browse the image from this particular endpoint. Okay, so this endpoint is now up and ready. Let's see whether we are able to serve the image. Now, the endpoint which you see at the top, there are two kinds of endpoints. Okay, there are two kinds of endpoint. One is the CDN test Azure Edge.net. Second is blob.core.net. The endpoint which is served by the CDN is this Azure Edge.net. So copy this endpoint, paste it in the browser, and then copy the name of the image which you want to serve. And let's press enter. Let's see what happens. You can see we are able to serve the image. But here you can see how slow the data is coming. You can see how slow the data is coming. Now, do you see any kind of improvement? Does anybody notice any kind of improvement here? Okay, does anyone notice any kind of improvement with the CDN? Okay, do you see any improvement? Do you see any kind of improvement for now? For now, we didn't see any kind of improvement. Now, first user has got the data, so the content must have been cached. So let's compare the results now. So this is the non-CDN. Let's try. This one is non-CDN. Let's see how much time does it take. So it nearly took 19 seconds. But if I go on to the CDN endpoint, here's this. Let's see how much time does it take. It took only 2 seconds. Let's do the comparison again. Do this. It again took more than 20 seconds. But if I go with this, we only got the content within 1.66 seconds. So do you all notice the improvements with the CDN? Now I'm sending you this URL, both the URL, one is the non-CDN and second will be the CDN. First, open the non-CDN in the incognito window and let me know how much time did it take. Okay, I'm sending this URL, copy this URL, open in an incognito window. Once you open this, once you type the URL at the top, click on this icon in the Chrome, click on more tools and click on developer tools. And once you refresh this, let me know how much time does it take to get the data from the non-CDN URL. Mention the data like this, 20 seconds. And then I will send you the CDN URL. Okay, let me know in the chat, copy this URL and paste the URL in the browser and then try to get the data. And let me know how much time does it take. Above link is normal. If you see a link coming with blob.core.net, it's a normal URL. If you see a link with Azure Edge.net, it will be a CDN URL. Okay, now how much time did it take? It take 50 seconds, 7 seconds. Okay, normal image 19 seconds. Okay, so you see that the latency is very, very high. Now let me send you the CDN URL. Let me know how much time did it take now with the CDN URL. Okay, now I'm sending you the second URL. The CDN, you know the time it take. This is the second URL, which is the CDN one. How much time did it take? Okay, try to let me know how much time did it take. 2 seconds. So now all of you are able to notice the improvements with the CDN and non-CDN URLs. Are you all able to notice the improvement with CDN and non-CDN? Okay, so now apart from this, CDN also mentions, okay, CDN also gave us one more feature which is known as the geo filtering option. So let's assume we want a content to be available in a specific country. So how do we do that? Let's see with how does it work with the CDN. Let's go to our CDN profile. Under the CDN profile, click on the endpoint. Once you're inside the endpoint, there is a thing known as the geo filtering. Click on the geo filtering. Under geo filtering, there are two options, allow and block. Allow is a very, 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 very restrictive rule. If you click on allow and if you select only a single country, this means your CDN data or the CDN URLs or the content would only be available within India. Okay, this is an allow action within geo filtering. So this geo filtering will also use the CDN URL. and then click on save. So now this allow rule, please remember, is very, very restrictive. If you select a allow rule and select a single country, it will only work within that single country. Okay, so let's wait for a few minutes for this to be enabled, and then we will try to see whether our data is available in different country or not. Okay, now once it is done, let's wait for a few minutes. Yes, it is fixing to a country. Yes, sir. Country or a region specific content. Yes, it is country or a region. So if you go to the geo filtering and allow only a single country, so what will happen? This CDN endpoint will only work within a single country. So I will show you in a live example now. Copy the URL here, which is the CDN URL, and it is now currently working in India. You can see it is working as expected. We are not facing any kind of issues. But let me switch on the VPN. Now, please remember, geo filtering can take around 10 minutes. So if I change the VPN to a different country, it may still work. I change the country to Singapore. And if I refresh the website, let's see what happens. You can see you are getting an error that the request is blocked in Singapore. You see the error that the request is blocked in Singapore. Okay, why? Because we have only allowed a single country for the CDN to working. So if I change any other country, let's assume to UK, if I refresh, you will still see that the service is unavailable. Why? Because allow rule is highly restrictive and only the countries which you select will work. Okay. Yes, absolutely correct. Especially for media, entertainment contents where we only allow it for a specific countries. Okay. So are you all able to understand the geo filtering thing? Now, let me explain you how does the block rule works. So this was the allow rule, which allows a specific country and block the content in each and every country. Now let me show you how does the block rule work. Under the block rule, if you select a specific country where you want to block this content, let's say we are blocking the content in India and it is available to everyone. Okay. Okay. Now you can see the content is blocked in India. Yes, this is allowed everywhere except the mention location. The first rule allow means it will be allowed only in the specific location and block for everyone. But if I go with the second thing, it is only blocked within India and then allowed from everywhere. So if I try to go to my browser and if I try to visit the URL here, let's see what happens within UK. You can see I'm able to view the content now. The content is working. Obviously, it's a free VPN, so it will be slow. And if I work from Singapore also, you will see that it is working as expected. You won't see the content being blocked. It is still getting blocked because the CDN is still kicking in. You can see the content is now working within Singapore. But let me go ahead and disable the VPN and go back to my original location, which is India. Let's give it a minute. You can see within India, the service is now being blocked. Why? Because we have created a block rule within India now. And let me know whether you are able to do so or not. Okay. Same error. Why? Because we have created a block rule. Why? Because we have created a block rule and the block rule is now active. So are you all able to understand the geo filtering? So are you all able to understand how does the geo filtering works? Okay then. So CDN is now clear to all of you. Any questions or any doubts so that I can explain before I go ahead and delete the CDN? How long the content remain at location? So that depends on the settings of the endpoint. So if we go to the endpoint, you can mention those settings here under the caching rules. Okay, you can mention under the caching rules and you can search under the optimization itself. Okay. Now let me go ahead and delete this CDN because it will then cost me. Now, let me show you one more topic. Let's go to the next topic where we will be hosting a static website. Did we cover this topic of hosting a static website on Blob Storage? Does anyone remember that? Did we cover this topic of hosting a static website on a storage account? Okay, did we cover this topic of hosting a static website on storage account? I completely forget about that. Can anybody tell me that did we cover that thing? Okay, yes, that was the green page thing. Okay. So if it was covered, then I won't cover that thing again. So let me explain you about the blob tiers. Okay. Let me open the slides and cover what is a blob storage. Now let's talk about what is a blob storage and how does the blob storage work. Now those who have covered the AWS thing, okay, you must have worked on the S3 thing. You must have worked on S3. Okay, you must have worked on S3 also. Okay, you must have heard about S3. So if I talk about blob storage, a blob storage is what we get with the S3. So blob storage and S3 are the things which are actually same. So blob storage and S3 are the things which are actually same. Okay, So it works on a similar basis, that S3 is a kind of a bucket storage, and where blob storage is also kind of a bucket storage. So let's see what is a blob storage and why blob storage. So if I talk about blob storage are usually used to store large binary files such as audio, video, and text. So if I talk about blob storage are nothing but they are used to store large binary files such as audio, video, and text. First, they can be used to store data for archiving, backup, or restoring. Secondly, can be used to serve image document directly to a given browser. And final use case, they can be used for writing log files. So let's assume you have thousands and thousands of servers inside your organization, and you want a long-term storage solution to store their logs and every kind of log. Let's assume audit log, activity logs, and every logs you want to store. Then you can use those things for writing the logs to the blob storage. So they can be used for writing the log files. Secondly, they can be used to serve content directly to a browser. What does this mean? They can be used to directly content serve to the browser. So let's assume you have a website. Okay. Let's assume you have a website. Your website is having some kind of content. Okay. Your website is having some kind of static image content. Now, in the earlier time, we used to store that in a disk, but now due to the introduction of these object storage, we can directly store the content here, like video file, audio file, and any kind of video files, music, or any kind of media file, and then we can directly serve it via the browser. And finally, they can be used for data archiving and backup. So we can use this as a backup solution where we store all the backups here. Okay. And now let's see what is a blob access tier. So what is a blob access tier? We have blob access tier in two ways. One is the private and one is the public. And second type of access tier is a different thing, which we will go ahead and study about that. So let's go ahead and study both the things now. Now, if I talk about the blob storage, there are two kinds of tiers which are available. One is public and second is private. So when I talk about the blob access level, so there are two types of blob access level. One is the private and second is known as the public or anonymous blob. So if I talk about the private blob, so let's see how does those work and how they are different from a public. First, talk about a public. Let's assume you have a blob container like this, which is serving some image, and it's a public one. If there is a user who is coming from internet, let's assume there is a user who is coming via the internet and the internet to get the access to the data. Now, whenever you have a public blob without any authentication, so without any kind of authentication, means it is open and there is no log being added. Without any authentication, the person would be able to access that thing. Means it is available publicly. If I talk about a private blob, let's see how does it work. So if there is a person who is trying to access the data over the internet and he has the URL for your blob object, and if he tries to get the access here, let's see what happens. Now he's coming via the internet. Now what happens if there is a user who is coming via the internet? There are two use cases now. So first use case is request is using proper authentication. Okay. So with authentication, so what happens whenever a person is trying to access a blob storage which is private with proper authentication? What will happen? This person would be able to access data. Now let's assume that there is a second request which is being sent now. And this is sent without any authentication. Now what will happen in this case if it is sent without any authentication? Then what will happen? Request is denied. Okay. So this is how the difference is between a private and a public. That if you're using a public blob, then without any authentication, you will be able to browse that data. But if it is a private blob without any authentication, the requested data would be denied. So here in the second thing, the request would be denied. What does without any authentication? In public, you don't need to provide any kind of authentication. Authentication means whenever you're trying to get the access to the data which is private, you need a user who has the access to that data. So let's assume there is an application which you have written. Okay, let's assume there's an application which you have written that needs access to your data. Okay, that needs access to your data. Now that application which is being sent in needs to have the correct authentication string so that it is able to get the data. But If it is stored as a public one, then no authentication is required as it is available publicly throughout the world. Have you all worked with Google Drive? Oh, sorry. So it's without any authentication. Okay. Have you all worked with Google Drive? Answer is obviously most of you would have worked. In Google Drive, there are two kinds of things, public and private. Do you agree with that? There is a public drive and a private drive. So what's the difference between a public and a private drive? So what's the difference between a public and a private drive? Okay, private means we need to add a user. Only those would be able to access. If it is a public, it is open to everyone. Okay, so same is the concept with the blob storage. Okay, same is the access with the blob storage. Okay, now a question for all of you. If you have a confidential data, that you have made public, and if that data got leaked, who would be the responsible party in this? Azure or you? Okay, who would be the responsible party for the data leakage? Your organization or Azure? Okay, yes, the organization. No, Azure won't be responsible. The reason is because you have made that data public. The reason is you have made the data public, so you would be the responsible party. Okay, why? Because you have made that data public. It is not Azure responsibility. If you are making a data public and that gets leaked, it will be solely your responsibility. Now remember one thing, by default, if you create a storage account, Azure does not allow you to create a public container. You will have to manually enable that setting to make sure that you are able to create a public container. So that's why it is wholly your responsibility if you are keeping a confidential data in a public container and if that gets leaked. Okay. Obviously, if you're storing any data in the public container, Azure will alert you. If you're using Microsoft Defender or any other tool, Microsoft will alert you. But the thing is, you are responsible on your own. Okay. So let's go ahead and see how it will work. We'll go to the storage account. Let's go ahead and create a new store. Before that, let me go ahead and upload this diagram. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how does it will work. Let's create a new container. My test container, public. Select the region as East US only. Locally redundant storage. Go to next. Now, by default, if you do not enable this setting, now enabling anonymous access for the individual container, you won't be able to create a public container. For now, we are disabling this thing and we will see how do we enable it manually after the creation of the storage account. But if you enable this, you will be able to create a public container. Otherwise, Azure will block creating any kind of public container. So we'll go ahead and disable this thing. Click on tags first. Select the creation date. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Yes, it can be done later. That's what I told you. We are not enabling it here. We will do it later. Okay. Now it's done. Let's go to the storage accounts and click on the storage account which we created for this activity. Click on container, click on. Plus you can see by default it is private. Why? Because we have disabled that option to create a public container. So let's test this first. Let's stop this as documents and make it as a private one. Click on create. If I go to documents, if I click on upload, let's upload an image and upload it. Once it is uploaded, let me copy the URL and paste it in a browser. Now, once I send the request in this browser using the unauthentication because there is no string pass, it's just a simple URL. You will see that public access is not permitted on the storage account, and you will see this option. Okay, so you are all getting this error. But let's go ahead and enable the public access in this blob in this storage account and then create a public container. To enable the public access in already consisting storage account, you have to scroll down a bit and go to configuration under settings. Once you're in the configuration, enable this option, allow blob anonymous access. Click on enable, click on save. It can still take 3-4 minutes for this to be kicked in. So let's wait for 2-3 minutes. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create a public container. It can be done on one particular content also. That is possible, but that is totally out of the scope of this because that's the AZ305. Now, let's go to the containers. Click on container, type the container name as image and make it as a public. Click on create. Let's go to the image container, click on upload, and browse for any files. So just be uploaded. Just copy the URL and paste it in a browser. You can see once you paste it in a browser, you will be able to browse this content. Why? Because this is a public. Okay, why? Because this is public. Let me send you. Okay, so are you able to understand the difference between public and a private? Okay, okay. Now let's talk about the soft delete first, and then we'll work on the hot, cool, and archival tier. Okay, let me explain you what is soft delete in blobs and file storage. Okay, so let's see how does the soft delete works. So let's assume you have a blob object. Okay, it can be a blob or it can be a file. So we're just taking an example. How does this soft delete works? Now let's talk about without soft delete and with soft delete. So what happens if there is an object without soft delete? So let's assume there is an object which is being and there is a user who sent an accidental delete query. Now this is a very critical data for us. A delete query was sent. So what happens if a delete query is sent? The object is deleted permanently. Okay, object is deleted permanently and there is no way to recover this object. Okay, so here what will happen? The object would be deleted permanently and there is no way to recover this object. This works without soft delete. Now what happens with soft delete? Okay, so let's look at the blob object and there is a delete query. Now let's assume an accidental delete query is also sent here if the soft delete is enabled. Now what will happen in this case is there are two use cases now. Okay, now sorry, there is a use case now. If delete query is sent on accidental, so what will happen? Object won't be deleted permanently, but it will be kept in delete pending state for n number of days. Okay, so object is kept in a delete pending state for n number of days. Those n number of days you specify whenever you're creating a new storage account and you mention the soft delete days in the configuration. Now, what happens with those n number of days is so whenever you delete any kind of object in the blob storage where soft delete is enabled, what will happen in this case is the object would be deleted but the object would be kept in a delete pending state. So if an object is kept in a delete pending state and if that was an accidental deletion, then for those n number of days you have an option to recover this. Then for those n number of days you have an option to recover this data. You have an option to recover this particular blob. Okay, so that is how it will work. So that is how the soft delete works. Now, what can be the disadvantage of soft delete? Thinking at this logic, can anybody tell me what can be the disadvantage of soft delete? So is it? Yes, absolutely correct. No, it does not take time to read. Let's assume there is an object which you generally want to delete. Okay, there's an object which you generally want to delete. And if you delete that object, then what will happen in that case is if you delete that object, then what will happen in that case is the object will still be remaining for 1 week of time until unless it's deleted. So that storage cost is still included. So the storage cost is still included. Why? Because object is kept in a delete pending state. As object is kept in a delete pending state, you still have to pay for the storage cost as the data is not deleted permanently and it is kept in a soft delete. Okay, so if there is a genuine data which you still want to delete, you will still have to pay for the cost because the data has been kept in a delete pending state. Okay, let me go ahead and I will show you how soft delete is option is enabled. We will do a lab. We'll just do a lab for that. We'll do the lab for both file storage and blob storage. Okay, let's go ahead and create a new storage account. First, we'll create that storage account without soft delete, then with soft delete. You can enable it for anywhere, from anywhere. Okay, so let's go to the home, create a new storage account. First, we will be creating it without soft delete, then we'll create it with soft delete. Then we will enable the soft delete manually. Let's name this soft delete 2508 East US locally redundant storage. Now, under the data protection, if you go, by default, the soft delete is enabled. So we'll go ahead and disable the soft delete for now. Okay, we are disabling the soft delete for now. We will go ahead and enable it before testing how does the data works without soft delete, and then we will enable the soft delete where we will see how does the data works with soft delete. Go to tags. owner and create this service account and create. Let's wait for a minute and two for this to be created. Okay, so we can see the storage account is created. Let's add some objects here. Go to storage accounts on containers. Okay, let's create a container. Let's click on my container, upload, browse for files. Let's add some random file here and upload. Now here soft delete is not enabled for now. Let's delete this. Let's see what happens. Now, once you delete this, this object is permanently deleted. So even if you click on show deleted blobs, let me see why this enable the soft delete. Just a second. I disable the soft delete in this. Just a second. Soft delete was not disabled. Let me go ahead and delete this storage account or create a new storage account again. Locally redundant storage, data protection, disable all those three things. On review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on blob soft delete is still enabled. I don't know why. Yes, blob soft delete is disabled now. Click on create. Okay, let's go to the resource and click on container. Click on plus container. Click on create. Go to the containers and just upload anything. Let's upload a random object and you see this object is added. So if I click on this and click on delete, and if I click here on show deleted blobs, you can see there is no way to recover this particular object. Why? Because soft delete is not enabled. Let's go ahead and enable the soft delete. To enable the soft delete on an existing storage account, under data management, go to data protection, enable soft delete for blobs, select the number of days. So number of days can anywhere between 1 to 365. The default most company uses 7. Then enable it at the container and blob level both. Means if somebody goes and delete the whole container, then also you have an option to recover it. And then you can enable it for file storage. For file storage, it's a different window. So we will see that in the next lab. But for now, this is how you enable the soft delete for the blob storage. Click on save. Now it can take around a minute and two for this setting to be available. So let's wait for a minute and two, and then we'll try to test the soft delete. Okay, so we can go back to the home now, overview, and go to the containers. Click on this container and let's upload the object. Now this object is uploaded. Let's click here and click on delete the object. Now this object is deleted, but as soft delete option is enabled. So if you click here, the object is kept in a delete pending state for next 6 days. So you have an option to undelete or restore this object. To undelete or restore of this object, click on these 3 dots, click on undelete. So object is now removed from delete pending state and the object is now live. But what if somebody goes ahead and deleted the whole container? So let's click on the container where all the objects are kept, click on delete and delete. So this whole container is deleted. So under the show deleted containers, you will be able to see that this container is deleted. Now, as container is a large device with huge amount of data, so it will still take 1 or 2 minutes before we can recover it. So let's wait for a 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll try to recover this. Okay, let's click here and undelete it. Now, once you click on undelete and click on save, the container would be restored. So all the container and the object inside the container would be restored. So if you click here on the my container, you can see all the objects are restored. Okay, so are you all able to understand this? Okay. Yes, no, blob storage is not chargeable until unless you upload some data there. Yes, single file is chargeable, but that is a very, very minimal amount, around $0.01 per month. Okay, so are you able to understand how does this soft delete works in blob storage? Okay, so if yes, then let's move on to the next topic. AWS S3 doesn't charge for limited and only take out data. Azure is also free till 1 GB of data, but if you have a data more than 1 GB, then it will cost you $0.01 per GB. Azure Blob Storage is cheaper than S3. Please remember that. Please remember that Azure Blob Storage is cheaper than S3. And the AWS thing which you're talking about is for AWS free trial. Once the free trial is over, you will have to pay for the bill for the charges. Okay, so if it is done, let's move on to our next topic, which is soft delete in file storage. So we have the storage account. Under this, we have the file storage. So let's click on file shares. By default, we have disabled the soft delete. So if you see at the top, I will go here under soft delete. I will go ahead and disable the soft delete. And now let's see without soft delete, and let's see with soft delete. Click on file share. Let's click on under backup. We are not leaving any kind of backup. Click on review and create. Click on create. This is created. Let me edit the quota to make it only 10 GB. Let's click on the file shares now, and let's delete this file share. Now, once you delete this object, and if you click on refresh, okay, so you can see the object has been deleted. If you see, the object is permanently deleted here. And if I click on show deleted shares, you won't see anything because soft delete was disabled. Now let me enable the soft delete now and save, create a new file share. Click on backup. We are not leaving any kind of backup. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on delete the file share. We edit the quota first. This is permanently deleted. But as we have enabled soft delete, so you can see this is kept in a delete pending state. So let's give it a minute and two before we can recover it. So you can see this is deleted. So if I click here and if I click on undelete, the object is now back in unwritten. Okay, so you can see that's how you use the soft delete in case of file storage. So are you able to understand the soft delete for both the things? So are you able to understand soft delete for both blobs and file storage? Okay, so let's move on to the next topic now. Okay, so let's go to the storage accounts. And now let's work on the next thing, which is known as the access tiers in blobs. Now, whenever I talk about blob storage, there are three types of access tier which are available: hot, cold, and archival tier. So there are three types of tiers which are available: hot, cold, and archival. Now, which food is meant for initial consumption and which food is meant for long-term storage? Hot food and cold food. So you have two choice: hot food and cold food. Cold food is for long-term and current is hot. That's absolutely correct. So now, if I talk about the access tiers in blobs, there are three kinds of access tiers which are available. Let me explain you what are these three access tiers. Just give me a second. So when I talk about the blob access tier, there are three kinds of tiers which are available: hot, cool, and archival. So first is a hot tier. Now, hot tier is meant for the data which needs to be consumed very frequently. Example for it can be media file, doc file, and the file that need to be served via browser, batch data, IoT data, streaming data. So this is meant for the data which needs to be consumed as soon as it is being uploaded. So for them, we have the hot tier. Now, whenever you store any kind of data in a hot tier, the tier has a high storage cost, but the cost for data retrieval is negligible. Means you, whenever you upload any data, you have to pay a higher amount of storage cost. But whenever you retrieve the data, you don't have to pay any kind of retrieval cost, or even if you want to pay, the retrieval cost is very, very minimal. Third, this tier does not have any kind of lock-in period. I mean, as soon as you upload your data, you can go ahead and delete the data without having to pay any kind of data deletion fees. While for other tiers, you will have to pay the data deletion fees. And finally, it's an online storage solution. Means as soon as you upload the data, your data would be able to be consumed. Now, this tier has a high storage cost, but negligible retrieval cost. So we'll come into this point later. I will explain you cool tier. Then I will ask you a question. Please remember that point very, very carefully. Second, it's a cool tier. So what is a cool tier? So cool tier is meant for the data which is rarely accessed. Means this is a type of data which is rarely accessed between 1 or 2 times within a month or even within a quarter. So this is a type of data which is accessed 1 or 2 times within a quarter. Example for this can be logging data, long-term data backup, and financial quarterly data. And the final is financial quarterly data is the thing which now. The next thing is this tier has low data storage fees, but high retrieval cost. Now, under this, whenever you store any kind of data, the storage cost is way less than as compared to the hot tier, but the retrieval cost is high. What would be the disadvantage if we keep a data which is meant for hot tier in cool tier? We are saving the storage cost. So what can be the disadvantage of that? What can be the disadvantage of storing a data which is consumed regularly in cold storage? We will save the storage cost. So what can be a disadvantage for it of it? What can be the disadvantage of storing the data which is meant for hot tier in a cool tier? Okay, in the end, we will be storing a huge amount of storage fees. then why don't customers store every data in a cool tier rather than using the hot tier? Okay, let me know your answers in the chat. It will be costly near term and also increase. How would the cost be increased? The storage cost is less. If you're storing 1 GB of data here, the cost is actually less. That as the retrieval cost is very, very high, then in the hot tier, as we are retrieving the data regularly, the amount which we save for the amount which we have saved for the storage would all be consumed via the retrieval cost. Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you the cost difference first. Okay, let's have a cost comparison now. Let's open the Azure pricing calculator and let's go to the storage accounts. Let's assume you're storing 1000 GB of data in a hot tier. You will only have to pay $20. But if you store it in a cool tier, only thing which you have to pay is a $15 fee. But here you can see data retrieval cost will also be added. But if I go on to the hot tier, although you see that you have to pay $20 per month for the data fees, but the retrieval cost is zero. Okay, so remember that thing very, very carefully. The retrieval cost in the cold storage is usually higher. So that's why if you store any data which is meant for the cold storage that is meant for hot tier in cold storage, you will have to pay a huge amount of retrieval costs in this. Okay. Now, let's talk about the third type of tier itself, which is the archival tier. Let's close this. Let's open this. And let's talk about the final, which is known as an archival tier. So what is an archival tier? So archival tier is nothing but it's an offline storage solution. So what does the offline storage solution means? We are storing the data online in Azure. Offline storage solution means whenever you upload any data in here, and if you want to retrieve the data, you will first have to warm up the data before you can actually retrieve the data. So hot tier means if you want to retrieve the data from archival tier, you will first have to warm up the data. Before warming up the data, you won't be able to retrieve that data. So it is known as an offline storage solution. So it is an offline storage solution which is used for the data that is very, very rarely accessed. There is a chance that data is only for the storage and won't be accessed during the life cycle. So example of this can be tape archival data, which are the archival files for your organization. Very long-term data backup with the data backup which will be kept there for decades without even being used. Raw data which is being processed. So let's assume you have some IoT devices which is sending some raw data to your analytical server, and then once server do the analytic, they converted the data into the meaningful format. So in that case, raw data becomes unuseful. But still raw data would be required in case if some audit is going on, and if a data is corrupted and they want that specific version of raw data, so you can keep that raw data in a archival storage. And then compliance and audit data for the audit which has already happened, but still as a company policy or as a compliance, you are keeping that data. Okay, and then this tier has a very, very low storage fees, but the data retrieval fees in this is very, very high. But the data retrieval fees in this is actually very, very high. Okay, then the data in here needs to be warmed up before you can get the access. Means you need to warm up the data before you can get the access. And finally, this has a lock-in period. Means if you're storing any data in a archival storage, you will have to wait for 180 days before you can go ahead and delete the data. Otherwise, you will have to pay for the data retrieval. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for the data deletion fees. If you delete the data before the 180 days window, you will have to pay for the data deletion fees because there is a lock-in period of 180 days. Okay, so are you able to understand all the three tiers? Now I will show you one important thing. If you go on to the Azure pricing calculator again, and if you click on storage accounts, under the tier, if you change the tier from hot to archive, for 1000 GB of data, you will only have to pay $1 of fees. Means you only pay $1 as an fees. Okay. Okay. And then let's move on to how do we create a storage account and how do we change the access tier of an object. Let's go ahead and check that. So under the storage account, now by default, whenever you create any kind of storage account, let me show you one important thing here. Let's create it a random. Once you click on next, by default, you can select the access tier of the object. So if you select hot, by default, if you upload any object inside the storage account, it will be created as an hot access tier. But if you select cool, the object would be automatically created as a cool access tier. We will select hot here. Okay, we'll select hot here and click on review. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on. Okay, let's go to the home, go to the storage accounts, click on the storage account and click on containers. So once you go to the containers and click on plus add a container, let's name this container as random. Go here and click on upload. Now, once you upload the object in a container, and if you click on advanced topic, by default, it is added as a hot tier. Now you have an option to change it to a cool tier or an archival tier. So you have an option here, but by default, as the storage account setting mention hot tier, so any object which is being uploaded here would be added as a hot tier only. Okay, so that's how the access tiers work in Blob Storage. So are you all able to understand the access tiers in blobs? Okay, so if all of you are able to understand. Okay,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
we will be working with the versioning, lifecycle management policies, and then finally we'll be working with the SAS tokens. Okay, so let's start with the topics. So we learn about the blob access level and we learn about the access tier. So we'll be starting with the things known as the versioning, and then we will start with what we called it as lifecycle management policies and SAS tokens. So first, let's go ahead and start with what is a versioning. In AWS S3 or this thing you would have heard. So let's see what is a versioning and how does the versioning work. Okay, let's first complete the theoretical part. Okay, let's assume we have a blob object like this. Okay, and let's assume there's an IoT device that is continuously writing here. Okay, let's assume there's an IoT device which is continuously writing the data here. Okay, there's an IoT device which is continuously writing the data here. Okay, now and then once the data is being written here, once the data is being written here, there's an app service, there's a web app which is then reading that data. Okay, then there's a web app which is then reading this data. Now, as the data is continuously getting written to this device, so every time a data is being written, this blob storage object is updated. Okay, let's assume this is how it is writing the data. Okay, so there's IoT device that is writing the data to the blob. So let's assume there was a version. There is some data written here, version 1. Okay. So let's assume there is a there is correct data being written in the first initial run. Once the correct data is being written, that data is fed by the web app and then served to the customer where they get some insight from it. Now let's assume, okay, let's assume a scenario here that IoT device got a corrupted data from one of its sensors. From one of the sensor, IoT got some corrupted data. Okay, IoT sensors got some corrupted data and there was no data checks. And there is no data check being added. So due to the fact what was happening here is corrupted data was written here. Okay. Corrupted data was written to the blob. And as the corrupted data was written to the blob, so what will happen? The application who is accessing this blob will also read the corrupted data. And due to the fact the end users who will be getting analysis of this data, they would also have the corrupted version, which can lead to some failures in the application. Now, as in this case, we do not have versioning available. We do not have the versioning enabled. So this was without versioning. So this data was without any kind of versioning enabled here. So what was happening that as the data, corrupted data was written, so we do not have a way to roll back to the previous version where there was a correct data. Okay. So that is the issue without versioning, that if you want to roll back to a previous version, if the current version is corrupted, you do not have a way for it. But let's see what happens with versioning. Let's see what happens with versioning. Now, whenever versioning is enabled, let's take a same scenario. We have a blob object, IoT device that is writing the data. So there would be multiple data being written. So let's assume this is the initial data which is being written. Initial data which is being written by this device to this. Now, when initial data is written, everything will remain as same. It will be the initial version. But let's assume next day some more data was written here. This is was the initial data, and this is the next day data. So what happens when the next day data was written? This becomes the latest version where the updated data was written, and a previous version of the blob storage would be added. A previous version of this object would be added, which will be version number 1. Now version number 1 will have the initial data, and the latest version would be your data which was written on next day. Let's assume another day, another data is being written here. So we have this data for the third day, second day data. So what happens in this case is when the second day data was written, the second day data becomes the latest version, and then the next day data becomes the version number 2. So that's how whenever you continuously write the data here, it will go ahead and release multiple versions of it. So in this case, if let's assume on the fourth day, let's assume what happens on the fourth day, corrupted data was written to this application. Let's assume on the fourth day, corrupted data was written to this application. So what will happen in this case is, as we have the previous version where the data was correct, we will be able to roll back to the version which was working as expected. So that's the advantage of the versioning, that with versioning, if the latest data has some corruption or the latest data is not correct and the data got corrupted, with the versioning enabled, we can always roll back to the previous version without much pressure. Okay, just by a single click, we can restore it back to the previous version. Okay, so are you able to understand the versioning? Now, a question for all of you: what can be the disadvantage of versioning? Okay, as there are more and more versions being added here, so it will increase the storage cost. So that's where we have the lifecycle management policies kick in, which can delete older versions. Okay, but let's assume that fact. Let's go ahead and do the demo for how does the versioning work before we see what are lifecycle management policies. Okay, for now the disadvantage is if there are multiple versions being added for a single object, and in an organization there would be thousands and thousands of objects, and every object, if it is having thousands and thousands of versions, the cost can increase very, very exponentially. The cost can be very, very exponentially increased. Okay. So to deal with that fact, we do have a service known as the, to deal with that, we do have a service known as the lifecycle management policy. We'll learn into it. But before learning into lifecycle management policy, we will learn this. Okay. So let's go ahead and see how does the versioning actually works in Azure. So let's go to our portal and create a storage account. Okay, select Central India, locally redundant storage. Click on next. Next, go to data protection. Under data protection, disable this update because we do not require it. To enable the versioning, we have the tracking and we can go ahead and enable the versioning here. Okay. Now we won't enable this thing here. We will enable it after. We'll click on review and create. Once it is done, we'll go ahead and create this storage account. Okay, so we can see this storage account is created. Let's give it a minute and two. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our storage browser. Click on containers. Click on create new container. We'll create a public one. So you can see by default, the public is disabled. So we'll go ahead and enable the public creation. Why? Because I need to show you something. So allow anonymous access. Click on save. Let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, so we can see we have enabled this of the public access. So let's go to container, create a new container. Let's name it my container, make it public. Let's go to my container and upload an object here. Okay. Let me go ahead and create an index.html file here. Let's create a simple index.html file. Let's open a body tag. This is version 1 of our blog and save. Let's upload this object. Copy this, and you can see this is version 1 of blog. Now let's release a version 2 of this. Let's start. This is the version 2 of our blog. Save this file and upload it. Click on overwrite the file if already exists and upload. And if you refresh it here, you can see this is version 2 of our blog. If you click on index.html, click on version, you can see no previous versions are being created. Okay. Now let's assume we have launched another version, means another data is being written to this file. And this time it's a corrupted version. Here's this. And you can see you will have a corrupted version now. As our versioning is not enabled here, so we do not have a way in which we can roll back to the previous version. There is no way. So this is the disadvantage if we do not have the versioning enabled, that if we have any data which is being corrupted, we won't be able to go back to the previous version. Okay. So let's go ahead and delete it and then enable the versioning and see how it will work without the versioning now. Let's go to this storage account. To enable versioning, scroll down under data management, go to data protection. Under data protection, enable versioning for the blobs. Okay, click this option, enable versioning for blob, click on save. And let's wait for a minute and two because versioning can take around minute and two to be enabled. And then we will see the difference which was made with versioning. Okay, so let's go to the overview. And we have the versioning test. Now this time, let's go ahead and upload some objects here. Go to my container. Let's start with the version 1 now. Save this. Load the object. And let's see that. You can see this is the version 1 of our blob. Now, if I open this and if I go to versions, you can see we have enabled the version. Still, we are not able to view the previous version. Can you tell me the reason why we are not able to view the previous versions here? Because we only have a single version of this object. We have not written it. Okay, let's go here and launch the version number 2. See, this is the version 2 of our blob. Now, if I go here, and now if I click on version, you can see you are able to view the previous version of your app here. Okay, without any issue, you are able to view the previous version for your app. Okay, now let's launch a corrupted version. Save this, upload the object. And if I refresh, you can see we are back to the corrupted version. Now, let's assume due to this corrupted version, the applications are not working as expected. There are some issues with the data consistency. Okay, there are some issues with the data consistency. So what we will do here is we'll click here, click on the versions, we'll go to the latest version, which is this, and we will click here and click on make current version. Once you make it a current version, the corrupted version will be the latest version. So we'll go to delete that version because it was a corrupted version. Now, if I refresh this website, you can see we will be back to the version number 2. Okay, let's move on to the next thing, which is known as the lifecycle management rules or lifecycle management policies. Now, one disadvantage which I will be showing you for the versioning is, let's assume we have hundreds and thousands of objects and each object has its own hundreds and thousands of version. It can lead to drastically increase in the storage cost. So to deal with the fact, we have a service known as the lifecycle management rule. Okay, now the thing is that if you have the versioning enabled, you can see a single object can have thousands and thousands of versions. But what if we have thousands of objects and there are thousands of versions? So what will happen in this case? What will happen in this case? The cost would be drastically increased. Okay, the cost would have drastically increased. So how do we deal with such fact? That okay, so we want to use the versioning because we fear that we may use a corrupted version and we may go back to the previous version. But the thing is, we do not want to, we want to save the cost as well. So how do you do that thing? So to do that thing, you have a thing known as the Azure Lifecycle Management Policy. So let's see how does those things work. So let's talk about Azure Blob Lifecycle Management. First, talk about How do we maintain the versioning? Okay, so let's see that. So let's assume you have a blob object where versioning is enabled. Now, let's assume if you have blob with versions and there are multiple versions being maintained for that particular blob storage like this. Okay, you have multiple version like this. So once this version reach a threshold, it can drastically increase the cost. But what we can do is blob with version is we can create a lifecycle management rule. Okay, under this lifecycle management rule, what we can do is it will go ahead and check versions greater than 7 days. So if there are any versions who are older than 7 days, if there are any kind of versions which are older than 7 days, what will happen? The lifecycle management rule will kick in and it will go ahead and delete those versions. So let's assume we have four versions: version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. This was created. This is 2 days old. This is version 1. This is 2 days old. Version 2. This is 6 days old. We have version 3, which is 9 days old. We have version 4, which is 10 days old. Now, what will happen is, as we have created a lifecycle management rules here, so what will happen to these two versions, which is greater than 7 days, which is version 3 and version 4? So, what will happen? These versions would be deleted. Why? Because they are older than 7 days. And we had a window of all the versions who are older than 7 days, they would be deleted due to the fact that lifecycle management policy rule kicked in. Okay. So are you able to understand this version of lifecycle management policy rule? Okay. So now this was a simple version of lifecycle management policy. Now there can be a scenario. Okay, let me go through a scenario here. Let's assume you have an object which is stored in a hot tier that has not been used for more than a month. Do you think it is feasible to keep it in a hot tier if you know that this object won't be used frequently now? Okay, so now let's talk about the second type of versions, okay, which is known as the maintaining access tiers lifecycle. Now let's talk about a blob which is stored as a hot tier. Now, question for all of you. If there is an object which is added in a hot tier and that object is not being used for more than 30 days, and you know that this object won't be used for next 30 days also. Okay. So what will you do? Okay, what will you do? Would you like to keep this in hot tier or would you like to move it into cool tier? Okay, so hot tier. Now, how does the lifecycle management rule work is, let's assume there's an object which is in hot tier and we have created a lifecycle management. Now, please remember lifecycle management rules are all organization choices. They can choose the number of days, but we are taking a hypothetical example. If object is not used for more than 30 days. So if there is a hot tier object which has not been used for more than 30 days, so what will happen here is we will go ahead and move this object to cool tier. Then again, if that same object is still not being used for more than 180 days, then what you will do, move this object to cold tier. Cold tier we are not studying because cool and cold tier are basically similar. It's just another layer of tier for object which you know won't be used for more than a 6 months of period. Then move this object into a cold tier. Okay, then once it is moved to the cold tier, again, if the object is still not being used for more than 360 days, then what you will do, move this object to archival tier. And then the final rule will kick in. If the object has still not been used for more than 10 years, which is approximately 3650 days, then finally delete the object. Okay. So we have a retention period of 10 years for an object where it will be moved onto the cooler tier as the time passes. Okay. So this is how the lifecycle management rules will work. So this is how lifecycle management policy rule will work. Okay. So are you all able to understand both types of lifecycle management policy rule? One is direct deletion, one is moving into the multiple tiers. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. And let's go to the portal. Let's create a new storage account to test the lifecycle management policies. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. And create. Let's wait for a few minutes for this to be created. Okay, let's go to the home. Let's go to the storage account. Go to lifecycle test. Under the storage account, let's go to the lifecycle. Lifecycle can be done using data management, lifecycle management, and add rule. So we create two types of rules here. Type the rule name, version delete. Click on versions. Click on. Now there are two things to notice in the lifecycle management. Apply rules to all the blobs in your storage account and limit blob with filter. So if you click on apply rules for all the blob, means it will be created for this rule would be active for all the containers and all the blobs stored in all the containers. But if you use limit blob with filters, here you can create a regex where this rule will only apply to the blobs who matches that regex. Okay, but we want to create it for everything. So we'll click on apply rules for blobs in all storage account. Okay, click on next. So if there are any versions which are older than 7 days, then go ahead and delete that version. Click on add. So this rule replicates the exact same thing which we saw here. If there are any versions which are older than 7 days, then go ahead and delete those versions. Let's create a second type of rule here. Add rule. Under the rule name, add the rule name. Move to pool tiers. Apply rule to all the blobs in your storage account. Under the blob types like block blobs. Under this like base blobs, and click on next. Here, if there are any objects which are not being used for more than 30 days, go ahead and move to the cold storage. Another condition, if the object has still not been used for more than 180 days, then move it to the cold storage. If still object is not being used for more than 365 days, move to the archival storage. Finally, if the object has not been used for more than 3650 days, which is period of 10 years, go ahead and delete the blob then and click on add. So we have replicated both the versions of blob rules we have mentioned here. So are you all able to understand the working of the lifecycle management policy rules? Okay. Now let's talk about Azure SAS tokens. Okay. Now before SAS tokens, let me go ahead and complete the SAS token keys. Okay. So we have understood about the lifecycle management policies. Now let's go to the storage accounts. Under the storage accounts, let's go to the lifecycle test now. Now, remember one thing. Let's assume there is an application or there is a user who needs access to your data stored in a storage account. Now, do you think if you have a private data, if you think you have a private data without authentication, you will be able to do that? Okay, without any authentication, do you think a person who is a third party provider and a third party application, would that application be able to connect with your data? So let's assume you have a private container and there is an application or there's a third party who needs temporary access to your data. Do you think without any authentication, the access can be provided? Answer is no. That is not possible. Okay. Now let's assume one thing. Okay. Let's assume one thing, that there is a user or there is a third party provider who is doing some audits in your organization and they need some temporary access to your data. Okay, so how would you provide temporary access? Okay, how would you provide temporary access? So let me tell you how it will work. Okay, now by default, whenever you need, if you need to give some access to a person inside Azure storage account, you have the option of access keys where you can provide the access keys and you can give the access key, and then using the access key, the person can have the access. But the limitation with the access key is that they give you permanent access. And if I am an admin user, let's assume I am an admin user, okay, and I want somebody to get a read-only temporary access, then if I share my access key with that user will also have the admin access to my storage account. I don't want that. Okay, so for that, we have another service in Azure, which is known as the SAS tokens. We have another service in Azure, which is known as SAS token. So we'll see how does the SAS token work. Okay, but before that, let me show you one more important thing. Now, you can see every storage account has two keys. Can anybody tell me why there are two keys here rather than a single key? Both are the admin, because I am the admin, so my keys would also be admin. I will tell you the reason. Okay. Let's assume you have shared this access key with one of your application. Let's assume there is a storage account which is for a read-only user, and then you have shared those access key for our application. Now, whenever you're working in an organization, there is a limit that after every 90 days, you need to rotate the keys to be compliant. Now, let's just take a scenario here. Let's take a scenario. Let's take a simple scenario here. But we have a blob storage account that an application is accessing via the key. So authentication is happening via the key. Okay. Now after 90 days, the key is rotated. Means the material of the key is rotated. And please remember, this is a production application. So what will happen to the authentication? Would the authentication still work or will the authentication fail? Because you will see the key material has been rotated now. Okay. The user authentication will fail because the key has been rotated. But if you have two keys, what can happen is that if one of the key has been rotated, then we can write a logic in the application that if one key is rotated, get the access via the second key. So what will happen if the key one is rotated? The application will automatically move to the key 2 and it can get the access. So that's why we would be able to. So that's why if you have two keys, it will be easier for you to rotate the key. Why? Because if key 1 is rotated, access is provided via key 2. If key 2 is rotated, access is provided via the key 1. So that's why. Okay. So are you able to understand why it has two keys? You will rotate the first key, get the access via second key, update the first key in your code, and then rotate the second key. So that's how you will rotate both the keys. Okay. Now let's forget about keys and back to the SAS tokens. Okay. Now before doing the demo of the SAS token, I want all of you to please download this software, which I'm typing at the Explorer. Please go ahead and download this and install it on your local PCs. I'm just sending you this link. To test the SAS token, we will need the software. Go to this link and select your operating system, download and install. Select your operating system and download and install the software. Okay. Then let's go ahead and see what are SAS tokens, and we will see it's working with our SAS tokens. SAS, also known as the shared access signature tokens. Okay, so let's open this. So let's see what are SAS tokens. So let's assume we have a blob storage and we want to give someone a read-only access to this blob storage, but we want that access to be only live for 1 week. We want this access to be only live for 1 week. Okay. Okay, what I want is I only want it to be 1 week. I want that data to be created for a week. So let's see how it will work. So if you want to give somebody temporary access using the token, using any Azure service to a storage account, then you can use that SAS token. So what will happen in this is SAS token would be generated, okay, and then that user or that application will get the access to your storage account blob storage using the SAS token. So using the SAS token, the person will be able to get the access. Can it be less than that or my desired time limit? You can set your own desired time limit. So means let's assume you want to give it for 1 day. You can give temporary access to this temporary time bound limited access. So using this SAS token, you can give temporary time bound limited access to a person or an application. So with those SAS token, what you can do is you can create a SAS token, give only read access for a period of day. Then after the day has expired, the person would not be able to access that data using that SAS token. Okay. So let's see how it will work. Let's see it's working in a live environment. Let's go ahead and create our new storage account. Click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Let's wait for a minute and 2 for it to be created. Let's go ahead and add some data here. Go to the storage accounts. Click on the containers and create a new blob storage. Name it my data. Add some data here. Now, let's assume this is a storage account where we are storing our audit data, and there is a third-party organization who needs read-only access to it. So either you can give the access via the Active Directory and all, but you do not want to make make that to create a new guest user and then give them the access. Rather than that, your organization has decided to give access using a SAS token. Now in this demo, we will only be providing the access for a period of 5 minutes, but usually it is done for more than a day or two. You have an option to create a SAS token for a minute, and you have an option to create it for a infinite time. So that depends on your need. Okay. So let's go ahead and create it now. Go to shared access signature, also known as SAS token. Now this is where you go ahead and create the SAS token. Now under the SAS token, under the allowed service, we are only giving access to the blob storage, and we are only giving read permission and list permission. We will remove rest of the permissions. Only read and list permissions are provided. So permission is only provided to the blob, and then only read and list. This is where you set the start time and the expiration time. Start time is 11:55, and we'll set up the end time 12:01 p.m. And then we have a firewall rule also. Okay, we have some firewall rule also. I'll explain you how the firewall rule works, but let's create a simple token which will blob, read, and list permission. Play, generate, connection, and SAS string. Now, please remember, whenever you generate a connection and a SAS string, make sure you copy the last URL, which is a blob service SAS URL, in a secured location. I will explain you why. Let's save this. Why I have asked you to save this? Because as soon as you move away from this page, you have to create a new shared access signature. The shared access signature is visible only for a single time. Once you have refreshed the page, you won't be able to see that page again. Okay. So as we have created our shared access signature, let's open our storage explorer. And let's go ahead and connect a new storage account in this. Using SAS token, let's see how do we do that. To connect a storage account using SAS token, click on this icon. Click on storage account or service. Click on shared access signature URL or SAS URL. Click on next. Copy this URL. Sorry. Go here. Sorry, I didn't copy the correct URL. I'll have to create that SAS token again. Sorry for my mistake. From 11:56 till 12:01. Generate connection and stack string. Copy blob service SAS URL and paste it here. Once you copy this, I forgot to add the list permissions. I will go here. Click on next. Copy the URL. Next, connect. Once you connect, you can see that you are able to view the blob containers and my data. Let's open this my data. And you can see you are able to list the data inside it. Let's try to delete it. Let's see what happens when we delete it. Click on yes. So as soon as you delete, you can see you are getting this error, failed to delete. Why we are getting this error, failed to delete? Because we have only given read and list permission. Try to upload a data here. So if you upload, you can see you are again getting this error, failed to start, insufficient credentials. Let's wait for a minute and two for this token to get expired. It will expire at around 12:02, and then we will see whether we are still able to get the access or not. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two for this token to get expired. Okay, so you can see it's 12:02. should be expired by now. No, it will still work. So it should be 12.2 now. The token will be expired. So if I click on refresh, you can see the SAS token used to connect the blob has expired. So you will lose the access. There is no other use case. The only use case is to provide secure temporary access to third-party vendors and your application. So if I try to refresh this, let's see what happens. I won't be able to list down the blob container due to the fact that the SAS token has expired. Okay. Now, there is one more feature which the SAS token also gives us, which is the firewall with the SAS token. Now, before that, I want all of you to please open your Azure Storage Explorer. I want all of you to please open your Azure Storage Explorer and click on this icon, connect to Azure Storage, and then click on Storage Account or Service. Do you see? And then click here, Shared Access Signature, and next. Do you all see a similar interface here? Okay, so if it is yes for all of you, let's move on to our next thing, where we will be attaching a firewall rule with our SAS token. Copy the IP address. Let's go here and create a new SAS token. Scroll down a bit. Scroll down a bit and go to SAS tokens. SAS token give access at blob and file only, blob only. Give access at both the blob and file storage this time. We are only giving read and list permission. We'll start at around 12.5. We'll end at around 12. Add the IP address. Click on generate SAS and connection string. Copy the blob service SAS URL. Go to your Storage Explorer, click on connect. Share access signature. Copy the URL, click on next. Connect. Once you connect, you can see that I'm able to view the blob container and I'm able to view the file share. Obviously, there are no file share, so nothing is visible here. But if it's not there, it will be visible. So click on my data, you will be able to list on the my data. Okay, just send it as a text file, download it, copy the content from this text file, and then try to do it. Now, how do you do it is, please see again. If you have any doubts, click on this connect icon. Select this second option, storage account or service. Select the second option, click on next, copy the URL here. You are able to connect, but try to list down the data. Try to refresh, go to the blob container, and then try to list down the blob container. Are you able to do so or not? Just like me, if I list down the blob containers, I'm able to list them, then double click on my data, I will be able to list it. Are you able to list it or not? So you can see authentication error. And I am not getting the authentication error. The reason behind this is because we have added a firewall rule that will allow only my IP to connect with it. So are you all able to understand the working of the SAS tokens? Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
We will first go ahead and complete what we called it as Azure App Service. Okay, we will cover this then we will cover the Azure Container Services. So these are the two topics which we will try to complete in. And then now these app service and container services are both PaaS service, means you do not have to worry about the operating system. So now Azure App Service is a extensively hands-on lab. Okay, this section would extensively be hands-on lab. So please make sure that all of you are very, very attentive while I'm teaching this thing. Okay, while I'm teaching this thing, all of you are very, very attentive. Okay, the reason behind that is a very, very important topic and it has lots of technical things. Okay, so you need to make sure that you understand this topic very, very carefully. Okay, so let's go ahead and start now. Okay, now let's first go ahead and start with the Azure App Services. Now let's see what is Azure App Services and what topics we will be covering in Azure App Services. So let me show you the topics which we'll be covering here. So under Azure App Services, we will learn this topic. What is App Service Plan? After covering this, we will see deployment center and we will deploy a Node.js app. We will learn about deployment slots in Azure App Services and we learn about backup of Azure App Services. So backup and all we will obviously learn in the recovery service mode, but we will see some basics of backup of Azure App Services and then application monitoring in Azure App Services. So these are the topics which we will try to complete. Okay, let's go ahead and first start with what is an app service and what is an app service plan. So let's first talk about what is app service. So if I talk about app service now, most of you would have some experience on hosting an application, or most of you would have known that whenever you're hosting any kind of application, okay, whenever you're hosting any kind of application, what you need, okay, what you specifically need is a running operating system. Do you all agree with it that if you require to run any kind of application anywhere, you require what we call it as an operating system? Okay? Yes. So app service totally overtakes the operating system layer. Means whenever you're using an app service, you do not need to worry about any kind of operating system layer. You do not need to worry about operating system layer. Everything can be handled directly. Okay. Everything can be handled directly. You don't need to worry about anything. Means operating system layer would be taken care by the cloud provider, in that case Azure. So your only task is to define the infrastructure, what type of resources you need, and how do you want to host your application, where you will see that you will go ahead and connect your application code directly to that app service plan, and then your application would be live within seconds. Okay, so that is known as the app service. So it's HTTP based service which is used to source your HTTPS based application. Okay, just a second. Okay, so as the definition agrees, HTTP based service provided by Microsoft to host application, mobile backend, and REST APIs. It supports variety of language like .NET, .NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, and Python. So why use Azure App Services? What are the advantages? First, Azure App Services supports multiple languages along with being able to run PowerShell or other executable scripts. So with App Service, you have a support of multiple languages. Okay, along with that, you are able to run some kind of PowerShell or executable script if you want. Secondly, you can set up a CI/CD environment. CI/CD means continuous deployment and continuous CI, that allows you to automate the overall deployment of the application without need to worry about anything. You can also have a staging and test environment where you can promote the updates before promoting it to the production environment. Then you have an ability in which you can go ahead and scale up and scale down you can go ahead and scale up and scale down either manually or automatically. Means if the load is high, the number of app services which are running would increase. If the load is low, the number of app services which are running would be low. And then as it's a serverless code, you don't need to maintain any kind of server. So you only need to pay for the charges whenever your code is being run. So you don't have to pay for the charges 24/7. You only have to pay for the charges when your code is being running. If your code is not running, you don't have to pay any charges. Now, whenever you are to deploy a web application, you first need to define a app service plan. So what is a app service plan? As I have already told you, each app runs on an app service plan in the background. It defines a set of compute resources that are required. So what are compute resources? So whenever you are deploying any kind of app in app service, you first need to purchase an app service plan, which defines the number of CPUs and RAM that is required to host an application. Okay, for the application deployment, depending on this app service plan, depending on the app service plan, you will be built. Now, please remember, if you have an app service plan that has high number of CPU and RAM, and your application is a very, very small API, then under a single app service plan, you can host multiple applications. Okay. And then finally, the servers is analogous to server farm in relation to conventional web hosting. So if you talk about conventional web hosting, under a single server, you are hosting multiple web application as if it was your own server farm or your cluster. Okay. Under the app service plan configuration, we have the regions, we have the size of VM, we have the number of VM, and we have the pricing tier. Okay. So if I talk about the app service plan configuration, we first have the region. So region defines the region of deployment where your app will actually exist. Now, please remember, app service is not a global service, it's a regional service. You may need to define a specific region where you need to host your application. Then under the backend, you have to define number of VMs or number of servers that will be running to host this application. And then you have the size of VM. So under the size, you define whether how many CPU and RAM you required. And finally, you need to define what we call it as pricing tier. This defines what app services feature will be accessible to us and how much we will pay for them. So in this pricing tier, you define what app services feature means, what type of features you want. So we'll do a feature comparison. Do not worry about that. Okay. So let's go ahead and create our first app service plan. Before creating that, let's create a new resource group on create. So once it is done, let's go back to the home and click on app service. Click on create app service plan. This is where you define the name of your app service plan. That defined as my plan. Now, under this, you need to define what type of operating system you want. So you have two operating systems. One is Windows, second is Linux. Now, please remember, Linux-based app service plan are costlier than the Windows-based. Sorry, Windows-based app service plan are costlier than the Linux-based. Most of the time, you will use a Linux-based app service plan. Now, scenario where you will be using a Windows-based app service plan is if you are using a .NET library. If you're using a .NET code and that requires a particular library, then only you will go with the Windows. Otherwise, it will work with Linux. Under region, let's select Central India. This is where you find the pricing tier. Under the pricing tier, click on Export Pricing Plan. So there are two kind of tiers. One is basic, second is premium. Now, if you are working for production, then you will always go with the premium tier rather than going with the basic tier. Basic tier, you can go with the dev and test workload. Like in our case, we are using a dev and test, so we can go with the basic B3 version. But disadvantage with the basic tier is it does not provide you with any kind of scalability. Means if you want to use any kind of scalability, you will have to manually scale it and it won't give you auto scaling, mean you have to manually scale the instance if the load is high. But if you're using a production, you have an ability to use auto scaling. So as I need to show you auto scaling, so I will go with the premium version 3 POV3. But once you are doing the lab, you can go with the free tier or you can go with the basic B1, B2 or B3. Okay, for this lab, we are going with the premium V3, which will cost me around 6 rupees per hour. I'm going to click on select. Click on tags. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Okay, so you can see this plan is ready. Let's wait for a minute and two because a plan can take around minute and two to be completed. So let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, so we can see that our app service plan is now up and ready. Now let's go ahead and deploy our app service. Before deploying app service, let me go ahead and log into my GitHub, which is where my code is being stored. Okay, so I have this GitHub repository where my code is. So the code is Node App Azure. So we have this repository where our actual code is living. So we will use this code to deploy our Node.js application. So this is the repository which we will use. So to deploy our app service, at the top, type web app, click on app services, click on create web app. Once you are here, select the subscription where you want to deploy this app, select the resource group, select the name. Now, please remember one thing, the name of the web app should be unique. Okay, the name of the web app should be unique. If you, my node, let's see if this name is available. Okay, so we are using the name my node app js.azurewebsites.net. So it will go ahead and create a name. Now, please remember why this name should be unique, as it's using a domain name and that all the domain names should be unique. That's why we need to have a unique name here. Okay. Okay. Now, this is where you select the runtime stack. So runtime stack, you define which application, which coding language you are using to deploy your application. So in our case, we are using Node 18. So I will use Node 18. Why Node 18? Because the application, which is a simple application which I have written, app.js, is written in Node.js. So that's why I have selected Node 18 LTS. Under the region, we will use Central India because our app service plan lives in Central India. So as soon as you select Central India, you can see it will automatically select the my plan which we created to host our application. So let's see what basic settings we define. First is the subscription resource group, that is understood. Then we define the name of the app, why it should be unique. The reason behind its uniqueness is because it uses a domain name, so it should always be unique. You cannot reuse the name. Then if you scroll down under the publish, you have an option to mention a code or deploy a container. We are not deploying any container, but we actually have a code stored in GitHub, so we selected code. Under the operating system, select Linux. Why? Because our plan is also Linux and we are using a Node.js application that will perfectly work with Linux. Under the runtime, you define on which coding language your application is being written. As our application is written in Node, so we'll type Node 18 LTS. Under the region, we will define Central India. So these are the things which we need to define. Once it is done, static website is a simple website that you remember that we hosted a static website in our cloud storage bucket, which has a simple index.html page. Okay, which has a simple index.html page and all. It does not have any backend being connected with it. Okay. Okay. So let's close this. Now, under this, you can create a database connectivity. Now, obviously, I'm hosting a very, very simple application which does not require a database connectivity. So I won't do that here. Click on deployment. Under deployment, I am disabling the continuous deployment as of now. I will go ahead and enable the continuous deployment after I have created this application. Okay. After I have created this application, then we will go ahead and use the continuous deployment to see how do we connect our GitHub with our web app. Under networking, there are two choices. Either you can have a public available web app or a private. We want our this to be public, so we will enable the public access. Under monitor and secure, you can go ahead and connect your application with application insights, which we are doing it now. Why? Because it will provide you with extensive application monitoring of your app. Then we have the tag. Tags use cost center, training and certification. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Okay, let's wait for a minute. So let's go to the home and go to our app services. So once you go to the app services under my Node.js app, you can see your app services being running. Just a second. Now, under this app service, we will go to deployment center. We'll go to deployment center. Under the deployment center, you have to select the code where your actual application is running, GitHub and so as our code is stored inside GitHub, we'll select GitHub here. Under this, we can select the organization and everything. Now, please remember, by default, basic authentication is disabled for GitHub. So we will go ahead and enable it because without basic authentication, we won't be able to connect due to the fact I do not have any Active Directory licenses with me. So to enable basic authentication, under settings, you go to configuration. So this is a necessary step if you want to connect your GitHub account. And SCM basic authentication, click on, click on save. It will take a minute and two. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, it will take a minute and two. Okay, now let's go ahead and deploy our application. Now, please remember, let me ask you a question here that if you have an application, okay, that if you have an application which you are running, okay, do you think that installing the application directly on the production slot will make sense? You can see you are now in production now, which is not recommended for setting up CI/CD. Let's assume you have an application that you are launching. Okay, let's assume you have an application that you are trying to launch. Do you think it would be good if you host the application directly in the production, or you first launch the application or staging environment, test it, then launch in the production? Now, which is better? Launching it directly on the production or first launching in the staging and then promoting it to the production? Obviously, staging first. So how do we create multiple environments in this? So let's go ahead and see that. To create multiple thing, you first click on add. You first go to under deployment, go to deployment slash, click on add. First, name this as my node app JS clone the setting from my node.js and click on add. So this will be your production slot. Let's wait for a second. So we can see my JS app is the production, and this is our second slot. Okay, so we have the production one, and then we have this slot where we can send the traffic. Here, let's assume we are sending 100% traffic to this. Once we test the application, then we will send the application to this. Okay, let me go ahead and delete this slot. I use a wrong name here. Okay, I use a wrong name. I have to use the staging, but my mistake here. Let's just wait for a second for it to be deleted, then we'll go ahead and create it again. So it has been deleted successfully. Click on refresh, confirm. Let's create a, I created a wrong. I had to create a staging one. Clone the settings from my JS app, click on add. I use a wrong name because staging is the correct naming convention rather than using the same application name. So once it is created, we will first try to deploy the app on the staging. We will see whether it is working perfectly or not. If yes, then we will go ahead and change the traffic. So I will show you how it will work. Just a second. Let these slots be created. Now, let's assume we make 50% traffic here and 50% here. What we are doing is we are sending 100% traffic to our staging environment now. Okay. Now, if you go to deployment center, you won't get the warning here. Okay. So you can see we have two deployment slots. One is the production and second is the staging. And we are sending 100% of our traffic starting to the staging. So if I go to my staging app here, if I go to deployment center, let's go ahead and try to deploy our app on the staging first. If everything is successful, then we will go ahead and deploy our app to the production. Go to GitHub, click on organization, select the repository. Just a second, what was the repository name? App service node. So why we are doing multiple slots is first we want to test our application in staging. If everything works, then we'll promote it to production. Click on app service node, branch, select on main. Once it is done, select basic authentication, click on save. As soon as you save it, let's wait for a second. If you go to logs, you can see a new application has started to build. If you click here, you can see a new build has started, which will go ahead and build and deploy your application on the app service. So let's wait for this process to work. Let's wait for this process to work. If you go to deployment center, click on logs, let's wait for a second. Okay, so if you click here, you can see the application has successfully been deployed on the staging. So if I go on to overview, and you can see the app has been deployed. If you copy this URL, paste this URL, you can see the application is running and it is mentioned that this is version 3. And there are no issues coming with the application. So what we can do, we can now deploy the same application we can go ahead and deploy the same application in our production slot also. Okay. So that's why we have multiple slots. So what we can do is we can directly test our application first inside the production on the staging. If everything is working, then what we can do is we can go ahead and launch our application in the what we can do is we can launch our application in the production if everything seems to be working. Okay. If everything seems to be working, we can deploy our app in the production as well. Okay. Now you can see one thing here that whenever I click on this browse, I am going on to this is version 3, even though it is using the same way. Now I will show you one important thing here. Okay. I will show you one important thing here. Let's launch the application here also. We'll go to deployment slots. We have the production, we have the staging. Let's deploy the same application inside the production. But this time, what we are doing is select the source code. We'll click on GitHub, select the organization. Okay, now under the production and development, we will have the same code running. Okay, but I will show you one important thing here. Let's check what was the repository name. App service node. Select the branches, main. Click on basic authentication, click on save. Now we have one app running in production, one app running in dev. Okay, so we have the application now deployed in both production as well as the development, as well as the staging. Now I will show you one important thing here. Just wait for a second. We will go to our code and we will create a branch out of it. We will create a development branch. We'll name this branch as staging and create new branch. Okay. Now, once we are inside the staging branch, let's go ahead and edit our code. Go to app.js, click on edit the code, and mention this is version number 4, commit the changes. Okay. Now what we are doing here is we will go to our deployment slots. Now please remember, whenever you have the deployment slots for the production, always select the main branch. For the development or staging, select a different branch. Like in our case, what I will do here is I will go to deployment center again, click on settings and change the branch to, let's wait for disconnect to happen. And we will select the code. GitHub organization is this, repository is this. Under the branch, I will select staging every time for this and click on save. Let's wait for this to be saved. And we will see every time we are visiting our application, we'll be visiting version number 4. I will show you that in a second. Okay, and see the latest build has started, build or deploy logs. Let's wait for a second for it to be deployed. Then I will show you one important thing, why multiple environments are absolutely necessary when we are working in production. Now, if you visit this application, you can see, just in a second, you can see it is pointing to version number 4. Now, I will show you one important thing. If you go to your web app service, which is this, and if you browse on the application, it will always go to version number 4, no matter what. Why this will always go to the version number 4 is because if you go to the deployment slots, we have forwarded 100% of traffic to our staging environment. Why? Because we are testing the version number 4 on the staging environment before releasing it live to the my Node.js. But what I will do, if I change it to 50 and 50 and click on save, let's see what happens now. You can see 50% traffic to staging, 50% traffic to production. If I click on browse, it will go to version 4. If I refresh, although it is stored as a cache, but sometime it will also go to version number 3. I will save this, open it in a different browser. Let's see what happens here. Okay, just a second. It is saved in a browser, but browser cache, 50% of traffic would be going onto the production, 50% of the dev and traffic would be going on to the development one. Why? Because we have the application now running on both the slots, the production as well as the development. Okay, we have it running on both the production as well as the development. So what we are doing here is we have necessarily same app, but they are now being routed to multiple versions. So that's how the deployment slots can help us. That's how the deployment slots can help us to divide our application along multiple environments. So what we can do is we can do the testing on the staging environment first. Once that is done, we can cut over the staging. So let's assume we are happy with the current version in staging. So we'll send 0% traffic to the staging and 100% to the production. Once you do that, you will see after a few minutes, the application will be going on to the version number 3. Why? Because version number 3 is our production. So we noticed that there was some issue with the version number 4. So that's why we had gone to version number 3. Okay. So it will take some few minutes, and then it will go back to version number 3. Okay. Now let's go ahead and delete our deployment slots. And then I will show you one more important thing. I will then show you one more important thing, which is known as the custom domain. I will show you what is the use case of custom domain as well. Let's wait for this deployment slot to be deleted. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes. Go to the overview here. Under the deployment slot, you can see you do not have any more deployment slots now. Let's go to the home, go to app service, and now we will use a custom domain. I will show you what are custom domain as well. If you go to app services, click on my Node.js app. Under this, you have the deployment center now where your actual app is running. Okay, so we will go ahead and disconnect it and connect it again. Okay, we'll go ahead and connect it again. Select source code, GitHub, because now we are using a single production deployment, app service node, main branch. Okay, now let me ask you one question. If you have an application being deployed as a production application, would you be happy? Let's assume you're a client. Let's assume you're a client of an organization abc.com. Let's assume you're a client of organization abc.com. Okay. Now, would you give somebody this URL? If your organization name is abc.com, would you give somebody this kind of URL or not? Answer is no. Okay. Answer is no. Why? Because if your organization name is abc.com, obviously you should be going to abc.com. Okay. Obviously you should be going on to the abc.com only. But here, what will happen is, as we do not have the abc.com with us, as we do not have any custom domain with us, so we will go ahead and connect our custom domain with our app service. Okay. So we will go ahead and create a custom domain with our app service. Let's wait for this to be created, the app, and then we will see, go ahead and connect our app service with our custom domain. So custom domain means we will have our own domain. Let's wait for a minute for this to be deployed. Okay, so you can see the app is not deployed. If I click on overview and click on browse the application, you can see this is going to version number 3. But here you can see this is the domain name. If I send, let's assume you are the customer of my organization, and if my website is this, would you be able to identify which organization is mine? Just by looking into it, what type of organization do you think I am from? Okay, if there's a client who gives you this link, what type of organization do you think the client is from? Just by looking into this URL, what would be the name of the organization, would you think? Okay, if you look at this URL, okay, what is the organization name which will come into your mind when you see this application? Just tell me in the chat. Look at this website name and let me know what organization would come into mind. Okay, so the URL name is my.node.js-app.azurewebsite.net. So you will think my organization name is Azure Website. Do you obviously think that my organization name would be Azure Website in this case? No, sorry, obviously yes, because if your website name is azurewebsite.net, most of the people think that this organization name is azurewebsites.net. Okay, but what I want my own custom domain to be connected with it. Okay, but what I want is I want my now. Why I'm using different name for the website? Because whenever you deploy an app using app service, it will give you this domain name only. What you need is you need to create a custom domain out of it. Now, please remember one thing very, very, very carefully, that if you want to create a custom domain, you need to think of one thing very, very carefully, that you need to be a owner of the domain name, mean you need to purchase a domain name before you can do it. Obviously, I am not asking any one of you to purchase a domain name. I'm not asking any one of you to purchase a domain name, but purchasing a domain name is necessary if you want to create a custom domain. Okay. So what we will do, we will go ahead and create a custom domain. I already have a domain name with me. I will go ahead and connect that domain name with I already have a domain name. So what I will do, I will connect my domain name with my app service so that you will see how you can use a custom domain with app service. Please remember, you need to be a owner of a domain name to use this. If you have a domain name, then obviously, yes, once you do this live, you can do the practice. I will send you this GitHub URL so that you can clone this code. Now, I have purchased a domain name from godaddy.com, and I will show you how you can use your own custom domain. So the domain name which I have is seceng.in. We delete all the records which are not required. Now, to create a custom domain in a node in this, under the app service, scroll down just a second, and you will see an option of custom domains. Okay, click on custom domains and click on add custom domain. So you have two options. Either you can buy a app service domain, okay, or you can also create a custom domain. Okay. Now, as I already have my own custom domain, so rather than buying a custom domain, I will click on add custom domain. I will click on all other domain services, app service manage certificate. So it will go ahead and create the certificate on its own and type that domain name. So I will create the name myapp.seceng.in. So this is the domain which I will be using. Now, once you do this, you will have to create these two records inside your domain provider to verify your domain name. Let's copy this and go to our domain provider, create a new record with the name of cname. Under the value, let's type my app, name is this, value, copy the URL and click on save. Once it is done, sorry, there was a space added here. Create the second record. Second is txt record, click on add record. Txt record is to verify the domain ownership. Here type asuid.myapp, click on save. Okay, so you can see both the records, asuid.myapp and the cname record is created. So you can see asuid.myapp and cname is created. So if you click on validate, it will go ahead and validate your domain name. No matching txt record was found. Let me go ahead and create the txt record again. Maybe there was some issue. Delete it. Create the record again. txt record. Copy the string characters. Copy this. Paste it here. Save. Once it is done, let's click on validate again. Let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, let's wait for a minute and two for the txt record to be validated. Okay, you can see both the records are now validated. Click on add. So it will go ahead and create a new thing and it will create a SSL binding. So let's click on add binding. By default, the binding won't be added. Click on validate. It can take some time for the domain to be validated. Okay, so you can see validation has been successful and a new custom domain for your app, myapp.seceng.in has been added. Let's go ahead and copy this URL and paste it in our browser. You can see once you type this URL, you would go to that exact website and it will be using a HTTPS connection where it will go ahead and create a certificate. So if I send you this link, let me know whether you are going on to the correct URL where your app service was taking you. Let me know whether it is going to the correct URL or not. Okay, so it will have the same output. Okay, now let's go ahead and do one more thing. Now let's see how do we update our application using app service. Now to update the application, it is very simple. Let's assume you have this application which is running on version number 3 and now we want to launch the version number 4 for this application. We'll go to our GitHub and go to app services node. Under this, go to app.js, click on edit. Hello from application. This is version 4 of our app. Click on commit changes. As soon as you commit the changes and if you go to actions, you can see a new build has started. That will go ahead and update your application to use the latest version. So let's wait for this to be deployed. Okay, so you can see this app is now deployed. And if you go to that URL again, and if you refresh it, you can see this will go to the version number. This will go to the latest version. Can you all please go ahead and test it? And let me know whether it is going to the latest version or not. Okay, so just by looking on it to it, okay, you can see it is very easy. Just by looking onto it, you can see it is very easy to host an application. You can see it is very easy to host an application inside the app service. You don't have to do any kind of manual task or anything. The application would be deployed as soon as possible without you need to worry about anything. Okay. So are you able to understand how do we deploy an app inside the app service? Now, there is one more important thing which we'll cover after the lab. Now, with this application, I have also created a error API. So if you visit the error API, you will see you get this option. If I open the console logs here, more tools, developer tools, and if I click on refresh, you can see you are getting error code 500. So along with this application, I have mentioned a error code 500. If I do not mention the error API, you can see we get the option of 300, which is the redirection. But if I mention the error API, you get an internal server error, which is 500. Now, if I use any kind of other path, you can see you will get 4.4. So we have created an error API to test if our application is throwing some kind of error, whether application insights would be able to monitor that or not. So if you go to monitoring here, under this, after few minutes, you will see HTTP 500 error will creep in, and it will also tell you what are the number of requests which are being sent to your application. Along with that, it will tell you number of HTTP 500 errors which were supported. Now it can take a minute and two for it to be happen. So let's wait for a minute and two. Then after the break, we will study about what is a application insight. So under this, we also have one thing known as the application insights. So if you scroll down, you have an option for application insights. So we will go ahead and study about the application insight in the second half, where it will give you the advanced monitoring for your application. So you can see there are certain failed requests which happened and they will be counted here. It can give you the application map as well. So we'll study application insights after the break. But if I go again to my Node.js app, and if I go to monitoring, here you can see HTTP 500 error codes are now being counted with basic monitoring. Okay. So you can see we can able to view the basic matrices, but let's wait for a few minutes for us to get the data here. Let's wait for a few minutes for us to get the data here. What we will do, we will go ahead and send some hundreds and thousands of requests to this app service. We'll send hundreds and thousands of requests to this app service to see whether app service is able to catch that or not. Okay. App service monitoring is able to catch that or not. Okay. To send multiple requests to a URL, you can use this command. Okay. Let me send you this command. Okay, you can use this command which will send multiple requests to your URL. Okay, now what we are doing is we have multiple requests to this URL. Now what we will do, we will send multiple requests to this URL. Okay, let's send multiple requests to this URL. We will send it to the error API request. Okay, so you can see we are getting this error. Okay, let's wait for the 100 requests to be sent. Okay, so here we can see it is now working. Now, if we go here and if we click on app service now, my node app.js, and if you click on monitoring, you will see that under monitoring, we have just sent hundreds of requests here, which were error APIs. So it has now noted down there were around hundreds of requests which were sent which had the HTTP errors. So just by looking into it, we will be able to see that our application is throwing a lot of error. So with this, we will be able to identify the issues why it is happening. Another way to see that is go to your application insights. Okay, so here you can see number of failed requests, number of server requests, all the things would also be visible here. So if I go to matrices and if you click on any kind of application inside matrices, and if you see the failures, exception or failed request, you will be able to see the failed request count. You will be able to see server exceptions. So all those things would be visible. Apart from that, if you click on log-based matrices, and if you click on browser exception, you will be able to see if there are some kind of browser exceptions also visible here. Apart from that, you can see the application failure exceptions. You can obviously view other data which are coming. So if you go to failed request, you can see the number of failed requests which you send are also visible here. So everything would be visible here itself. So HTTP code and everything in this. Apart from that, if you go to logs, you can obviously see the application logs as well. Okay, request count, pages viewed, failed operations. If you click on failed operation, it will list down the counts of failed operations which were happening. Apart from that, if you go to the overview, you can view the basic matrices like these: number of failed requests, the overall response time, number of server requests which were sent, and the application availability. Now, as you have seen, if I go to app services, I click on my Node.js app, and if I click on monitoring, you could see that there were around 500 HTTP error, and the total number of requests we have sent till now is 403. Out of 403, there were 210 errors. So we can create alerting rule. If the error requests are more than 50% of the total request, then send us the alert. Now, apart from that, we have a non-error API as well. So if I send the data on the non-error API, it will able to go ahead and extract that also. Let's just send 200 requests to the non-error API. Let's see whether the application inside would be able to gather these requests or not. Okay, so we have sent around 200 requests now. If I go to my browser, let's wait for a few minutes. Let's wait for a minute and two and see whether it is able to track those requests or not. So you will see the overall count will increase to 603, but let's wait for a minute. Okay, let's wait for a minute. If I go here, you can see now the request was sent and the overall request count is now around 600. Okay, so you can see as soon as we send the request, the app services monitoring service are able to count those number of requests. You can see at around this time 11:46, I send around 147.53 around 200 requests. So all of these requests are visible here. So overall, in last 30 minutes, we have sent around 600 requests. Okay. So are you able to understand the working of the app services? Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the virtual machines next topic. Okay, which is known as the Azure Disk. Now, whenever you launch a virtual machine inside Azure, may it be a Windows virtual machine, may it be a Linux virtual machine, both the virtual machine need to have a thing known as the disk. Without a disk, you cannot launch a virtual machine. Okay, you are not able to launch a virtual machine without a disk. Okay, now whenever we launch an Azure machine, okay, whenever we launch an Azure machine, what will happen here is, okay, whenever you launch a machine, what will happen is that you need to make sure that the machine has both the operating system disk and the temporary disk. Now, by default, whenever you launch any machine, may it be a Windows, may it be a Linux, both the machines would be automatically launched here. Both the machines would be automatically launched with the operating system disk and a temporary disk. Now, please remember that thing. This can be exam question that whenever you default launch a machine, two necessary disks are added. Those are known as the operating system and the temporary disk. Now, what is the difference between an operating and a temporary disk? So let's first talk about the operating system disk. The OS disk or the operating system disk is created from an image and is stored in an Azure storage account. Okay. Whenever you create an Azure storage account, whenever you create a new VM creates an operating system disk from the image. Image we selected means the type of operating system we selected here. It goes ahead and create that image. Now, once that OS disk is created from an image and it's stored in an Azure account, now please remember there can be a scenario where you will be asked that what if there can be multiple OS disks per VM and R. So your straight away answer would be no. A single VM can only have a single OS disk. So please remember that thing. A single VM can only have a single OS disk. You cannot attach multiple OS disks in a VM. In sense, it is labeled as a C drive for Windows and as dev SDA for Linux by default. So whenever you talk about a operating system disk, it is being labeled as a C drive. Okay. Now remember that whenever you launch a OS disk is labeled as a C drive, and if you're using Linux, it is mentioned as dev SDA, and disk has a maximum capacity of 2048 GB. It is written as 2048 GB, but we can increase it to 32 terabytes. Now till 32 terabytes, the OS disk is supported. Okay. Now it is supported till 32 terabytes. Now, if I talk about temporary disk, the temporary storage provided with each VM has no extra cord associated with for the storage and space for transactions. So whenever you launch a temporary storage and whenever you launch a VM with a temporary disk, the temporary disk, please remember, is a temporary storage. Means this is a ephemeral storage. So whenever you shut down the machine and then start the machine again, so this means whenever you shut down the machine and then start the machine again, what will happen with that temporary VM is that temporary disk data would all be lost. That temporary data would all be lost. Okay. So the temporary storage provided with each VM has no extra cord associated with it for storage space and for transaction. Now, please remember temporary disk is free to use. And with every virtual machine you launch, you get a free temporary storage added with it. And you cannot select the size and all in the disk. So whenever you select the type of VM, there you will be able to see the size of the temporary disk. Now remember that it's an ephemeral storage. So all the data which we kept in the temporary disk would be lost after every shutdown. So if you do a normal restart, the data won't be lost. But if you shut down and start the machine, all the data in the temporary disk would be lost. So this type of disk is only meant to store the temporary files and the data which is not necessary, and the data which is ephemeral in nature, you can go ahead and store it, like paging data, caching data, temporary files, all those things you can go ahead and launch in a temporary disk rather than keeping in the C drive. But on the contrary, C drive is paid, means the operating system you have to pay for the storage cost, and this is a permanent disk, means until unless you delete the data or delete the disk, the data would be kept after every shutdown also. So let's go ahead and do a demo. How does it look? Okay. Let's go ahead and create a new virtual machine. Let's first go ahead and create a new resource group. Click on wait for the validation, click on create. So this will go ahead and create a new resource script for us. Let's go to virtual machines. Click on create as your virtual machine. Select production subscription, resource group, select the virtual machine name, my desk test PM, select the location as Central India, no infrastructure redundancy required. Under this, select Windows Server Edition. Now, go to see all sizes. Now, once you go to the all sizes, there you see all the sizes of the machines which are there. One CPU 3.5, two CPU 8 GB RAM, two CPU. Now, along with it, you see a local storage. So local storage is known as the temporary storage. So along with every VM, with the storage, you get a local storage. Now, please remember, you cannot change the size of the local storage. The local storage is dependent on the amount of RAM. If you see the RAM is 8 GB, the size of the local storage would be 16 GB. If the size is 7 GB, the size of the temporary disk would be double the amount of RAM. So let's go ahead and select this option, D2ASP4, with which we get two CPU, 8 GB RAM. With 8 GB RAM, you get a 16 GB temporary disk. Select this option, select. Go to set up the username and password. Select RDP and port 80. Click on disk. Now, once you go to the disk, this is where you can define the operating system disk size. Here, you can select the size of the temporary operating system disk ranging from 127 GB to 2 terabytes. And then under the OS type, you can select the type of the virtual machine. So we'll study about this. What are the types? What is premium, standard, and standard? Premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. We'll study about this. But for now, we are selecting the default size, which is 127 GB. Then once we are done with the operating system disk and the temporary disk, we will study about the data disk as well. Okay. So here you can see you can do the configuration for the OS disk, but there is no configuration available for the temporary disk. So let's go to tags. Click on cost center, training and certification. Review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Okay. So the VM is logged. Let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes for this VM to be warmed. Then we'll go ahead and connect with it again. Let's go ahead and connect with this VM. Okay, now let's go to the File Explorer. Under the File Explorer, you will see two disks, C drive and the D drive. Okay, so here it is the C and the D. D is the temporary storage, C is the operating system disk. Okay, let's add some data inside both the disks. So C drive is in desktop. Let's create a new folder, new file. And type this is important file. Save. Copy this file, go to this PC, go to temporary storage, paste this file here in important file. So you can see we have added this file now. Now let's go ahead and shut down this machine. Okay, so we have the data added on both the disks. Let's go ahead and shut down the machine now. Okay, let's wait for a minute for this VM to be shut down. Okay, so now the VM is stopped. Okay, so you can see the VM is now stopped. Let's wait for the VM to start. And then you will see the data on the temporary disk would be completely lost. Now, as the VM is started, let's go and connect with that VM again. Okay, so if I open this, click on File Explorer, and if I click on this PC, under this PC, if I go here to the desktop, you will see the file is existing, the important file. But if you go to the temporary storage, you can see the data is lost. Okay, so all the data which was stored inside the temporary storage is now lost. Okay. Okay, so are you all able to understand the difference between the temporary disk and the permanent disks? Okay, so now let's cover the next part, which is known as the data disk. Now, let me ask you this question. Whenever you're storing that any data, so let's assume there is a user or a database data which you want to store in a VM. So let's assume with a VM, you are launching a SQL server, or you're creating a user database. Now, what would you do? Would you keep that same data in the C drive, or you would attach another drive and keep all that data here? Okay, another drive. Okay, it is persistent. All the data is by default are persistent. You don't need to specifically add it as a persistent. Yes, it will automatically be persistent. Okay, now, so Azure give us a provision to launch a data disk. But before launching a data disk, let's study about three different type of disk. Why, sir, if you save in the C drive, let me explain you what will happen. Let's assume the operating system goes corrupt. Okay, there's a corruption with the operating system or any issue happen, then if the data is stored in the C drive, you will have to format it and there is no way to recover it. But if you store it in a different drive, it is easier to recover. Okay. And you can have individual backup for your operating system, and you can have an individual backup for your data disk. Okay. Now, under the data and operating system disk also, okay, we have three types of disk available. Okay. Under the data and the operating system disk, we have three different types of disk available, which are known as we have three different types of disk available, which are known as the premium, standard, and then we have the premium SSD, standard SSD, and then the standard HDD. So let's go ahead and compare them. So let's compare the three types of disk. Okay, let me show the comparison here. So whenever you are launching a new virtual machine here, even if you launch a data disk or a temporary or a operating system disk, under the disk option, you have three different types of disk available, which are known as the premium SSD, standard SSD, and standard HDD. Let's go ahead and do a comparison of it. Now, by default, it's the operating system disk, which is best for the production and performance sensitive workload. Now, if you want to launch a production related instance where you want a higher performing disk so that all your data has a very low latency and it has a good throughput speed, then what you will do, you will launch a premium SSD. So for production, mostly you will go ahead and launch premium SSD. You don't have to worry about anything. You will go ahead and launch a premium SSD. Okay. Second, it's the standard SSD. Standard SSD is best for lightly used web server and lightly used application, and it is best for dev and test workloads. So let's say you're launching a dev and test workloads or a lightly used application and all. Then what you do, you will go ahead and launch a VM with a standard SSD. It will save you the cost. Okay. Then finally, we have the standard HDD. So they are best for backup, non-critical, and infrequently accessed data. Okay. Okay, it is for infrequently accessed data if you're setting up your own backup solution. And if it's a non-critical workload, then you will go ahead and use the standard HDD. Now, please remember, premium SSD are the most expensive, standard HDD are the least expensive. But you will have to try one thing. You will have to remember one thing, that performance of the disk also depend on the size of the disk. Higher is the size of the disk, more would be the performance. So if you have two premium SSD, one launch with 1 terabytes, one with 500 GB, the VM with 500 terabyte, the VM with 1 terabyte will give you better performance than a VM with 500 GB. Okay, remember that thing. Okay, remember that thing very, very carefully, that higher is the size of the disk, higher would be the performance. Okay. So let's go ahead and see the cost comparison first. Okay, let's open the cost calculator. Disk and manage this. Once you're inside the disk, let's see the performance. Let's select the size to be 1 terabyte. So once you select the 1 terabytes and you have selected a standard HDD, per month you will have to pay $41. If you use a standard SSD, you will have to pay for 1 terabyte $77. If you're using premium SSD version 2, which is the latest version which we'll be using, and if you're using 1024, which is 1 terabytes, you will have to pay $82 per month. And you can obviously increase the IOPS as per your own. IOPS mean how much output operation a disk can handle. So let's assume we want a customized IOPS to be 7500, and then we want throughput to be 350 Mbps. We can customize the throughput. So we'll have to pay $114 per month for this particular disk. So input output operation means how much input output operations a disk can handle by default. And what is the throughput means what would be the speed of copying the data, what would be the speed in which the data would be read and data would be written on that disk. So with premium SSD, we can go ahead and set up our own custom. No, it does not depend on the region. The cost depends on the region, but the performance does not depend on the region. Okay. So higher is the IOPS, so you can go ahead and customize the IOPS and the throughput. So you can have a maximum throughput of 1200. So if you have 500 Mbps of throughput, per month we'll have to pay $120 for using of 1 terabyte. So remember that premium SSD are the most expensive, standard SSD are in the middle ground, and the standard SSD are the least expensive, but they will give you the worst performance. Okay. So for production, it's best for use the premium SSD. For non-production workload, dev test workload, and for the workload which does not require higher which can work with a higher latency, go with the standard SSD. For the workload where you're setting up your backup and all, set up the standard HDD. Okay. So now let's go ahead and launch a new virtual machine. Okay, let's go ahead and launch a new virtual machine with a data disk. Okay, let's go ahead and launch a new virtual machine. Then we'll attach a database. Now in this lab, we'll be practicing both the virtual machine, that is Linux and Windows. So launch a Linux machine also, where we will add a data disk. My Windows VM data disk. Let's name this VM as this. No infrastructure redundancy required. Windows server. 2 CPU, 8 GB RAM should be enough for us. Set up the username and password. Also, please remember one thing, the number of data disks which we can launch for a machine also depend on the size of the machine. So if you're using this size, 2 CPU, 8 GB RAM, maximum number of data disks which you can set up is 4. So apart from the C drive, you can have 4 different disks added here. Okay, so let's open this, go to the disk. Now we are not attaching the data disk. Now we will attach the data disk after we have created the VM. So here we are selecting the OS disk with a premium SSD and the size to be 127 GB. Let's go to review and create straight. Click on create. This will be created in a few minutes. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes for this VM to be launched. Okay, so we can see this VM is now up and ready. Let's go to the home and wait for a minute and two, and then we'll go ahead and connect with this VM. And then we'll attach a data disk and see how do we attach a data disk to a live VM. Okay, let's go ahead and connect with that machine. Download RDB file, wait for a few minutes. Okay, let's connect with this. Okay, now if I open the file explorer, if I go to this PC, under this PC, you can see there are only two disks which are being attached. It's the operating system and the temporary disk. Let's go ahead and attach a data disk with it. So for attaching a data disk, go to disks. And click on create and attach a disk. If you select the standard SSD, okay, let's select the three types of disk. So if you select the standard premium SSD with a 512 GB, you will get 2300 IOPS and 150 GB RAM. As soon as compared to 5120, 16,000 IOPS and 500 throughput. Let's go to standard SSD and use the same size. So you see only 2000 IOPS as opposed to 16,000 IOPS, which we are getting with the premium SSD, and only 400 Mbps of throughput. Now select standard SSD. You can see only 1300 IOPS, and the size which you're getting with the throughput which you're getting is 300 Mbps. So in this case, we are selecting premium SSD and we are using the disk size to be 64 GB. Click on apply. Name of the device is database volume. Click on apply. It can take around minute and two for the data list to be applied. Let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, so you can see this data disk is now being attached with this VM. Okay, so let's go ahead and connect with our VM. Let's go here. Now go to this PC and File Explorer, this PC. Under this, you can see only C and D driver attached. Still no database no volume has been attached. So can anybody let me know why we are not able to view this? Because although the volume has been attached, but it has not been formatted. Let's go here and type disk. Okay, under this, open, create and format hard disk partition. Once you do this, you can see it will ask you to create, initialize the disk. Click on OK. Scroll down. You can see unallocated space. Click here, click on new simple volume, click on next. Next, select the drive letter as Z. Click on next. Name this as database volume. Click on next and finish. So once you do this, you can see a new database volume has been added. If I click on this PC now, close this, File Explorer, this PC, you can see a new volume, database volume Z has been added here. So are you able to understand how to set up a new thing? Go ahead and do one more activity in which we can see how do you increase the size of the disk. Okay. How do you increase the size of the disk? Now, let's assume somebody has asked you to increase the size of the disk. Let's assume we have the database volume and this volume, which are both running at 100% capacity. So how do you increase the size of the disk? Let's go ahead and see that. First thing first, if you want to increase the size of the disk, you first have to go ahead and shut down the machine. Okay, so first go ahead and stop the machine. Let's go to this machine, click on stop. Yes. Okay, so you can see this is now up and ready. This VM is now stopped. Let's go to the disks and click on this disk and increase the size. On size and performance, under the size and performance, let's go ahead and increase the size. So there is a 127 GB size. We want to increase it to 160. So I will type 160. Click on save. Now, please remember, without stopping the machine, you won't be able to increase the size. Okay. Okay. Let me ask you this question now. Now, do you think Azure will allow you to decrease the size of the disk? So the answer is no, it won't allow. The reason behind that is if you decrease the size of the disk, there is a chance of a data loss. So Azure won't allow you to decrease the size of the disk. So it only allows you to increase. So let's click on save. This will go ahead and update the operating system disk to the new size, which is 160 GB. Let's go to the disks again and increase the size of the database volume. Change it to 100 GB. Click on save. Let's wait for a minute and two. Okay, let's go to the home now and start this virtual machine. Okay, so as the VM is now started, let's go ahead and connect with this VM. Let's open the File Explorer, click on this PC. Under this PC, you can see the size of the drive is still the same. Size of the drive here is still the same. The C drive has not been increased, and same goes for the database volume. Okay. The reason behind that is that whenever you increase the size of the disk, you will have to again extend the volume by going on to the disk partition. Click on extend volume, next, finish. Same for the Windows C drive. Click here, click on extend volume, click on next, finish. Once that is done, close this. We go to the File Explorer. Go to this PC. You can see the size of the disk has increased now. Okay. Let's go ahead and start with our next topic, which is setting up these things inside what we call it as Linux virtual machines. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how we would work with this on a Linux virtual machine. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how do we attach a disk inside a Linux virtual machine. Now the process is a bit complex. The reason behind that, why the process is a bit complex, is because Linux does not provide you with what we call it as Linux does not provide you with what we call it as a operating system. Okay, with the Linux, you do not get the UI, so you will have to heavily rely on the command line options. Okay, so you'll have to heavily rely on the command line options. So let's go ahead and log in to the virtual machines. Click on My Windows Data Disk VM, and let's launch a new Linux virtual machine. Let's use Ubuntu server only. 1 CPU, 1 GB RAM, password-based authentication. On port number 2280, go to disk. Under disk, we are not attaching any kind of data disk. Click on review and create. Wait for the validation to pass in. Click on create. Now let's go ahead and connect with the Linux machine. Okay, it is still warming up. Let's give it a minute and two, and then we'll try to. Okay, now let's click on connect and copy the IP address. Now to connect to the Linux machine, copy the IP address, open the terminal. So to connect with the Linux virtual machine, copy this command SSH username at password. Okay, so you are now connected with a Linux machine. So the command to connect with the Linux machine is SSH username and password. Now once you do this, let's go ahead and attach a new disk inside this Linux PC. here and click on connect. Sorry, let's go ahead and go to disk. Create and attach a new disk. Select the name as database volume. Select the size to be 48 GB. Click on apply. Let's wait for a minute and two for this to be applied. Okay. Now let's go ahead and see how do we attach a disk in a Linux VM. Now please remember, attaching a disk in a Linux VM is a bit complex, so I will share you the commands also, so do not worry about that. But let's see how do we do that. First, to see what are the disks which are attached in this Linux, type the command sudo ls plk. So once you type lsplk, you will see there is a disk being attached, STB1 and SDA. SDA is the operating system disk, STB1 is the temporary disk. Now you can see a new disk with a size of 48 GB SDC is launched, but it is currently not being formatted and not being mounted. So let's see how do we do that. Okay. To mount a disk inside a Linux, you have to type this command sudo fdisk /dev. Once you type this, type N to create a new partition. Type P as it's a primary partition. Type 1. Just leave it blank, and just type W. So it will go ahead and write a new partition table. So first, once you type this command fdisk, just type N to create a new partition. Type P to create a new partition. Type 1 to create a single partition, and then just leave both the things are blank to select the official sizes. Okay. Once that is done, you can go ahead and you will see that the partition has been created. Once it is done, next step is to format this disk or create a file system. So for that, sudo mkfs or ext4/dev sd. Once you type this, for ext4, it will go ahead and create a new partition table. So you can see a new partition table has been added here. Okay, once that is done, let's go ahead and create a new mount point. No, the partition is still not added. Let me see why it is not being added. Sudo fdisk /dev. Okay, once it is done, let's type sudo lsblk. So you can see a new partition sdc1 as it. I didn't use a sudo. Okay, so once you type sudo lsblk, so you can see sdv1, sdc1, both are now added. Okay, once they are added, let's and create a new file system. Once you create a file system, type y, and it would be added. Okay. Okay, so the command is mkfs/sdc1. So it will go ahead and add a new file system. Once the file system has been added, you can see under sudo lsblk, sdc1 has been added. Now we have to create a mount point. To create a mount, go to this folder mnt. In this created directory, pick up this volume and then mount the drive /dev stc12 data volume. Once it is done, if you type the command lsblk, you will see a partition has been added. So if you type this command df-h also, it will give you the details of the disk stc1. So that is how you go ahead and attach a disk inside a Linux VM. All is, if you want me to repeat it, then I will go ahead and repeat it by attaching a new disk. So go to disk and click on create and attach a disk. Let's name this as application volume. Select the size to be 48, apply. Okay, so click on refresh and let's log into that Linux machine again where we have already logged in. So first command to verify whether a disk is attached or not, type sudo df-h. It will let you know whether the disk is mounted or not. You can see it is not mounted. So if you type the command sudo lsblk, you can see the disk has been attached with STD, but it has still not been mounted. First thing first, create a partition. Create a partition sudo fdisk/dev std. Press enter. Type n as you want to create a new partition. Type p. Partition number is 1. Select this. Select this. Create a new partition with the size this and type w. It will go ahead and write it the partition table. Now if you type sudo plk, you can see a new partition has been added std1. Let's create a file system for it. mkfs.txt4 /dev std1. Press enter. So once that is done, we go to the mount and create a new directory. Once it is done, type this command sudo mount /dev std1 to app volume. Once it is done, if you type sudo df command, you can see a new disk dev sdd1 has been added. So this is how you go ahead and attach a new disk inside Linux. Okay. Let's start with our next topic, which is known as high availability in virtual machine. So for that, first we will start with our topic known as the virtual machine scale set. Okay, so now let's see how do we work with the auto scaling in Azure. Okay, now let me explain you. Under auto scaling, there is a thing known as the virtual machine scale set. So let's see how does the virtual machine scale set work. Now, let's assume you have an application which you're running inside a VM. Okay, there's an application which you're running inside the VM. Initially, there are around 2 VMs which are running. Initially, a single VM is running inside the solution that is hosting your application. Now, what if the CPU of this VM goes to 90% or 100%? Then what will happen to the application? Okay, so now let's assume it is running at a 90% capacity. So what will happen here is that if this VM is running at a 90% capacity, okay, if this VM is running at a 90% capacity, what will happen in this case? The application will become slow. So this is where VMSs come into picture, where we can create a set of rules that if the VMs are running at a capacity, if CPU is greater than 70%, add 1 VM. Okay, so if CPU is greater than 70%, go ahead and add 1 virtual machine. So this will go ahead and add a new virtual machine itself. Okay, then what you can do is you can create another rule. If then after the peak load is done, if the CPU is less than 35%, delete the VMs which were created. The VMs is this, delete the VMs which were created. So by doing this, what you are doing is you are increasing the capacity whenever the load is high, so that the end users won't face any issue and the load would be balanced. But if the load has now been decreased and it is back to square one, then what you can do is you can delete all the VMs which were created. You can go ahead and delete all the VMs which were created. By doing that, what you can do is you can reduce the cost. So it will only increase the count of the VM. It will only increase the count of the VM whenever the VMs are increased. If the VMs is less, okay, if the number of VMs is very, very less, then it will go ahead and decrease the count of the VM. Okay. So that's how you go ahead and add or delete the virtual machine. So that's how you go ahead and add or delete the virtual machine. Okay. So by doing this, we can increase the capacity whenever the load is high, and we can back to square one, that is running only a single VM inside the solution whenever the load is less. So let's go ahead and set up our own VMSs in Azure and see how does it work. Log into the portal. To create a VMSs, just type VMSs at the top, which is virtual machine scale sets. Once you're in here, click on create virtual machine scale sets. So first thing first, you will have to select the subscription where it will run. Then select the resource group. Select the name, my Windows VMSs. Select the region where you want to run it, Central India. Under availability zone, select all the 3 availability zones so that the VMs which are created inside this solution, so the VMs which are created inside this solution would all be divided in each and every zone, So that's why you select this, so that whenever new VMs are being created, they would be automatically distributed across multiple zones. Okay. Okay, just a second. So after that, you have 2 options, flexible or uniform. After that, you have 2 options, which is flexible and uniform. So whenever you select flexible uniform, there you can go ahead and select the whether you want a flexible. Flexible means you can select different type of VMs. With flexible, you can select different types of VM. One VM can be running with 2 CPU, 4 GB RAM, other with 2 CPU, 8 GB RAM. But in our case, we are using uniform. Now, if you scroll down, this is where you select the uniform and then select auto scaling. Under the auto scaling, let's go ahead and click on rule, click on configure. Under the rule, you can select the default condition where initial instance count would be 1. Minimum number of VM should be 1 inside the solution and maximum would be 5. So it will scale up and down between 1 and 5 VM. So under the CPU threshold, if the CPU threshold is greater than 60% for a period of 5 minutes. So you will have to select 5 minutes here. So it will check if the CPU count of the VM inside this solution is greater than 60% for a period of 5 minutes, then increase the VM count by 1. But if the CPU count is less than 30% for a period of 5 minutes, then go ahead and decrease the VMs which were creating during the scale up period, and that will also decrease the count by 1. Click on save. Once it is saved, click on save. Select the operating system, select Windows operating system, select the size. 2 CPU, age 4 GB RAM should be enough for us. Select the username and password. Click on spot. We can skip this spot and straight away go to disk networking. Now, whenever you create a new VMSS, as your default behavior, okay, as your default behavior is that it will go ahead, okay, that it will go ahead and launch a VM with a private IP address. Okay, so here we can set up. Now, remember one thing very, very carefully. In the production, it is absolutely necessary that you create a VMSS without a public IP because you don't want to expose your VMs to the outside internet. But now in our case, what we are doing here is that we are about to test it here. So we are about to test these things here. So what we will do, in this case is, that we will go ahead and launch this VM. We will go ahead and launch this VM with a public IP. So to attach a public IP under networking, click on this pencil icon. Under the public inbound port, select allow selected ports and open port number 3389 so that you are able to connect. Under the public IP address, click on enable and OK. Once that is done, as multiple VMs would be launched, so as your default behavior is to launch a load balancer with it. Under load balancer, click on next. Once it is done, click on tags, add the tags. Click on review and create, wait for the validation to pass in. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes for this to be created. Okay, so let's go to the resource. And we can see our VMs are now up and ready. So once you go ahead and create a VMSS, now please remember one thing, VMs are managed under the VMSS window. They are not managed under virtual machines. So if you go to virtual machines, under the virtual machine, you can see no VMs would be visible that are creating using VMSS. But as soon as you go to VMSS, click on the name of the VMSS and click on instances, you will see a single VM running inside this VMSS. So now let me show you magic. as we have defined the minimum number of VMs always should be 1. So if you click here and if you click on delete, apply force delete and click on yes, let's wait for this VM to be deleted. Okay, so if you refresh, you can see as soon as you delete a VM inside this VMSS, it will go ahead and create another VM. Okay. Okay, so you can see the VMs are now getting created. Now, let's go ahead and see the working of the VMSS in live scenario. Open this, my Windows VMSS, and let's go ahead and connect with this VM. Click on RDP, download the RDP file. Let's go ahead and increase the CPU count of this VM. Okay, so now let's go ahead and install a software that will increase the CPU count. Let's go to Microsoft Edge. Go to google.com. Type stress test Windows. Click on the first URL. Click on free download. On download. Once the download is completed, click on the setup. Click on accept the agreement. On next, next, and wait for the installation to be completed. And let's go ahead and start the stress test. Click on continue. As soon as you start the stress test, and if you open the task manager, under the task manager, if you click on more detail, you can see CPU is now at its peak capacity of 100%. Let's wait for the, so if you go to overview now, and if you click on monitoring, you will see the CPU has started to spike. Once the CPU has reached the threshold for 60% for more than 5 minutes, you will see the new VMs being created here. So let's wait for a few minutes. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes. Here, click on refresh. After a few minutes, you will see new VMs will be getting launched here. On refresh, let's wait for a few minutes more. Click on overview, and if you go to monitoring, why you choose this size B1S? Sir, it's a testing machine. Why would I spend a lot of money on just the lab? Why would I be spending a lot of money on just to do a simple lab? We are just doing a hands-on lab. We are not launching any kind of website on it. So why spend extra money on launching high configuration VMs? Okay, so you can see the CPU capacity is now over 100 plus over 90% for a period of 3 to 4 minutes. Now, if you go on virtual machines now or instances, and mostly next 1 or 2 minutes, you will see new VMs getting launched here. So let's wait for a few minutes. Okay, now let me tell you this why it is not working with IIS. Okay, you see the configuration which I have used is standard B21S, sir. The configuration which you are using is B1S. So if you use a B1S, it will give you 1 CPU, 1 GB RAM. But if you use B2S or D2S, it will give you 2 CPU, 4 GB RAM or 2 CPU, 8 GB RAM. If you want to launch a VM, okay, if you want to launch a Windows VM and you want to make sure that the Windows VM is running with a good capacity, or you want to run an IIS, either use D2 series or B2S series. If you use B1S, it won't work. Okay. With B1S, it won't work. Okay. Either use B2S or D2S. Okay. Now, let me go to the instances. It should be running. Now you can see it created a new instance automatically. Now, did I do anything? Okay, so without doing anything, you can see, okay, so it will go ahead and launch a new VM automatically. Let's go ahead and start with our next topic. So let's go ahead and start with our next topic, which is where we will go ahead and decrease it. Okay. Now let's go ahead and stop that service which was increasing the CPU. You can see if you refresh, you can see two VMs are running. Let's go ahead and stop that service which was increasing the CPU count. And then after a few minutes, you will see the VMs which were created, they would be deleted. Why? Because the CPU count would now be very, very less. So if you go to overview and if you go to monitoring, after a few minutes, you will see the CPU count will go down. Now you can see two number of VMs were running, so that's why the CPU count is now less. Let's wait for a few minutes for this to be less than 30%, and you will see the new VMs which were created during the scale up period, they would be deleted. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes. Okay, so if I refresh, and if I go to my overview and let's look at the monitoring and the CPU percentage now, you can see CPU percentage has drastically gone down to less than 20%. Let's wait for a few minutes. Okay, now let's go and see the current CPU percentage. And let's go to the instances now. Let's wait for a few more minutes and this would be then deleted. Okay, let's wait for a few more minutes for this to be deleted. Let's go to the overview, click on monitoring and see the latest percentage. It is now less than, okay, you can see it is now less than 20% for a period of 3 minutes. So we'll have to wait for 2 minutes more when the period has gone for 5 minutes. You can see the VM has automatically started to delete Okay, so are you able to see that the VM has automatically started to delete once the CPU count is very, very less. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, guys. So let's start. In question number 1, they're telling install a Docker using VM. So everyone aware about what is the Docker? Containers. This is the term that is coming out here, right? So in our assignment, they're telling us to install a Docker using VM, right? Now let us go to our portal. Let me go ahead and start creating our virtual machine. Let me delete this first. Just wait, just wait for it to get deleted before it start, okay? Let us just wait for some time. Okay, let us start then by creation. So our assignment is telling us to install Docker using VM, right? So we are going to go ahead and start creating our virtual machine. Create new. Let us create a new resource group over here. Module 5. And then virtual machine VM Docker. Okay. Let it be in Japanese only. No infrastructure. Availability option, no infrastructure redundancy required. Security, standard. Okay, let's move ahead, okay? Image, let it be Ubuntu only. Size 1 GB CPU, 1 GB memory defined. And I'll go with the password method. So, Azure user. I'll give my password over here. Okay. And I'll allow my HTTP port. Right? Click on review plus create. Just let me verify the details once again. Okay, validation passed. Let me just wait and check. Subscription, free trial, resource group, module 5, virtual machine name VM Docker, Japanese, no infrastructure, selected zone, standard, and Ubuntu server. Okay, fine. Simply click on create now. So basically this module is full of commands and all. So like you all will write a lot of commands and all in this. My virtual machine is created. Now I'll go on launch. Okay, let's go ahead and launch the machine. Okay, I hope everyone is on the same page. SHAs Azure user the okay. Let's start from the beginning. Azure user the public IP address. Enter. Yes. Hit enter. Password. Now it's connected. It's launched. Now, what is the first thing that we do after launching our virtual machine? Sudo apt get update. Hit enter. Let me write all the commands for you once. Okay, so that you all can also do it. First thing is so module 5. Let me share all the commands with you. Okay, so first is creating the VM. And then after that, update your machine. Now, next step is install your Docker. What is the command for installation of Docker? For that, we have to go over here. Let me clear the screen for you. Now, sudo apt get install docker.io. Hit enter. I'll give the confirmation. Yes. So the command is sudo apt get install docker.io. Like this is the first command. My Docker is getting installed. Okay. Now I'll clear the screen. Now, next question is, now what do you have to do? We have to pull this web app into our Docker. So let us go ahead and open this repository. See, this is a repository, right? What will I do? I'll just copy this name. Now come back to our machine and type sudo docker pull and the image name. Got it? Hit enter. To pull the repository, that is sudo pull sudo docker pull and the repository name. Right? Now, after pulling the Docker, now we need to check what is inside it, right? So, sudo docker images. Hit enter. This is the image that is present inside this repository. Sudo docker images, right? I'll check what is present inside it. Now, next is after checking what is present inside it, I'll run my Docker, right? I have to run my Docker, so it's sudo docker run -itd -name. What does this mean? Okay, anyone aware about this -itd? So basically what we are doing, we are running this Docker in -itd. IT stands for interactive and D stands for detached. So basically whatever changes I'll be making in this Docker repository right here, okay, I'll be able to interact with it, but this will all be happening in a detached mode. Like suppose you're working on your phone but in a flight mode. It means that you're still able to work on your phone. You can see the gallery, you can click photos and all, but you cannot actually send messages or SMS or call anyone, right? So basically you'll be able to use this Docker by creating repos and all, but in the detached mode, which means you're not directly interacting with this original repository. Okay, whatever changes that you'll be making out it, you will not be making it in this repository. You will be making it in a virtual machine, which just means that it will be all a part of virtual execution. Got it? Now, if it's not in interactive detached mode, if it's especially not in detached mode, that everyone will be making some changes in this Docker, and if everyone starts making changes in their Docker, this original repository will lose its originality, right? So thus we create the same in detached mode. Is it clear, this ITD? So here it's written HSHR/web app, which means that HSHR is a image and web app is a app service, right? Now together they make a repository. So here we are creating our own image. So we can name it anything, right? I'll name it my image. Okay. Sudo docker run -itd -name and my image. And what is the web repository? HSHR/web app. Where are you making the changes? Here we are making the changes. Just a second, the spelling is wrong. Got it? Web app, hit enter, and my image is created. Let me go ahead and make the changes over here also. What will be my command? Sudo docker run -itd -name my image and /web app. Got it? Now what will I do after creating the image? I'll check what are the changes made. So I'll check the process status. So sudo docker ps. So you can see here a container has been created over here, right? With the image in the image, and the name is my image, and it was created 3 minutes ago. To check the container name, Now, after checking the process status, what I have to do? We can go ahead and try the next command. So the next command is, now after running the command docker, what I will do? I will execute the docker. Sudo docker exec, that is execution. Again, it will be in IT mode, right? We do not write detached mode because we write it only once. Okay. Now my image name, and bash is just a syntax. Okay. Now if I hit enter over here, now you can see I'm in the root directory. Got it? Now after going inside the directory, what? I'll go to the main directory. About our coming to the root directory, we have to go to the directory. What is the command for that? Cd /var /www/html. Okay. After I hit enter, I'm inside the directory now, and I'll do ls. This is the file that is already present, index.php. ls is for to list the items. So you all must be aware that ls is for to list the items. So inside this directory, what do we have? We have a file called index.php. Now, what will I do? Now, this index.php is a very big file, okay? It's a very big file. So, but then we will delete it. But then it will not be deleting in real. So here, in the original repository, it won't be deleted. Because we're in detached mode right now. So, I'll just do rm index.php. Hit enter. Now if I do lss, see, if I do ls over here, see, nothing is there. Follow the steps, do the same, guys, and I'll type the same thing over here. Okay, now let's proceed. Now, why did we delete that file? Can anyone tell me why did we delete that index.php file? If you go to the question over here, create a new file in this repository. It's telling us. So what will I do? I'll go ahead and create a new file. What is the command? Nano. This nano command is what? What is the command for creating a new file? Nano. So nano index.html. This nano is the command to create the new file, and in index.html is a new file name. Now I'll hit enter. A text editor is opened over here. This is my new file in module 5, right? Now under this heading tag, what will I give? Anything that you want to give. Assignment 1, right? Now, after entering this file, after editing this file, what you have to do? You have to save it. So, Control S for saving it. See, it's written, wrote 3 lines. That is, it saved 3 lines. Okay. And Control X to exit. Now, if I do ls, you can see this new file over here. Let me go ahead and update the same thing in the code share. Now, what do you have to do? We are creating a new file now. What is the command? Nano, and then the name of the file. And after that, will be created. A text editor will open like we saw right now. Enter your content over there. Okay. Now, to save this file, what do you have to do? Control S, and to exit from the editor, what do you have to do? Control X. Now, again, what did we do? To check do ls and to check the content inside the file, I have to do cat command is used. What do we do? Cat command, cat. See, this is my new file in module 5, assignment number 1. Are we clear, guys? Now let me exit from this root directory. Do not exit from this virtual machine, okay? The next question they're telling us, let's go to assignment number 2 now. Now, create an Azure Container Registry. Now, they're telling us to create a ACR and connect it to Docker running in the virtual machine. See, okay, like Docker container, same ways in Azure, we have Azure Container. Go to your portal, search over here, okay, let me go back, Container Registry. Now, I'll go and click on create, module 5, I'll enter the name as ACR 28th September, I can say. Okay, now Japanist, because my virtual machine was also in Japanist only, right? Now, apart from that, networking, everything is fine. Tags and review plus create. I'll wait for the virtual validation to pass. Validation passed, and I'll simply click on create. Now I'll go to the resource over here. Now go here in your ACR, okay, and search for access keys. Okay, search for access keys over here. And here you can see registry name, login server, and the admin user. I'm going to give the admin access over here. Now, after this, what does the assignment suggest? See, upload the image you created in the Azure to container registry. What do you have to do? You have to connect it to the Docker first. What do you have to do? Sudo Docker images. Now see, the image is there, right? Now let us log in. Okay, see, sudo docker commit means we are committing some changes. Now here you can see a container ID present, which means we are making this Docker VM familiar to the ACR, right? I'll copy this container ID over here, sudo docker commit. Okay, then I'll paste the container ID over here and the login server name. What is my login server name over here? See, login server way. Now I'll go and paste it over here, the login server name, and slash web app. In my case, it's my own app, so I'll give the name as my app and hit enter. So sudo docker commit. So what does it mean is sudo docker commit means commit some changes in this container with the name this. Now if I do sudo docker images, sudo docker images, see, a new repository is created over here. Can you see? Now what will I do? I'll log in my ACR through docker. For that, what do you have to do? We have to log in our ACR through this docker. Okay, how can you do that? Sudo docker login and then the name or the login server name and hit enter. See, here it will ask for your username and password. What do you have to do? Go to your portal, search for username. Here you have username, copy it and paste it. Got it? Hit enter. Now see, here I have my password, show, copy this and paste it. Okay, hit enter. Login succeeded. Sudo docker commit. Now the container ID, login server name, and then the app name, right? Now to log in into Docker with ACR credential. Sudo docker login and the login server name. Hit enter. Now it will display login succeeded. Now we have logged in our Docker. Now we have made some changes. Now we'll push it back. Now we have pulled the Docker, right? Pull the repository. Now what you have to do? We'll push it back. Push the repository. Sudo docker push. And now what is my app name? My app, right? Hit enter. I am pushing the back. Now I'm pushing the repository back. Now what do you have to do? Push the repository back to Docker. Sudo docker push. Then the login server name slash app name. Now this is how you push it. Now how can you check? Now if I come here and if I search for repositories, search for repository. Here you can see my app is visible over here. Got it? Now if I go back to my question, they're telling us to create an app service, right? And to deploy the same image. How can we do that? Home, search for App Services. Click on Create. Web app it is. Now I'll choose my resource group, model 5. Now I can say the name web app, 28th September I can say. Now, from where it will publish? From the code? No, it's a Docker container. So now automatically it will fetch some information. Just make it Japanist region. And now we go with the free plan over here. Next is what? Container. See now. Side card support disabled, fine. Image source. Now where is the image source? From the Azure Container Registry, right? Once you click on this, it will automatically fetch all the information regarding your ACR. Option single container, okay. Number simply to review plus create. Click on create. It's getting deployed. App services created. I'll go to my resource. See, here will be my default domain name. So I'll just copy it and you'll see when I'll copy and paste that URL in the tab. Wait, I'll just wait. Let us just wait. Okay. You can see this default domain. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it in a new tab. Hit enter. And I'll be able to see the content of my file. Now you all can see the page is visible, right? That's all for assignment number, module number 5. Okay. We'll proceed with module 6 now. Now, what they're telling us, create a virtual network in West US and create another virtual network in South India. Deploy the virtual machine in West US with the virtual network in the West US. Deploy the virtual machine in South India inside the virtual network of South India. Now, here this assignment is basically telling us to create 2 virtual networks and then to create virtual machines in those respective region and map with those virtual networks. So this assignment can be performed in 2 ways. Okay. First, I create 2 virtual network, one in West US, one in South India, and then I create the virtual machines. Okay. And then I try to map with them. Other one is I can go ahead and create my virtual machine, and in that virtual machine only, while creation of that virtual machine only, what will I do? I'll configure my virtual network as well. So while creation of the virtual machine, as soon as the virtual machine creation will be done, even the creation for virtual network will also be done. Okay, this can be performed in 2 ways. Got it? Now, in the first case, what is the issue? That sometimes the region and all, it starts giving the issue. The virtual machine or the virtual network is not available. Virtual machine is not available for that particular virtual for particular region. So that time it will be a, the virtual network won't be able to get mapped. So there is a risk over there. See, in order to eradicate those risk, we are going to go with the second way, that is while creation of the virtual machine only, we'll create the virtual network. Got it? And now they're telling us to create a VNet peering and to connect the virtual networks. Now tell me, are you all aware about this word VNet peering? So VNet peering is basically when you want 2 separate virtual networks to communicate with each other. The resources of those virtual networks will be communicating with each other, okay, as if they are present in their own. So here we are going to do the same thing. Basically what we did in virtual, we were creating the virtual machine for this. So let me just show you all once again. Okay. So basically we have created a resource group with the name module 6. Okay. And we have given the name as VM South India. Basically we are creating a virtual machine. Okay. And here I have gone with the password method, Azure user and the password. I did not allow the HTTP port out here. Then go to the networking portion, and this is the page where we needed to configure. So I just clicked on create new, and I have given the name as VNet South India. That's all. It's already telling because it's already created. Click on OK and then review plus create. That's all we did. Okay, we were creating a normal virtual machine. Got it? We have created my first virtual machine. I'll go ahead for the second virtual machine now. That is in the region West US. Here also Azure virtual machine. Resource group, I'll choose it module 6. VM West US. This is the name of the virtual machine, and the region is also West US. Let me choose this only, this 20.04. No infrastructure redundancy required, and I'll go for standard. Got it, everyone? Again, I'll go for the password method. Azure user, password. Now, I'll allow my HTTP port over here. Okay. Next disk, then networking. Here again, what will I do? I'll give that, rename it VNet West US. Okay. But here you can see the address range and the subnet range. This also will change because previously in VNet South India that was 10.0.0, but now here also if it's 10.0.0, it belongs to they're belonging in the same family, so they're already communicating with each other. But here they're telling us to create the VNet peering, right? So here we will change it, and I'll change it to make it 20.0.0, and here I have to make it as 20.0.0.0/16, and let me name it as default. Got it? We are changing the address range over here. Okay, because if they are already belonging to the same family, there's no use of giving it. Got it? So we just changed the address range in the subnet both. Click on OK. Now you can see everything changed over here. Now everything is fine. Now just simply do review plus create. Everything is fine over here. I'll wait for the validation to pass. Validation has passed. Click on create. We'll wait for the deployment to take place. My deployment is completed. Now, I'm in my resource right now. Now the question is telling us, here they're telling us to create a VNet peering to connect the West US and the South India virtual machine. Check this by pinging VM1 to VM2 via ping command using private IP address, right? Now what will I do? I'll go ahead and search for virtual networks over here. I have my 2 virtual networks over here. So first if I choose South India, you can choose any, okay? And search for peering. Click on add. Now they're asking us a peering link name from where you are peering to where? From South India to West US, right? Now what will I do? Select the virtual network. To peer with the virtual network of South India, which virtual network will you choose? West US, right? Now here again I'll give South India to West US. Done. Click on add. Is adding my virtual network peering. Now you can see it's connected over here. Now see, I have created my VNet peering over here in South India. I have not done anything in my West US. Can you see here? It's fully synchronized. Now if I go to my West US one and if I click on peering, see in this also it's done. It happens vice versa. Got it? In both the networks, it gets created by itself. Created? Clear everyone how this works? So this is how this peering is added. Now what we have to do? The peerings have been done. You can see in both West US and South India, it's available. Now, if I go to my virtual machines, now they're asking us to check, okay, if they're communicating with each other or not. Now what will I do? I'll go ahead and open my command prompt and I launch my virtual machines. Copy the public IP address and launch it. And my another one also. That is also first one is connected VM South India. I'll go ahead and connect this one also. This is also connected. Let me just split the screen and do this. Now, what is the first thing we do after creation of my virtual machine? We just did. You have to update it. Sudo apt get update. It's getting updated, guys. Let me clear the screen. Okay, now, so what do we do over here? Now, in order to check for the cross connections, what do? We check the private for South India, we check the private IP of West US and vice versa for South India. Okay. Here's my private IP address over here. Copy this. This is West US. I should be pinging it in South India. I'll paste it over here and we'll type ping. I'll go back and I'll do the same over here. See, it has started to take the request. And here also for my West US, we are done. South India. I'll copy this. Again, I'll do the same over here. I'll just write ping. Okay. Hit enter. See, it has started to take the request over here. Now, in order to come out from this, what do you have to do? Control C. This also, it has started to take the request. This also in the same way. Control C. Got it? This was all about is your assignment number 1. See, we have checked we have ping command using the private IP address. Clear? You can see over here. See over here. 40 packets transmitted, 23 packets transmitted, 23 received, 0 packet loss, 40 packets transmitted, 39 received, 2.05 packet loss and the time is 39063 milliseconds. Okay, so this is all about your assignment number 1. Now one more thing is where you have given your HTTP access, right? Where you have given your HTTP port, there what you have to do, okay, there what you can do is you have to install the Apache 2 page. Okay, Apache 2 page also. See, in West US, in my system, West US, I have given the HTTP port access. There only I'll install the Apache 2 page. Sudo apt get install Apache 2. Sudo apt get install Apache 2. Hit enter. Clear till this point? I'll give the confirmation over here. Yes. Wherever you have given your HTTP port access, you have to install the Apache 2 page. I'm waiting for it to get installed. Okay. My Apache 2 page is downloaded. I'll just cross this. Okay. Now, here in my West US under networking, see, you can see my port 80 is added. So what will I do? I'll just copy this public IP address and I'll paste it over there. Right? So we have installed Apache 2 page in our system as well. Got it, everyone? So that was all about assignment number 1. Now the second question telling us, create a virtual machine in West US which you already have. Assign a static IP address to the VM. Here in West US, they are telling us to create a virtual machine, right? Which we already have. Now, assign a static IP address to the virtual machine. What do you have to do? Go to your portal. Go to settings over here in a virtual machine. Let me go open my virtual machine properly. Okay, here go to your settings. Here you have, okay, just go to network settings over here. Okay, now see over here, in assigning of the static IP address, they're telling us to assign a static IP address. Here they're talking about the private IP address. Private IP address, okay? How can we do that? Here we are in the network setting. Now click on NIC. See, click on this NIC over here. Under this IP configurations, what do you have to do? Click on IP config 1. See, under this private IP address settings, the allocation is what? Dynamic. Make it static over here. And click on save. That was all about assignment number 2. What do you have to make? You have to make the allocation, private IP allocation as static. I'll refresh this. I'll wait for it to get updated. If I refresh over here, see, the private IP address has become static over here. Clear? That was all about assignment number 2.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps course training for AZ400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
So this is my assignment number 1. Let me go ahead and open my portal first. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay. So basically, in our first assignment, what did they tell you? Let me go ahead and delete this module 6 resource group first. So first they're telling us to create a virtual network in West US, another virtual network in South India. Okay, and then what will we do? We'll create two virtual machines in the respective region, and then we'll perform VNet peering. So tell me, what is VNet peering? So what we are going to do? We are going to VNet peering. So what are we going to do? We are going to create two virtual machines, one in South India, another one in West US, right? Let me create an issues group name module 6. Let me say South India. Okay, let me first go ahead and choose this. VM South India, right? Now, no infrastructure redundancy required, security type standard. And what will I do? Size 1 GB CPU, 1 GB memory, and I'm going to go for password method. Azure user, password, right? Okay, and I will not allow the HTTP port, and everything remains same. Go to networking. I'll create a new one, right? VNet South India, and everything remains same. Okay, click on OK. See, and simply to review plus create. Click on create. Got it, everyone? My deployment is completed. I'll go home and I'll go ahead and create my another virtual machine of VM South West US, right? Choose the resource group, module 6, virtual machine name, VM West US, right? The region, West US, and availability, no infrastructure, security type standard. Again, I'll go with the password method. Azure user. And allow my HTTP port over here. Got it? Now I'll go to my disk, networking. Now here what we have to make changes. We have to give the name VNet West US. And now here we have to make the changes, because if I'm giving 10.10 over here, and in South India also we had 10.10.0, so they are basically belonging to the same family, then it's of no use to make them perform VNet peering. Now in order to make them perform VNet peering, what do you have to give? You have to give them different families. So what will I do? I'll just make this 10 to 20 over here, and this is going to be 20.0.0./16. This is default. Got it? Now click on OK. Now see, everything is changed over here. I'll do review plus create, and once the validation is passed, we are going to click on create. My deployment is completed. I'll go to my resource. Now after this, what do you have to do? I'll create the peering first. So I'll search for virtual networks over here, and I can take any one. So let me take South India only, and I'll search for peering, and I'll add one. And where are we creating the peering from? South India to West US, right? Subscription free trial virtual network, West US, and again the peering name is going to be South India to West US. Getting it, guys? Okay, now let's move forward. Now click on add. So it's adding my virtual network peering. It's synchronized, right? And if I go to my virtual networks over here in West US also, if I search for peering, see, both the sides is paired. The peering state is connected. Got it? Now what will I do? I'll go ahead and launch my both the virtual machines. I'll give the confirmation yes. My virtual machine is launched over here, as you can see. Now again, second one virtual machine of West US. Let me go ahead and launch it. And what is the first thing we do after launching the virtual machine? Okay, by both the virtual machines have been launched. Let me just make it a divided screen. Now tell me, what is the first thing we do after launching our virtual machine? Update it. Absolutely correct. So you're going to go ahead and update our virtual machine first. Okay, my both the virtual machines have been updated. I'll go ahead and clear this terminal for you all. Now, I go back to my portal over here. Where should I ping the private IP address of South India? Tell me, where should I ping the private IP address of South India? In West US correct. I type ping over here. It has started taking the ping. I'll go and get the West US private IP address. Ping. Hit enter. See now, if I go over here and click on Control C, you're going to be out. See now, 33 packets transmitted, 33 received, 0 packet lost. Time this. Right? Over here also, if I do Control C, it's C. 20 packets transmitted, 19 received, 5% packet loss. So that means they're clearly communicating with each other, right? Now, in the machine where you have given your port 80, like in my West US I given port 80, I have given, we have to install what? We have to install Apache 2 over here. So this was my machine. Now see. Apache 2. I'm gonna go and install Apache 2 in West US because I've given port 80. Whoever I've given in South India, they can go ahead and create it in South India. Like install it in South India. For me, it's getting downloaded. Now simply come out of this. Till this much, everyone got it? Is Apache 2 installed to everyone? Now, if I go to the next assignment, what are they telling? They're telling us to create a VM in West US that is already created, assign a static IP address to the VM. Here, the IP address they're talking about means they're talking about the private IP address, okay? Simply go to your portal, go to network settings, click on this NIC over here, click on this IP config 1 and see private IP address settings. Under this allocation, make it static. It's dynamic by default, make it static. Click on save, it's getting saved. See, now it's static over here. I hope this is clear to everyone now. If I go to that was all about assignment number 2. Now, the next assignment, okay? They're telling us to use the previously created VM, create a NIC, attach that NIC to the previously created VM, right? We already have a virtual machine created from West US. Now over here you can see when I want to go ahead and try to attach a new interface, okay, new network interface, this operation cannot be performed on a running virtual machine. It's not available, right? First, then what do you have to do? We have to go ahead and create a NIC first. NIC. Click on create. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a new NIC. Okay. Module 6 is my resource group. Customized NIC. Okay. Name. Where do I want to attach this to? West US. Now select the virtual network, previously created virtual network, not the new one. Okay. The existing one. Subnet. That is a by default subnet. After that, simply review plus create over here. Got it? Now create. Our NIC is created over here. Now see, it is now created. Now if I go back, go to our virtual machine. Also, we cannot directly attach our NIC to this machine because it's in the running condition right now. So it is occupying some space, right? So to free up some space, I'm going to stop this machine. Okay. This is my virtual machine. Go to network settings over here. Open your NIC over here. Click on it and scroll down over here. The IP configuration, you have IP config 1. Click on it and see under this private IP address settings allocation, by default it will be dynamic. Right now I made it to static. Okay. Now again you can go ahead and do the same changes and make it dynamic. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop this virtual machine. So it will deallocate some space over here, and in that space we are going to slide our NIC, right? So I'm going to stop this virtual machine now. Click on yes. You'll have 2 minutes to complete till this much. Okay, still stop the virtual machine. And now what will I do? I'll go to my network settings over here. If I try to attach a network interface, see now it's giving us the option. I'll attach my customized NIC. I'll attach it. Okay, and it's getting attached. It's attached. Can you see? Now if I do drop down over here, you can choose between these two. The normal one, the default one, and the customized one. Now if I show you over here, right, with this VM West US, that is a default NIC, you can see NSG is automatically there. NSG is also configured over here. Can you see? But if I go to my customized NIC, there is no security rule. There is no NSG over here. Basically, always remember that this NIC and NSG always comes hands in hand. Now we are going to create a default NSG as well. Search for NSG, that is Network Security Group. Click on Create. Okay. Click on Resource Group. Choose the resource group over here. Name SG. Make the region to West US, right? Review plus create. Once the final validation passes, click on Create over here. Got it? Our NSG is also created. Now understand this framework, okay? Okay. Understand this. This is your VM. Can you see what I'm writing on the screen? Is it visible to everyone? Now, you have this VM, right? You have a NIC attached. You have a NIC attached to every VM, right? And with every NIC, okay, there is a NSG attached. But this NSG is directly not attached to VM. It is attached to NIC. Got it? And this NIC is attached to the virtual machine. So indirectly, NSG is a part of virtual machine, right? Now just right now, we attached NIC, our VM. But what do we do? But this, we attached our NIC to VM directly right now. But we cannot do the same thing with NSG. We cannot directly go ahead and attach it to our virtual machine. So what do? We can do two things, NSG, right? First is NIC. Second is the subnet. Got it? And the second one is subnet. So basically, indirectly, this subnet is also connected to the virtual machine. So NSG is also getting connected to the virtual machine indirectly. Again, NIC is attached directly to the virtual machine. So NSG will also be attached to the virtual machine indirectly. So we can say that NSG, what it does, it's not directly connected to the virtual machine. It is firstly connected to NIC and then it is connected to virtual machine. Got it, everyone? This NSG NIC thing. See how it is done. Okay. Now we have our NSG over here. See, out here you'll find everything. Under network interfaces, I'll associate with my customized NIC. Click on OK. It is saving the network interface. See, it's customized NIC is attached. Now if I go to my subnets over here and if I try to associate it with, see, it's automatically chosen. I'll click on OK. And our default subnet is also associated. Done. Got it? Now you can see it has no inbound security rules, not even port 22, not even port 80. Now if I go to my virtual machine, West US, right? I've given a new pair of, wait, let me show you. I've given a new pair of NIC and NSG, right? See over here. Here it is. Now after giving my NIC and NSG, will I be able to connect to my public IP now? If we are not able to connect, it means that it has taken the, how are we going to connect here when I have not given any port over here, not even SSH port, that is port 22. Right? So what will I do? Now if I'm able to connect, it means it has not taken the new configurations. Okay, it is working on the old configuration itself. But if it's not able to connect, it means that it has taken the new configuration. Okay, it should not connect. Okay, so first what we have to do, we have to, let me start my virtual machine first before going ahead. Let me go ahead and search start my virtual machine. Right, our virtual machine has started. See, it's in the running condition now. Now I'm going to go ahead and launch my virtual machine. Azure user @ it's taking some time. See, SSH connect to host port 82, connection timed out. Can you see this error message? It's not connecting it, right? Now if I go to my network settings over here and I'll create the port rule over here. Create port rule, inbound port rule. Just do SSH. Port 22, right? Add. It's creating the security rule. I refresh this once. Now if I go ahead and try to launch it again. Paste the same thing. Now let's check if it's working or not. I guess it's going to take some time. Wait. See, now it's asking for the password over here. I'll just enter my password. See, I'm able to launch my virtual machine. Got it? Now, if I go ahead and copy my public IP address over here, and if I go and paste it over here, will I be able to see the Apache 2 page? Tell me. Will I be able to see the Apache 2 page? Go ahead and paste my public IP address over here. I should not, right? So what do you have to do? I have to go ahead and open my port 80. Invert port rule. HTTP port. Add. It's creating the security rule now. It has added it. Let me refresh this once and refresh this also. Apache 2 page is visible now. Got it? Till this point, everything is clear about NIC, NSGs and everything. You have got 5 minutes. Complete till this much. Then we'll move with the next part. Got it? Okay, now let's move ahead now. So we have done till assignment 3 and 4. Okay, we are done with assignment 3 and 4. If you go ahead and read your assignment 3 and 4, use the previously created virtual machine, install Apache to create an NSG to the subnet in which VM has been deployed. Open NSG rules for subnet and VM on port 80. Verify if you can see the Apache 2 page. Clear, everyone? Now if I go to my assignment number 5, now use the previously created Apache 2 VM, get a free domain from freenom.com. But this freenom.com is now paid. It's no more free. So what we are going to do is go to your virtual machine, VM West US, okay. DNS name, not configured, you can see over here. And just give a name to it. My virtual machine, suppose. Okay. 29 September. Click on save. It's getting saved, okay. Go to the overview section over here. Copy this DNS name. Paste it. Check you all are also able to view this page or not. Apache 2 page. Guys, can you all view it? Just tell me. Can you see the Apache 2 page? Right now there's some issue, I guess. It's visible. Wait. So guys, that was all for module number 6. Okay. Now, okay, they're telling us to deploy 2 VMs with Ubuntu and Apache 2 installed. Right? Change the index.html to include the following text. This is VM1 and this is VM2. Create a load balancer which will balance the traffic between these 2 VMs. So let me go ahead and first delete my this module 6 resource group once. Then I'll proceed with the other one. Okay, let us go ahead and start. Okay, let me create a new resource group, module 7, VM1. Let me just name it as VM1. Now, no infrastructure standard. So, and make sure the regions are same for both the machines, okay? So let me choose something Japanese, suppose. Okay. Availability zone, no infrastructure, standard. Choose this, Ubuntu. Size, let it be this, standard B1 BS, that is 1 VCP, 1 GB memory. Let my username be Azure user only. Okay. And password. Allow. Also, I'll open the HTTP port in both the machines. Everything is clear till this much. This is the basic part. Now for both the virtual machine, I'll keep the VNet same. Okay, so we are doing it in Japan East. So I'll go ahead and create a new. So I'll name it as VNet Japan East. Okay, and this I'll name it as subnet. Okay, click on OK. VNet Japan East, IPNR, everything is fine. And simply click on review plus create. Now this is how my first virtual machine is created. Okay, click on create. Now I'll wait for the virtual machine to be created. Okay, it's deployed. Go to resource. Okay, now I'll go ahead and refresh this portal once before moving ahead with the next, creation of the next virtual machine, because sometimes the VNet that you have created is not visible in the other virtual machine, right? Go to virtual. Now I'm going to create VM2. I'm going to create another virtual machine, model 7, VM2, Japanist, Inno infrastructure, everydayness, and after this I'll give the password. User password is right, and allow my HTTP port. Now I'll go to disk and then networking. See, it's automatically taken. VNet Japanist is automatically taken. The same subnet. Click on review plus create and click on create, and both the machines are created. Now according to the question, they're telling us deploy to VMs. We have done it. And Apache 2, now we have to install Apache 2 in this. So guys, reach till this page. Everyone, 2 minutes. I'm giving you 2 minutes to complete this one. Creation of both the virtual machines. Okay, now what we'll do? We have to install the Apache 2. Let me go ahead and copy the IP addresses. Right, and I'm go ahead and I'm gonna launch the next one also. It's SSH. First let me paste it. SSH. Okay, hit enter. Now both my virtual machines are connected now. Let me just arrange this like this. This is VM2 and VM1. Now first I'll update my virtual machine. Right, now my both the virtual machines are updated. Now we have to install sudo apache 2, sudo apt -get install apache 2. I'll hit enter. It's asking for confirmation. Give y. It's going to do the same. Sudo apt get install apache 2. I'll hit enter. It's getting installed. I'll give the confirmation over here. Now after this, let's go to the question. It's telling us to change the index.html file to include the following text. This is VM1 and this is VM2. Now let me show you all something. If I go ahead and paste this, okay, see over here you can see this second last line. You should replace this file located at this directory before continuing to operate your HTTP server. Right, now either we can just copy this from here, okay, or type it there. Okay, let me just go ahead and show you all. Let me clear the terminal. Now what we are going to do, cd var, okay, www/html. It means we are changing the directory from var is a directory, and then www, that is another directory, and inside there we have html. We are inside the directory now. If I do ls over here, now here you can see a by default index.html file. but we have not created it, right? Now I'm going to remove it. Remove this file, okay? So write sudo rm index.html, okay? Now if I do ls over here, there's no file present, right? Going to do the same. What did we do? Now the question is telling us we have to create a file, okay, with the name, and we have to make it customized one. For virtual machine 1, we have to give it VM1, and for virtual machine 2, we have to make it VM2. This is VM2. Now, if I go here, this is VM1, this is VM2. Now, I'm going to create a file, sudo nano index.html, okay? I'm going to create a file, hit enter. My text editor is opened. Let me make it as heading only. This is VM1, Control S, Control X to exit. Now if I do ls, you can see this index.html file. And if I do cat index.html to check what is the content in the file, this is VM1. Got it? Any doubt? Anything at this point? Now see here also we are going to do the same thing. cd/var www.html. Okay. Now if I do ls over here, so I'm going to remove this file. Okay. Now if I do ls, nothing is visible, right? And now and to create a own file, create my own file, sudo nano index.html, hit enter. My text editor is opened. Let me give it for first heading. This is VM2, Control S and Control X. If I do ls now, and if I do cat index.html, I'm getting my required text. Now when we will be creating the load balancer, right? What will happen? It will balance the load between these two virtual machines. Now, how does the load balancer work? Based on the health, right? Now, if my first VM's health deteriorates, automatically it will switch to second VM, right? And if my second VM's health deteriorates, what will happen? It will automatically, the load will shift to the virtual machine 1. Let me come out from this exit, okay? Now, see, if I refresh this page, this is VM2. Now what will happen if the load increases in this virtual machine? What will happen? It will go to the virtual machine 1. Got it? Let me go and check with the first VM also if the change is visible or not. This is VM1 and this is VM2, right? The change is visible. Now, they're telling us to create a load balancer which will balance the traffic between these two VMs, right? What do we have to do? Search for load balancers. Now, always remember, right, the free trial that you're using right now, you can have 3 IPs attached to a particular region. Now if we are attaching, 2 VMs to the east US, right? 2 IP addresses already allocated. Then the third will be for the load balancer also requires a IP address as well as the application gateway. So before creation of the application gateway, we have to delete the load balancer and then go ahead and create application gateway so that the allocation becomes like the other IP becomes free. Okay, got it? What I'm trying to tell in free trial. For pay as you go, you can use as many as you want. Now click on create. Okay, now let me just name it as load balancer. Now region is Japan East. Everything is fine. Type, make it public. Okay, and it should be in the regional tier. Okay, now SKU should be standard, type should be public, and tier should be regional. Okay, now go to front-end IP. Now click on add a front-end IP. Okay, now this front-end IP is what? That's something you will be seeing at the user end, front end, right? And whatever we have at the back is called back end. Now from this to virtual machine, the traffic is going to be redirected, right? Now what happens? It will continuously display what? VM1 page. And if suppose the first VM's health deteriorates, what will happen? It will start displaying this second page, right? Now add a front-end IP configuration, right? Name it as load balancer IP. Okay, now what will I do? Create another one. Again, I'll give the name as load balancer IP. Okay, save it. And we do not need a gateway load balancer. Just click on save over here. See, you can see this LB IP and it's showing to be created. It means at the time of the load balancer creation, it will be created auto. Okay, now we need to go to backend pools, right? Now it will give us an IP, right? But this IP should have some pools, right? Pool source from where the traffic will get directed, right? Backend pool is nothing but the collection of our virtual machines, right? That we have created, to which the load balancer can send the traffic to. Now, pool 1 first, where it will send the traffic first. Pool 1, virtual network. Now, number of virtual machines is, right? Let me add from here. First, I'll enter VM1 over here, click on add and save it. Right? Again, I'll add another backend pool over here. Name it as pool 2. Okay. Again, I'll go ahead and add one. And this time I'm going to add VM2. Add and save. Got it? If I see over here, pool 1 and pool 2 is added. Pool 2. Got it? Now, added everyone, the pools. Now let's move to the inbound tools. This is where the incoming traffic, okay, that's coming, how will it distribute, which is defined from here. Okay, if you see from here, you'll be able to see from this. Got it? Now what will I do? I'll create a load balancing rule first. Let me name it as LB rule. Okay, front end IP address, that's something, load balancing IP address that is going to be created. Now in the backend pool, where I want the initial traffic to be going, pool 1, right? Now which is the port that you should operate on? Port 80. Okay, backend port should also be 80. There is any health probe that is defined? It is not, so let me create one. I'll name it as health. And which protocol it will work? Port it will work on its 80, and what is the interval? After 5 seconds it will check the health, right? Click on save. Lest everything is fine, everything is configured automatically, click on save. Do not change anything. LB role, LB IP, pool 1 health, front end 80 and backend is 80, right? Understood everyone this much? Now we'll create a NAT rule over here. Now what does NAT rule do? It forwards the incoming traffic, right? You can see over here. Now I'll just give create a NAT rule. NAT rule only. Now NAT rule, right? It will be my, what will be my target virtual machine? Type will make it backend pool. Okay, and what will be my target backend pool? Pool 1 is where initially the load will be going, right? Now pool 2 is what? When the first virtual machine deteriorates, then it goes to the second virtual machine, right? Front end IP address, same. Front end port starts from 80. Maximum number of versions in a backend pool is 2. Let us make it 81 over here because it's throwing some error. Let's make it 81 only. Backend pool also, let it be 80. Okay, and now click on add. Okay, now review plus create, and click on create. Even you all reach to this page. Okay, now go to your resource, front end IP configuration. You can see this IP attached. Copy this IP over here. Okay, I'll copy this and let me paste it over here. Now see, this is the result we are getting. See, this is VM on. It has redirected us to first VM. Now if I share this IP address with you, and if you all start giving load to this, like let me try. Maybe it will not work now, but yeah, try it over here. Check. If you start giving load, if I keep on refreshing this page, a lot of traffic, then the health will deteriorate, and then we'll see VM2 as output. Okay, I don't think so it will be visible right now, but this is how it works. Got it? Now what will I do? Again, I'll go ahead and connect my virtual machine. Connect it back. And we will make some changes in our virtual machine. Okay, hit enter. Okay, it was updated, but again I'm going to update it. Do not take risk. Okay, now what will I do? Again I'll go inside my directory. Let me clear the screen. Again I'll go inside my directory, cd/var/www/html, and I'll make some changes. Right, this is VM1 and VM2. Again I'll do the same thing for over here. Okay, right, now reached everyone. Now let me go back. What will I do is I'll go ahead and delete my load balancer over here, and then I'll create my application gateway. So this is going to take some time. Now what will I do? It's getting deleted. It's deleted, okay? Go home. Check for the load balancer. It's not there. Now just to be on the safer side, what will I do? I'll search for IP addresses and public IP addresses over here. See, it's not deleted. What will I do? I'll go and delete this. Delete. It's getting deleted. Okay, my IP address is deleted now. I'll go back home, and now under this load balancing services only, we have what? Application gateway. You can see. I'll go ahead and create my application gateway. Now before this creation, let's go ahead and make some changes over here. Now if you do ls over here, what will do? You'll find this index.html file. Now we do not need this index.html file anymore. So what will I do? I'll delete this. Sudo rm index.html. Okay. Now tell me, application gateway is known for what? You'll have done this path-based routing, right? So what I do? So it should not be just the IP that should distribute the traffic from this VM to the another VM. Now I'll do hit enter. Okay, and this also. What will I do? I'll remove this file. Sudo rm index.html. I removed it. Now when I do IP address slash VM1, it should take me to virtual machine 1. It should display the virtual machine 1 page. And if I do slash VM2, it should take me to the virtual machine 2. Got it? This is known for path-based routing. Now let us go ahead and configure the same. Let me check once if it's deleted or not. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a normal file in my first virtual machine. Sudo nano index.html. Hit enter. Type is this is application gateway. Okay. Now Control plus S to save. Control plus X to exit. Done. Now after this, we'll create a directory over here. mkdir vm1. Okay. Just give the permission sudo mkdir. Okay. Now if I do ls over here, you can see this index.html file is present, right? Now we have to do what? We have to move in the directory cd vm1. Hit enter. Now I am inside the directory right now. Now here what will I do? I'll create a file. Sudo nano index.html. Hit enter. Now I'll make it. This is VM1. Now got it? Control S to save, Control X to exit. Now this is different, okay? This creating the virtual machine, this index.html file and this index.html file are different, okay? This is inside the VM1 directory. Got it? Do not get confused. These two files are different, okay? Is everything clear till now? Okay. Now if I do cat here, index.html, you can see, okay? Here what will I do? I'll go and create one directory over here. VM2. Do ls over here. VM2 directory over here. Now cd VM2. Now we are inside the directory. Sudo nano index.html. Right? This is my text editor over here. This is VM2. Right? Now h1. Control S for save. Control X to exit. If I do ls over here, and if I do cat index.html, you can view the content inside the file. Got it? Cool. Let's go and create our application gateway. Okay. Now module 7 naming. You have to give the naming very efficiently over here. Okay. AG. Okay. Now let me just give the date also. 29th September. Okay. Okay. Japanist. Minimum instance count should be 1. Maximum should be always be 5. All the zones are created. Now virtual network is what? VNet Japanist. Now can this application gateway work on the same subnet as the machines, the virtual machines? Tell me. Can it? No, it cannot. Okay. I'll go ahead and create a new subnet over here. It will not work. Okay. Go to create subnet. I'll name it as subnet underscore AG. Got it? Just click on add. Adding subnet over here. Now what will I do? I'll choose the second subnet over here. Application gateway subnet. Everything is fine. Now let's go to the front ends. I have to give one IP address over here. So AG IP. Okay. Click on OK. IP is also configured. Now let's go to the backend pool. I'll add my first backend pool one. Right. Target type is virtual machine and the first virtual machine, right? Add. I'll add in one more. Pool 2, virtual machine it is, and second VM. Now I can verify it under the targets. It's very important, guys. This module is very important from the project of view also, from the view of project also, okay? While doing the project, you all will be performing this a lot. Application gateway, load balancer, trap and all, everything. Traffic manager and everything, okay? So it's very important to understand this. Now, for that, my pools at my backend is configured, right? Now I'll go to the configuration again and I'll add the routing rules over here. I'll give the name as rule only. Priority, lower is the number, higher the priority. Listener name, you can give it as name only. No need to add any custom error pages and all. Now I'll go to the backend targets over here. What is my backend type? Backend pool. Now backend target, we do not have any. Backend target is what? First one is, where should my first load go? Pool 1, okay. Backend settings, we have nothing. By default, we'll create one by default. Okay. And click on add. Now, here now, this is, we'll go to the path-based routing. You all know application gateway is known for path-based routing, right? Slash VM1, it should take me to virtual machine 1, right? And backend settings is default. Backend target is what? What is the backend target? If I give slash VM1, it should take me to pool 1 or pool 2? Pool 1, right? Click on add. This is the first path that I've configured. Now for VM2, I have to, if I give slash VM2, it should take me to VM2, backend settings, default, and backend target type. Pool 1 or pool 2 now? Pool 2 now? Click on add. We have added all the paths, VM1, VM2. Anyone, any doubt till now? We chooses 80 only, backend port. Okay, got it? Now, everything else is configured now. HTTP port is 80, right? Okay. Now, my everything is configured. So for what did we do? We give the role name, we give the priority, we give the listener, and then the backend targets. When you all will be doing the project, right? If you all have not done the project, when you all will be doing the project, here you have to add the custom error pages as well. Here right now we do not need it. That's why we're not adding anything. Got it? See, now let me tell you all something. Sometimes what happens is when I give IP address slash VM1, it shows the page. Okay. Now the first path, okay, that we give over here is slash. Let me tell you all something. The first path that we give is slash VM1. Okay. Now, if the output does not come as expected, or even after trying in incognito mode and all, what you have to do? VM1 slash star. That's the we give. It means that star will help to fetch all the files and everything that is there. Got it? But try to use it only when the output is not visible. Okay. Otherwise, you do not have to use it. Everyone got it? Now everything is configured now. Wait, let me close this. Yeah. Now let me add. Click on add. So now my front end is configured, routing rules is configured, and the backend rule is also configured. Okay. Yes, HTML type. When you will be doing the project, like how it should be a like you will be doing the project, you'll come to know that you'll be giving a custom error page where after if some error comes in your website and all, it should take you or redirect you to that page. So that should be the error page. It should be of HTML type. Okay. Now click on next, tags. Everything is configured and review plus create. I'll wait for the final validation to pass and click on create. Now you all have enough time to go ahead and create this application gateway because this is going to take some time. See, my deployment is completed. Now what will I do? I'll go to my resource group over here. Now, let me go to the overview. Go to resource group, application gateway, and I'll copy this IP address. Got it? And I'm going to paste it over here. Just a second. Everyone getting this page? This is application gateway. Now, if I do slash VM1, what you should give? This is VM1. And if I do VM2, see? Okay, we are getting some error. I told you all might get that error. What will I do? I'll go to my backend pool over here. not the backend pool. Okay, wait just a second. Go to, see, everyone might get some this error. Okay, let me go and go to backend rules. See here rules. Click over here in the rules and go to backend targets over here. And as I said, go to this virtual machine 2. Okay. Now what will I do? I'll just add /star. Now I'll go and click on save over here. Save. It's saving it. Now see, we'll have a desired output. Let it save it once. Okay. Now if I do here, come here, and if I do hit enter, see. Now it's visible. You can see because in VM2 it's not able to fetch all the files. Okay. We got all the outputs, right? I hope this application gateway thing is clear to everyone now. Okay, that's because in VM1 it was able to fetch all the files, right? But in VM2 it's not able to fetch all the files. Now in order to fetch all the files, we are using the star. The star is helping to fetch all the files and then display that VM to our desired page. Okay? And this was all about our second assignment. Got it? This /VM1 should be to VM1 /VM2 to VM2. Now we have to do what? The next assignment is we have to give DNS to the VMs. No, not every time. Sometimes it's not visible. Try it in incognito mode, and if it's not giving the output, that time you have to put star. Not every time, not every second VMs. Yeah, that's when we have to go ahead and make changes in the application gateway that I told you. Okay, go to the rules and add the changes. Okay. Okay, where were you? Now we have to give the DNS right to the. Just go to the DNS name, not configured. I'll give the name as machine 1. Let's see it takes or not. Okay, it's taking it. Save. Now I'll go to my VM2 as well. VM2. Right? Save. Now I have assigned the DNS now to both the machines. I'll go back and I'll check if it's there or not. Refresh this page. I'll copy this and paste it over here. And if I go to inside this directory, I'm able to see the page. Same way I'll check with the first VM. Now, go to the assignment number 4. What it's telling us? Now, it's telling us now, if you see over here in the load balancers over here, now, here they're telling us to deploy 2 VMs in different regions. But here what? We have in the same region, both the virtual machines, if you check over here, Japan is, right? What do you have to do? You have to create one virtual machine, right? You have to create one virtual machine, but not in the Japanese bit. VM3, let's make it in Korea Central. No infrastructure, standard, 20.0 is fine. Azure user. Okay. Got it? I'll allow my HTTP port. Let everything be same. Now go to disk. Networking. Everything has changed over here now. You can see. Nothing, just review plus create. Click on create. Our deployment is completed. Go to resources. Now, we have to work with what? Traffic manager. And traffic manager works on what? DNS names. So what we have to do? We have to give some DNS over here, DNS name over here. So I can say machine 3 over here, right? Save it. Now what will I do? I'll go ahead and launch this virtual machine. Hit enter. Yes. Done. Let me update this. I'll update my machine and I'll install Apache 2 in this. It's done. Now what we have to do? We have to install Apache 2 in this. Sudo apt get install Apache 2. I'll hit enter. I'll give the confirmation. and it's downloading it. Done, everyone? Now what will I do? I'll go to the desired directory. Okay, now if I do ls over here, you can find this sudo rm. I'll remove this file index.html. It's removed. Now sudo nano index.html, right? Hit enter. What will I give the name? This is traffic manager. Okay. S for saving, control S, control X for exiting. Now if I do ls over here, and if I do cat index.html, you can see this. This is traffic manager. Till this point clear, everyone? After this, what do we have to do? Go to your portal. You have your traffic manager over here. I'll go ahead and create it. Let me give the name traffic manager. Traffic manager September. Okay. Resource group module 7. Now here they have told us to make it geographically, but we are going to do it performance only. And I'll tell you why we are doing it with performance only and not geographically. I'll tell you. Okay. See, you have all this type of list. I'm going to go with the performance only because I'll tell you all the reason. Okay. First, let us create this. The traffic manager is created. Now go to resource and I'll create the endpoints. Okay. Add. Now it's a type Azure endpoints. Name is endpoint 1. Okay. Client target resource type. It should be public IP address. Which public IP address we have to choose? Can be associated IP1, right? And click on add. Got it? Now let me go add another one. EP2, endpoint 2. Target resource type again public IP address. VM3 now, right? 2 different geographic region. Add it. Now, I told you all that I have chosen that routing method to be as performance and not the geographic, because when you choose as, okay, what happened? It is, when you give it as geography, it is defined within one region. Okay. And when you give performance type routing method, it goes and gives, it's open to all the regions. My monitor status is online now. I'll go ahead and copy this DNS name. Got it? Why you have chosen geographic and performance and not geographic? Now application gateway is created. Sorry, it's displaying me the desired output. Okay. So it should be performance based only, not geography. Okay. This needs to be changed. Fine. Everyone clear why we have chosen performance and